איך? חדשים. רבות, תרשמו. מה מספר לכם? עכשיו התבלבלת. אתה התבלבלת. הבדיחה דומה, התבלבלת במספרים. בבקשה, לא לבלבל את החבר'ה שרואים ותשמעו, כי הם ילכו וילחצו במספר הנכון. למה לא כדאי? טוב, למה לא כדאי? כסו מבן צבא גדולים, אומר רוב שצריכים להוסיף כאן משהו. חוצים שניים בחוץ, לרבונון ראשון אנוש קורס, שני פוס ולפוקו. זה כמו שאמרנו קודם שמה, אם שחטת אימא ובן בחוץ לביס המקדוש, הם קורבנות, אסור לשחוט בחוץ לביס המקדוש, שחטת שניים בחוץ. הראשון זה קורס, אבל השני זה מחוץ לזמן, אז הוא פטור. פטור מלאו לשחוט בחוץ. פסול? הוא פטור מלאו לשחוט בחוץ. למה? הוא לא ראוי להקרבה עכשיו. אבל מה, הוא כן חייב על אויסר ובנוי. אויסר ובנוי. אבל שני ימנו של קורס. אין הכי נעמי. צריכים להוסיף כאן. נכון. גם הראשון קורס וגם השני קורס. למה השני קורס? כי הראשון זה היה הריגה, זה לא היה שקיטו. אבל תגידו, יש כאן אויסר ובנוי? יש כאן איסר של אויסר ובנוי לפירים שלי? למה? כי היה הריגה, לא היה שחיטה. מצוין. איך עוד בחוץ? ממשיכים הלאה. איך עוד בחוץ? לא בחוץ. שתי קורבנות. שחט אחת בחוץ, בואו לעשות את החשבון בבית. שחט אחת בחוץ, זה קורס וזה. עכשיו הלכת, אבל זה הריגה. הלכת אותו. מותר לך לשחט את השני? היום? כן. ושחטת את זה במקום טוב. בתוך בית המקדוש. אז מה? איך עוד בחוץ, ואיך עוד בפנים, ברבנו ראשון אנוש קורס. שני פוס ולפוקו. לא, לפי חכמים זה שונה לגמרי, הוא לא הרב, לפי חכמים. אין את ההלכה, לפי חכמים, זה לא ראוי להכילה, אין להם את זה. אבל שני כושר! לפי השני מצוין. איך עוד בפנים? איך עוד בחוץ? אבל הוא עושה את הראשון בפנים, שזה מצוין. ואת השני בחוץ, שזה בעיה רצינית של... ורבנו ראשון חושו ופטו, ודאי, זה מצוין, שפוסו ופטו. לפי חכם, השני פסטור לגמרי, אבל פטור. שני בלא יססר. למה השני בלא יססר? כי הוא טוען שאם אפשר לשחוט אותו לאחר זמן, אז הוא עובר. הוא אומר לא יססר על זה שהוא שחט בחוץ. אבל מה הוא? האם הוא חייב על אויסר ובנוי? לא. למה? כי לא היה שחיטה, היה הריגה. ודאי תוך אין אויסר ובנוי לא יהיו בקוצ'ים. אם אתה אומר כמו רב אמונה, בתחילת השיעור, שמה? בקוצ'ים אין. הנה, זה 8 שורות מלמעלה. 9 שורות מלמעלה. ואני אומר, לפי התחילים אין אויסר ובנוי. איסו ודאי תוך אין אויסר ובנוי לא יהיו בקוצ'ים. שני המאי בלא יססר וסולוי. אם אין בכלל אויסר ובנוי, כל סתם ולחייב. לא מבין, למה שזה יתחייב בקוצ'ים? אבל מרובה, אורי כבר אמר לנו, אין המלכס, לא, ודאי שהשחיטה זה בסדר גמור, וזה עושה שיהיה כאן אויסר ובנוי. יש כאן אויסר ובנוי. רק מה? אין מלכס, אויסר ובנוי לא יהיו בקוצ'ים. וכמה ולזול דם לא משתלם בבוסר, לא משתלם בבוסר. ברגע שהוא שחט, הוא מזרק בדם, אז אין גם מה לאכול. הנה גרשושת, אבל עשרה סופק. עשרה סופק לא ישמוע עשרה. כיוון שאי אפשר לדעת אם יזרוק את הדם או לא, או שכן או שלא. אתה אמרת, זרוק, אתה לא יודע, אולי זה ייפול, אולי דם ישתה, אולי ישתה. אז אי אפשר לדעת. מה? רגע, אז זה עשרה סופק. אז אי אפשר לתת על מהפוס הזה. אומרת הגמור, ואז הוא אומר תמי. בוא, אני רק רוצה לפרט. אני בטוח שאני לא שותה פה משהו. בוריס. לא יודע איפה זה הולך, אוקיי? ואז רובד את המי, רובד שיטסו, זה אומר רובד. אם חולין הוא בנו שלמה. מה קורה אם האמא חולין והבן שלמה? כן? נראה לי ששיחקתי את הסיפור הזה, או משהו דומה מאוד. שהחזון איש פגש של בן גוריון, אז הוא לא הסתכל עליו. ואחר כך הוא יצא החוצה, והוא הלך לאיזה מסתדה עם השר החינוך, אז הרן או משהו, זלמן הרן, יפה, זלמן הרן. הלך לכל איתו, דבר כזה, אני אגיד לכם דבר אחד, הרן הזה, קבל לי, יש לו אומץ. אני ספני לו, אני ראש הממשלה, לא סתכל עליו, לא יודע לתקן אותי, וזה, יש לו אומץ. אני אתן לו את זה. עכשיו, הבת שלו, הבת של הרן, שמע את כל השיחה הזאת. לפני כמה שנים היא פרסה, והמשפחה עשו איזה דבר אחד היא חייבת לשמוע, קטק לזה. אני רב, ולהתפלל שם איזה משהו, על קטק לזה. אז היא התפללה כל שבת, שהבן שלה יהיה לו אומץ כמו רב קרלס מבלבה. אומץ כמו רב קרלס מבלבה. זה מה שהתפללה שנים. אז הוא אומר שבאמת הבן שלה זה בתשובה, שם נפטר בתשובה. איך הוא אומר? בדיוק. אתה מכיר אותו? לא, אז אתה מכיר את זה, הסיפור אמיתי, מה סיפר לך את זה? ואתה תלמיד שלו? מה, אתה עכשיו שלך? כמה הוא היה שנפטר? אבל התפילות שלה לא הלכו לריק. לא, צריך לשבור לנתן, קצת יותר מאמץ. גם מאוד חשוב. צריך לשום. מה, זה לא לשום כבר, מה? היה גם לדברים להיות, היה משהו שאני רואה את הדברים הכי פחות טוב, לא משנה. רייטר. אז לא, איך זה קשור לסוגיה? מישהו מבין מה זה קשור? אז מה קורה? גם היא חולין ובנו שלמה. שוחד חולין, דווקא שוחד שלמה. מה קרה? שחד את החולין בחוץ, או שחד את השלמה. בפנים. למה פטור אבל זה? למה פטור? לפי רב שמעון. זה התירוץ, זה לפי רב שמעון. למה? כי מה שהוא שחד את השלמה זו שחיטה. הרג אותו נבדק לפי רב שמעון. שחיטה זה לא שחיטה, תקרצו זה לא שחיטה. לא מילה אחר כך. לא. יש כאלה ספוספת, אולי לא זה תודה, אוקיי. שלומי, גם שחולין, אם הוא תקום שחד תאיר, אחר כך שחד, ואחר כך חולין, אז הוא חייב, כן, זה ספוס ודאי. אין זריקת דם כאן, אין כלום, אז זה ספוס. זה אומר רובד, כן, הוא אומר רובד, חולין, בגנו אוהלו, דבר מאוד מעניין קורה כאן. כל הדברים האלו. הייתם חושבים שאותו הלוך, יש פה חידוש מאוד יפה, אותו הלוך, כמו שקוראים, זה כמו אוהלו, כן? אוהלו בשתיים, שתיים קורבנות. אומר רובד זה שונא. ואומר רובד, היא חולין. ולא אוהלו, לא נבואי, שוחד חולין, ואף כך שוחד אוהלו בכתו. לפי רב שמעון, אם קודם הוא שחט את החולין, מותר לאכול אותו. אחר משפט אוי לא? חצו, למה זה אסור סופק? אתה אומר זה לא, אני לא יודע אם הוא יזרוק את הדם או לא. דווקא היה לך מבית. לא יומן כי יסופר. אם אני מספר לכם שאנחנו 80 דף בתוך, אתם לא מאמינים. לא מאמינים. 80 דף, אה? אלא אפילו שחד, תגידו לכם, תסבוכם היה כיף, במוח זה היה כיף, זה היה טוב, לא? אני לא כיף כמו טרייבס, ובאים למקש, האוהלים לא ככה התחבר. זה היה כאילו, היינו בבין הזמן, אחר כך חוזרים ליום ראשון של הזמן, זה היה וואו, עכשיו חשוב. אלה שהתחילו איתנו ביום הקש, זה היה טוב. כל השחס ככה. אבל אפילו שוחד אוהל ואחר שוחד תחילו ככה. תקשיבו לשקורה ככה. שחט את האוהל ואחר שחט חולים, למה הוא כתוב? תקשיבו, שחית כמה יסלה שחיתו בסכינים. אי אפשר לאכול את האוהלו. למה אפשר לאכול האוהלו? אז תקשיבו. זה לא יאומן. אוהלו זה שונה משלומים. שלומים, אחרי שאתה שוחט, בעצם אתה יכול לאכול רק מה, יש כאן זריקה. אוהלו זה לא? כלום. אתה לא יכול לאכול. אתה לא יכול לאכול, לפי חפשים, זה לא עכשיו שחיטה. זה מה שתקבל, מה כדי שלא יכול שחיטה? זה שחיטה. זה לא מזרע את זה. ורבי יעקב אומר, רבי יוחנן, כי יש מזבח 8 קילו. אתם זוכרים, אני לא רוצה להפקיד אף אחד, כי אנחנו לא בחו"ל אבל זה רק קצת, זה פיגו, יש כאן מישהו שנבן מפיגו עצמו? פיגו זה אתה? שנתיים ישבת שקט, ופתאום יציאות, אתה חושב לך. אבל מה היה בשנתיים השונות? כמה יציאות היה לו, ולא משהו? תתאפק, מה זה? זה שינוי מאוד, אבל כמו נכלת. טוב. שלום אליהו שלום. אתה יודע מה זה פיגול, הלוך חזור באמצע שכינה שלך. כולם יודעים מה זה פיגול בשיר הזה. מה זה פיגול? שכל מי שוחט באמצע שחיטה הוא חושב לעצמו, אני הולך לשים את הבשר הזה על המזבח בעוד 5 שנים. זה פיגול. עוד איך הוא יכול לעשות את זה? אני אשים את הדם על המזבח בעוד 5 שנים. או אני אוכל את השלום ממנו, את הסטייק הזה בעוד 5 שנים. זה הכל עניינים של אכילה. אכילה, זריקת הדם זה אכילה. לשים את האימורים על המזבח זה אכילה. לאכול סטייק זה אכילה. הנה, תראו את הזה. תראו את 4 למטה. זה 4 סוגים של אכילה. זריקת הדם זה אכילה. אכילה של מה? שפיכת השיריים. השירה לא, אני לא יודע מה זה שפיכת שיריים. כן, שפיכת שיריים. כל מה שאימורים זה לשים בשר על המזבח. זה אכילה של מזבח, והפזח. וכמובן שהבן אדם אוכל את השלומים, את הטוידון, זה ממש אכילה בפשע. 4 אכילות. אנחנו לא צריכים לאכול פיגול, אפילו מי שלא מבין פיגול. מבין שיש מושג לשים אוכל על המזבח, כמו אוהלה. לשים את כל האוהלה על המזבח, זה נחשב לאכילה. אני יכול להסבור כמו כבוד, המזבח אוכל. אז ממילא, מה אתה אומר לי שהשחיטה לא... זה ראוי לאכילה. השחיטה כן עושה את זה, מה נשמע שלא לאכול? השחיטה כן עושה את זה ראוי לאכילה. למה? כי המזבח אוכל את זה. גם באוהלה. אמרו, כן, הוא יודע, שמו אכילה, הייתה פתאום לקרוא, ואם הוא יכול, יהיה יכול, נושא הזה לשלום. ושתי אכילה, זה כל הזמן דאבל. לא כתוב פעמיים, יהיה אוכל, שתי לשונות. אחד זה אכילת הדם, שהוא אוכל את הסטייקים של השטח. ואחר להכיל את זה מזבח, הוא אוכל את הדם, אוכל את האימורים, וכולי. אז כנראה פספסתי כאן את הסרטון הזה. העיבוד, הטלפון, כמה היום מתקבל. אומר, הוא שפט, תעגיד מה שהולכים לזה עכשיו. זה לא יאמר, הוא כל ככה מכיר. אין פישורים עכשיו, אין... הנה עכשיו זה פישור, שהדלת נסגר קצת. אוי זה זבונה, אני חושב שיש שם אפילו שלט. זה ממש אמיתי, שהוא ישן. זה נראה מפחיד.
I was watching that guy Miles. I mean, he was in bronze medalist, and like he kind of looks like about 190. It's their transitions. It's their like it's like water. You grab them, and they're just gone. There's nothing you're doing. There's nothing in their head. When Khabib was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go here and try Froze," and Easy just looked at him and just laughed in his face. I think Froze said that.
אבל אדם יש לו דברים קלים עכשיו, רבו ישראל, השאלה לכם דינים סופרים. אתה שוחט, והשחיטה שלך לא עלתה בידו כלום, שום דבר, למה? תשריף. השאלה לעבוד אזור, השאלה לעבוד אזור מה קורה לבינה, זה סבולנה, והשאלה יש פורס נטוס. אתה שוחט פורה אדומו, ושור הניסקה, הנה יש לנו פורס נטוס, בוא נראה.
Watch Samba. It's a team or MMA. MMA, like Samba is about it. Yeah, and they have to Greco, they have a lot of throws, they have a lot of leg locks, but it's MMA, it's just
טוב, זה לא מדויק. אפשר להחזיק ילדים, לעשות חיבור של...
It's not going to be just too bad.
Con mis amigos.
All that shit. How nice was that video I sent you that stream playing at like 4 in the morning? That watched that Mexican. That was like watching Devo versus Adam too. Oh yeah. Kid just gets a little old. This just shows you it's like exciting to me.
אני מכיוון שאני שוב, יש תמונית, יש חצי שעה, אני צריך לעבור קצת. ממשיכים הלאה. ושור הניסקה, זה בוא נראה שור הניסקה שנייה. אין שור הניסקה. יש שור הניסקה. זה הכל דברים כאילו... אבל לא, זה אפילו הילד שלך, נגיד.
It's a stream fight. That's the problem with it. That thing, if you notice, he gets knocked out in the beginning. He gets close.
מה עוד יש לנו? רגל הרופו. רגל הרופו יש לנו גם. רגל הרופו, הנה זה יפה. כל הסרטונים האלה. אני כבר, זה לא עניין המוילי. עכשיו צריכים למדוד. זה היה טוב למדינות. זה זה לא נחשב שליטה, למה? כי זה לא רואה, כל האלה לא רואים לאכילה. עכשיו אם נסתכל בידו, אם אתה שוחט ובטעות בלבלת שם את הסכין, הרסת, אתה לא עושה שליטה, אתה סתם תוקר אותו, לא סתם שלא יסבס בלוי. כדי להתפעל בזמנו, זה להיות שליטה, למה? או יסבס בלוי, אבל מי שמלגש לשנו על איזשהו רבי של עבד ישראל בשם שולחונה, תחשבו, מה האיסור שלו יסבס בלוי? על הראשון או על השני? רק על השני. הראשון זה כמו, אתה יכול לשמור את הראשון, אתה יכול לשמור את אימא, באותו יום, וזהו, לא יש את הבן. אז אם ככה, זה לא משנה, זה ממש לא משנה, כן? זה לא משנה, זה רש"י אמר בתחילת הכל לא משנה. לא ישנה ששחט ראשון לעבד הזו. מה שקרה זה את הראשון שחט לעבד הזו. עכשיו שאתה עובר על החיסור שלו יסבס בלוי, זה לא לעבד הזו, אז זה תופס. ושאילו שחונו. אבל ראשון שחונו בשאילו לעבד הזו, יש מצרים גבוי סי, אז היא כתוב, בוא נתחיל ככה. מה זה שואל? שאחד טון רבני היה בבסדן, והגיע אישה, רבנית, התחילה להתקשקש ככה וככה. אז הוא אומר לה, בסופו של דבר זה כאילו נגדרה ממנו. אוקיי, בסדר יוצא. זה החוצה. אחרי כמה שבועות היא פוגשת. מה תשכס לשם אותי נגדרה? זה כבר קשור, אני נכון, זה קשור. לקח לי כמה שבועות, לתפוס מה זה, כן? אני כבר לא שואל אנשים מה זה כאילו נגדרה ממנו. כל שבוע הם דירה יודעים זה כאילו נגדרה. מה זה כאילו נגדרה ממנו? מה זה שואל? אז שואל ש... אם נראה לי זה בעצם, אם אתה חייב על משהו חמור, בוא נגיד עכשיו, למשל, עם העריקים, תופסים כאן בחור ישיבה, נכנסים אותו לכלא, אז אולי מותר לו עכשיו להגיד למשתכן. אבל יושב בכלא, אתה לא יכול לתת לו גם לקח ממנו גופים להשתכן וגם יושב בכלא, זה לא בסדר. לא, באמת, כאילו נראה מיני. אתה נותן לו עונש, העונש שלך בסדר, אבל אתה חייב בוא נקבל את העונש השני. אם אחד מחלל שבת, הוא נוהג ברכב שממש גז מתפוצץ, ואחר כך הוא שובר איזה משהו בדרך, אז הוא פתור, מאותו נזק, למה? כי הוא ציל השבת. מה זה שואל? כאן בלצ'ולת, מייסן נוירו, אחד, מיד אחרי שבת, הוא הלך ונכנס לזה רכב. אז זה איך נשמור אפשר של אני נתפסתי, אני נסעתי לפני רבנותם, אני חילקתי שבת, זה לא חייב, זה לא יודעים מה לעשות אותו. לא משלם, כאילו הם דרם לזה, רגע, אבל שבוע שבת זה גם בסדר, נכון, אני בכלל אפשר לזכות שבוע. אני בעצם אוחז מרבנותם, אני לא, זה כאילו אני לא, עוד סיפור אחד קצר, החזון איש נכנס לאיזה חדר וחם אותם. אז אפשר לדעת מה זה קראי בדרז מולהם. הוא אומר, ילד, כשהרבא נכנס לחדר צריכים לחתום בשבילו. אז הוא אמר לו, זה פשט נגד. יש עוד פירושים. הקלטונים, אתם שומעים את הבעיה? אם הוא שחט את הראשון לאכול בסעודה שלו, ואת השני הוא שחט לעבוד זורה, אבל זורה הוא יוכל להדמיס על זה, אז איך הוא יכול לקבל עונש על עושה בזבנוי? תוך כדי שהוא שחט לעבוד זורה, הוא גם עשה עושה בזבנוי, אז רק מקבל עונש שחט את זה. זה חמור? או זה אפילו תינוק שבזכרה בילד לא יספור. זה אפילו בדור שלך זה מי שידעו. אני בחד יודע. לא, שלא, זה סטירה. זה ליסטוי. אני אומר שאפילו שוחד ראשון משולחונוי, יושן אליו וגזור חיו. לפעמים, גם אתה עושה את עבוד גזור, אתה חייב. לא יודע, אז רבי משום איזה. זה אז רבי משום עבוד גזור. וואו. אתם שומעים שדואגן, אתה עושה מייסה אחת. על המייסה הזה, יתנו רק על החלק אחד ולא את החלק השני. זה לא, אז זה לא. כי נדרה מני. כי אתה לא. או שלא. בעצם עשית משהו שאתה חייב מיסר. טוב, אז זה לא יקרים לך, אבל אתה חייב מיסר. ראינו את זה. זה בדיוק גם נתון כך. כאילו נדרה מני, יש לנו סיפון יפה. עם כל מי שבחדר נמצא לסיפון הזה. הכל שלנו רגע, מה קרה כאן? תגמוד אז הרבה משום עושה בזבנוי, כן יתרו בו משהו הזה, ולא יעשו בו משום עבוד בזור. אז לכן, נכון שליחה זה לא עבוד בזור, אבל התורה היה על עושה בזבנוי. לא, הוא חייב על משהו מטריד, והוא פתור על משהו לא מטריד. תמשיך לא נשאר מהרכיב וכי יעשו ביפתו. אם היו מטרים בו על עבוד בזור, היה תרטיב לרבני, הוא היה חייב על עבוד בזור, ולא עושה בזבנוי. כאילו, עשו בעינם פה, אז זה משנה. הוא עושה מעשה שפתים לרבני. אבל אני אומר, בזו תנאי, הולכים לשיטתם, וכימוס מתים יעונה, חייב ומיסטריס, שוגים, חייב ומיסטריס, שוגים, וטוב על האחר. הגברה תגיד דוגמה מאוד מאוד דומה, שלך חייב ומיסטריס, שוגים, ועברה בלי הפרעה, וחייב ומיסטריס, שוגים, וטוב על האחר. ולהגיד שהוא גנב נבלה ואכל את זה. יש כאן נבלה ויש כאן נבלה. יש כאן חיוב ממון, יש כאן גם נבלה. אומר לנו למה חייב, הוא חייב את המון, ולשתנו שם הפוקו. לא, חייב, זה לא יעשו בי. היה כאן נבואה. ויש לנו שם עוד פרטים. למה? בחייה זה, אם היו כן עוברים את הטוס, שקיעה זה אליהם פרטים. אם כן היו משהו. צריך שתי המקרים, ישמיעו ברור, רק את המקרה שלנו, של שום דבר לעבוד את זה. לא כל הרשימים ברקיש, הוא אומר זה לעבוד את זה, אז למה? כי גם מלכיס וגם המיסי זה עונש בגוף. אבל בהור, סליחה, אבל בהור, אם המועד, אם יש חיוב ממון, אז אולי שם הוא מודס. ויש בהור, כמו רבי יוחנן, שיש לו משקל, אבל בהור, שיש גם מלכיס וגם מיסי, זה שתיים בגוף, ואני עובד, ושום מלכיס, סליחה, רבויסאי, שלכם ערב טוב ונעים, בין הזמן טוב, חסקו, לא ליפול. נקשיב לאיציק, להגיע כלילה, שכוח.
So you just saw that in 10, 20 years. What do you think those robots are going to be? They're going to be insane. They're going to be human. They're going to look human, right? On scan, on all that, right? That, you and I may already be an advanced version of that. And we're now, we, as these robots, these really advanced robots, are doing this, are making better versions of us. So we are the most advanced version right now. Theoretical mathematicians are saying this. We are already the highest version of this.
So you're saying that, like, we're creating this and they could create something even better than that?
Yes, we are. So we will have, in 20 years, whatever it is, and time, of course, is just, it's not how you and I think of it. It's a relationship between two mathematical bodies. So in 20 years, whatever, we will have versions of ourselves that do everything better, physically and everything else. Now, will they have consciousness? That's the question. What is consciousness?
And there's also the, what's that theory called where we're going to combine, basically, it's just going to be called
mesh with machines. Already happened. Already happened. Already happened. Neuralink and all that shit.
Yeah. Are you a fan of that?
What's it all about? I don't know. I was sure thinking that. I don't know what to say about any of it. I don't even know. When I hear theoretical mathematicians tell me that this is, we're already in the simulation, I know the Buddhists do that crazy thing where they say, you cannot locate yourself. You don't know where you are. Like, if you think about the fact that you can witness where you are, we have this consciousness that can witness this avatar going through all these things, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Then who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Where is that?
What is consciousness?
Where is that person watching you from? What is that? Like, so you have a self, right? We all have a self that we protect really carefully, like this cubic space. Like, I eat a certain way. That's not you. That's the avatar you operate. It's fucking. This shit blows my mind. It's like, but it becomes, it starts to mesh with Buddhism in a weird way.
I like the idea, though, of things like Neuralink for people, like, they want to cure blindness, but people who are paralyzed getting their usage of their limbs back.
Absolutely.
I have a friend that he was on my wrestling team when I was in high school.
Yeah.
He ended up having ended up falling, hit his head, and he's paralyzed from like here down. One of the fucking nicest kids, amazing athlete, amazing wrestler. Nightmare. But it's just like he had just a neck injury that really destroyed him.
And that's what you want. You want to figure out the Yamanaka factors everywhere. That's the craziest shit. Where the stem cells go back to their beginning, and you actually start, you can create new cells in your eyes, in your head, and like all that. So they're reversing blindness. They're doing it right now. The guy won a Nobel Prize. They're doing it right now in dogs.
I found out that most blind people are completely, they don't just see black.
They see light. That's why they don't take your eyes out. They just take your eyes out. They make infections. The problem with taking your eyes out is the colors in your eyes regulate your circadian rhythm. So when you look at light, it tells you when it's time to go to bed. So you need to be able to gauge light and dark. Otherwise,
It just told me to a video where he cured 50 people's blindness.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm mad at the person.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
He cured 50 people's blindness.
It was just on Rogan just ago.
Was it good?
I have no clue. I'm not a fan.
No.
He just does nothing.
Looks like a
There's something going on there. I can't put my finger on, like, I don't know. He's gonna comment. No, I just not. I don't know what it is.
Just like that.
see him. I don't know if it's developed. I don't know why, but I agree. And I don't know what you're meaning. I don't know why I agree with you. But I've always felt that way. I think he's a great person, maybe. I think he does great things, but somehow I'm not interested. I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's something's going on. I don't know what it is. I took my finger in high school. I don't know, man.
Doesn't feel uncanny valley, you know, that the uncanny valley theory, where it's basically like anything that looks almost human but is not completely human, and it makes you feel uncomfortable.
I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. The reason we don't talk about fighting, okay, or we talk about sports, you know, we talk about it. Why don't we just have a conversation about levels? And the reason is because we all try hard to be good at something. And then when you see excellence, when you see real excellence, it takes all the things like dedication, learning how to talk to yourself, the years, talent, all that. It somehow gets us very intrigued because we respect it, because it's something that it brings out the best in humans, okay? Then there's another side of life where some people are really good at manipulating an algorithm. They're really good at creating a popular, they're good at creating something where the eye goes to it. It could be Paris Hilton. It could be whatever. You just do something. You do a lot of stuff. And then we all go. So he'll go, I'm going to do Squid Games. Or I'm going to give away this much money. And everybody's like, yeah. That is not, that somehow is void of, it's not inspiring, it's void of the things that we really like, which is like when you watch a great comic, you watch like Bill Burr, you go, that dude, like how he wrote that, you know, whatever. We're always trying for something, and when you see spectacle, when you see somebody who's very good at getting the lens to turn on them, and they make a lot of money doing it, they give away a lot of money, it's all but giving the money away is another way of getting the money. Yes, sure. So it becomes this trick. Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I don't know if he's bad or he's really a good person. It's something that also where it's like every video he does gets over 100, 200 million views. Like, I don't trust that. Like, I think there's something going on with him too. Oh, for sure. Like, there's some weird cahoots there with him and him. I'm sure there is. Like, every video he's ever done is like 25 million views my first day. I'm like, what's going on there?
Because like he just showed up on the scene and got like that. That took like I think like a decade of
it doesn't take a lot of work. He's an amazing guy in his own right. And what I'm saying, he's just like town. Like, it's just like I could agree with it. He has a good work ethic and he figured out that. It's almost like when you're trying to, he just said it. I mean, I think he's a good work. Because you're inspired by him. You go, okay.
No, I don't get inspired by him.
So you've been doing it for 5 years. No, this is way back.
Yes, it's currently October 4th, 2015. Yes, I'm probably like a freaking broke man when you see this. I'm still in high school right now, and when you see this, I'm actually going to be in, I'm not even being comfortable. This video.
You learn. So just this kid is great. He's a kid. He's probably feeling awkward. He's probably not doing sports. It's hard to be a kid who checks, right? And so, yeah, and so sometimes when you're him, you're not the all-star of the baseball, football team. You're a little bit on the outside looking in. It probably wasn't that pleasant to be high school, but he's got a positive attitude. He's a smart, good guy.
He's not a bad person.
Oh, he's a good person. What I'm saying is that he figured out his lane, and that's just not something I would do. But I appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
The only thing that I sense, because it's not a talent that he has, but I'm sure you know the same feeling when you first try a joke on stage and like the crowd laughs, but you still ain't get it down right, and you're just like, I know that's not the way it's supposed to be yet, but the crowd knows, they have an idea what I'm supposed to be saying. Right? That's kind of what he did, basically, what he explains with YouTube, where he's like, it was just every day I dial in, figure out what went wrong, what they went wrong, changing from that, like, yeah, it's not really a talent that, like, I look at it as like, wow, that's a talent, but he does have an eye for his art.
It's so well. Yeah, he's crushing it. I need all parts, but I want a friendly staff. I want to be able to get my brake light fixed. I want to be able to get my battery checked while I'm in my car. I want windshield wiper wash. If we touch it, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You don't need to online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Hello, and welcome to Pluto. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, just stream it for free on Pluto TV, where all your blockbuster favorites are landing all summer long. Catch Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. Fantastic. The Matrix Trilogy. Mean Girls. Titanic. And so much more. For Showtime, press nothing. They're free 24/7.
That is so fun.
Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Have you ever thought, this water is too wet? This beach is too sandy. Welcome to Beach Too Sandy and Water Too Wet, the podcast where we do dramatic readings of the most wild and off-the-wall reviews on the internet.
We read great reviews about everything from Vegas weddings, matchmaking services, and Trader Joe's to caves, toddler beds, and the spirit of Halloween.
You won't believe the things people think absolutely must be said on the internet. I suppose you know that some caves don't have bathrooms.
We hear about the good, like the time a couple was happily married in the Vegas hills,
And the bad, like how many people stole from pet cemeteries.
and the ugly. When there's sake lettuce and Chuck E. Cheese salad bowls, eating it pretty late.
Join us every Wednesday wherever you listen to your podcast. Target at Pet Cemetery.
You have the same feelings with like suck, right? I don't trust them. Yeah, that's what those guys are. It's created an actual technology that everyone in the world uses. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's correct. Some cheese might be sick. Now, was it a positive? Yes and no. Yes and no. Right? Yes and no. Like everything, there's a trade-off. Like everything, there's good, there's bad.
It just feels like we're going. I was watching there's a show called Ultimatum, and me and my girl were watching it. It's basically like couples go on a show, and one person in the relationship wants to get married, the other one doesn't, so they do a trial breakup and then date other people on the show and live with that person. And it's
Temptation Island.
no Ultimatum. And there was one kid on the show that every time he had like a problem, he would go and actually talk to ChatGPT. He goes, "How can I talk to my girlfriend about this?" And it showed me like we're at a point now where people don't actually know how to conversate or how to, because he was actually talking to his girl like ChatGPT. He goes, "So how else do you feel?" Explain. And in a way that like he sounded so robotic that I'm like, it's kind of fucking freaky.
Well, my son at 4 discovered Alexa when we were on vacation, and he was asking her all the questions. And Alexa was, as a child, was talking to my son like the woman that like, did such a good job. We were like, we gotta get away from this.
And what's sad is like that gray matter in your brain that makes you a social creature, it starts to shrink at a certain point, and then now you're just another fucking robot. You're no different. You're talking like AI. You're answering questions that way, which is not good for a human-to-human relationship at all.
I always feel like this too, like AI's great, you have all the answers, but it's not, we're not necessarily, we can't live on just answers. It's not, it's like that old saying, you've got all the information, but you're not any closer to the truth. It's like, okay.
This guy was dating this girl, his own girlfriend for 4 years, and at one point on the date he goes, "What's fun to you?" And I'm just like, what kind of fucking robot asks after 6 years, what's fun to you?
What do you like to do? How about this? How about this?
And she went, "Can you talk to me like a human?" And he goes, "How do you feel about that?" And I'm like, what is happening?
Because he has been trained to do it. You have somebody do this, what are you excited about right now in your life? Hey, you just I don't want to talk to you. What's your why? What's your why? That's awesome. What's your why? What's your why? And he sees the day. I was at coffee with these young gals. I went to coffee with these young gals, and I said, they go, "So what are your goals? What do you know?" How that happened? Yeah. And I went,
You're like, I'm 60 years old.
"My coffee." What's your goals? I said, "They went, what? That's amazing." This was 5-6 years ago. So
It's sad because you're 16. What do you mean your goals?
let's goals at 16. Don't be interested. If I have a dream board, get the fuck out of here. You're going to 6-year-old doing that stuff
On his dream board.
It's actually doing that, they're not going to tell you. You know, if they have goals and shit, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to we're not going to run up to them and go, what's your line? It's like, no, buddy, you gotta get out of the box. That's very new. Like my father's I don't know it either. My father's generation, your father's generation, they never spoke that way. My generation doesn't. It's these younger kids. And then being outspoken about your mental health. You see these bosses now, these bosses, you see this manifesting, you see these bosses now, there's people taking mental health days. And bosses are like, I can't run my company with this shit. What do you mean a mental health day? Suck it up, look what you take this. Yeah. Is that a gesture? I guess so. What else you got? I mean, I didn't know anything of it. With the AI thing, I heard Nick was tripping out on me because I was saying hi, and then after I finished asking ChatGPT, I say thank you. He goes, "Do you actually do that?" And I told him, I feel like in the future, I'm not going to be doing because I'm doing it so often, I'm using it so often, I'm going to stop using that in real life. I'll tell you, what's your name? Okay, just go. I gotta make sure I keep tabs on you. I see it too with like married couples where they talk to their kids. Like the last thing see how my kids is like, so that's my wife's so I love you. And when I see people go, yeah, grandpa, like that's yeah, I hate that thing. And to your point, I think that's because of text, because of AI. So when they start doing it, I'm like, that is the wrong thing. If I don't have the phone on me without saying that, I call my guy, what the fuck? I'm like, what happened? Yeah, what I did? What what's wrong? It's so weird to me. My kids, let me show this one. So Shane Gillis broke the world record for the most tickets sold for an individual, I guess, entertainer, 75,000 tickets. That's so fucking dope. So 76,000 tickets. Shane's the man. Gillis is now the proud. Shane Gillis is now the proud world record holder for most tickets ever sold by a solo comedian with 76,212. This is a comedy show, folks. This is not WrestleMania. This is not Muhammad Ali. This is Shane Gillis telling jokes. This makes me so happy that so awesome. The official number is going to replace 74 to 77,000. And again, usually these type of crowds are for an absolute spectacle. And the fact that Shane Gillis' comedy has risen to that level is fucking insane. I've had Guinness show up to my shows for the least amount of people that have ever shown up to comedy shows. That's so crazy. It's a wild superstar shit. Guinness is the big. If the Guinness Book of World Records shows up to your comedy show, that's fucking crazy. That's so good. Shane's a great guy too. He's a great person. Down to earth motherfucker. All right, kids, where are you gonna be at this weekend? San Antonio, Texas, kids. I'm driving right there. Laugh out loud. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Go to Sunday show. It's an easy one. So yeah, it's an easy one. Yep, it's an easy one. That's a good one. And then I'm in Ghana next month. The Friday and Saturday are selling really well. I really need more people to come out to the Thursday one. And then Edmonton, that's it. Yeah, because everything's looking good, but then like Thursday a little late. I'm like, Friday, Saturday. Yeah. Bye, kids. That's it. We love you. This is Fine Kid. We're out.
Hell yeah, how's everybody doing? Somebody else over there. How many of the Austin security guard service? We got saved. I'm sorry. My handwriting was not much up. And how about a hand for the video? Everybody has to start all hand around this TV man. God damn it, that is the one and only Michael Gonzalez on the drums. A little deeper on the horns all the way over here. That's Steve Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. And the man that put it all together, the great John Hayes right down the barrel there. Ryan Hayes, they all do something clothing company. It's unbelievable. It's a Scribble peanut butter whiskey band brought to you by Scribble Peanut Butter Whiskey, the best damn peanut butter whiskey on planet Earth. Here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, does it make sense that the same company who controls half of online retail also passively eavesdrops on your private conversations at home? What about the idea that a single company controls 90% of internet searches, runs your email service, and gets back to track everything you do on your smartphone? Big tech is more powerful than most countries are, and they profit by exploiting your personal data. It's time to put a layer of protection between your online activity and these tech juggernauts. That's why we use ExpressVPN. I use it for absolutely everything. I never browse the internet without it. I love ExpressVPN. It makes me feel like there's an extra layer of security in this dangerous, wild, nosy world we live in. Right, man?
Yeah, not only do I have it at home on all my computers, but I have it on my phone. Think about how much of your life is on the internet. Sadly, every site you visit, video you watch, or message, you send gets tracked and data mined. But when you run ExpressVPN on your device, the software hides your IP address, something big tech can use to personally identify you. So ExpressVPN makes your activity harder to trace and to sell to advertisers. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your internet data to keep you safe from hackers and eavesdroppers on your network. That's why ExpressVPN is rated #1 by CNET, Wired, TechRadar, and countless others. What I like most about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use. You just download the app on your phone or your computer, tap one button, and you're protected.
So stop handing over your personal data to the big tech monopoly that finds your activity and sells your information. Protect yourself with the VPN that we trust to keep us safe online. Visit expressvpn.com/Kiltony. That's expressvpn.com/KILLTONY to get 3 extra months free. Go to expressvpn.com/Kiltony right now to learn more. Hey y'all, contrary to current headlines, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and not surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates ASAP for any of these industries or any other industry you need ZipRecruiter right now. You can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony.
How can ZipRecruiter help you grow your team? Well, ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who is perfect for your job? Well, ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a private personal invite so they are more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility like urgent, training, provided, and more. Let disruptive matter-technique industry. What I've been having 2 years of concerts everywhere. Quality campaigns are going to be insane.
Be loyal to us. We are loyal to them. What a great company. What a great podcast you're listening to. See for yourself for this exclusive web address. I try ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. Smartest way to choose. Again, the soundboard we're going to test out tonight. That should be very exciting. Sound. Very good, very good. Thank you for that. It's already super annoying. So that's it. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Well, then you're in for a special treat. This young lady was a regular on the show at 19 years old, 8 years ago. Since then, she flourishes. She sells out all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, former Kill Tony regular, legend of the game, the great Ali McCoskey, everybody. She's won everywhere from Atlanta, San Diego, Vancouver, Sacramento, and Dania Beach. Welcome back. Thanks for having me. Hell yeah. You've been on this show for a long time. Yeah. A veteran of the game. And how long have you been with stand-up? I think 8 years. 8 years. And you started like a win.
Happy birthday, David.
This shit worth it, motherfucker. So you say you're a fan. It's kind of profile. People off a little Ford, you know what I mean? Rabbi is a fan. Yeah. It says, warning, Rabbi is a pimp. Yeah.
By the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Chill Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, the best goddamn security guards in the world. Look at this guy over here. Give it a hand for Dwayne, everybody. Give it a hand for the best man in all the land, the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band, everybody. Are you guys with us tonight? We got a guy biting his nails out here, fucking tripping balls. That's great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. John Dees on the keyboard. This is Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. Look at that beautiful man. That's great D Madness on the bass. We're gonna have a lot of fun before we start tonight's show. Here's all the more of the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hey, here we are, 2023, this new year. You've got goals and factor is here to help you achieve each and every one of them. Fuel up fats for the ready-to-eat, nutritious meals delivered straight to your door, leaving you time and energy to tackle everything on your to-do list. Achieve and maintain your 2023 goals with Factor. Get America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit and start saving time, eating well, and living your best year yet. I absolutely love Factor because it's super easy, tastes amazing, it comes, straight to my door. It's fresh, never frozen, meals are ready in just 2 minutes, so all I have to do is eat and enjoy. I'm a busy guy, so this stuff is priceless. No matter your lifestyle.
style factor is delicious flavor-packed meals to help you live up to the fullest. The keto, calorie smart vegan, veggie, and protein plus options on the menu each week, prepared by chefs and approved by dietitians. Each meal has all the ingredients you need to feel satisfied all day long. Speaking of keto, calorie smart.
What up, baby?
No, seriously, when I was on keto, that was one of the worst things, is trying to find keto food and constantly
Are you there?
keto food. You have Factor do it for you, and they have 34 chef-prepared, dietitian-approved weekly options. There's always some your meal to replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 36 sweets, smoothies, juices, and more.
Be smart and do it fast with Factor at factormeals.com/Joel2015 for code Joel2015. The biggest clouds, the coldest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoking the good stuff or CBD but hate the thrill of lung burning, then you gotta check out today's sponsor, Freeze Pipe. Freeze Pipe makes a unique line of freezable pipes, bubblers, lungs, and more engineered to cool smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Pipe is your answer for the smoothest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of yoga lately, a lot of cardio. I think I'm in the best shape of my damn life. And I have always been a smoker. You know, I'm friends with Snoop Dogg and those types of people. You know, the blunt smokers in the world, if you know what I'm talking about. However, lately I've been using this amazing freeze pipe to keep my lungs crystal clean and super clear and under control. And freeze pipe is the best way to do it, Redman. And you've been doing this yourself.
Oh yeah, I love it. I've been using it every day. The secret is the freezable certain chambers that come on every piece. I want to use in the freezer for 1 hour, and as you smoke, it passes through this icy chamber and instantly cools it down for dramatically smooth and chewy toast. Glycerin is a non-toxic fatty gel commonly found in food and sweeteners. It freezes quicker than water and stays frozen longer. Putting ice in your lung is one thing, but chilling smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber will change how you light up forever.
With a 4.4-star rating and thousands of reviews, check out Freeze Pipe's entire line of high-quality glass at thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off. Shop today. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? Man, oh man, this is just one of those weeks where I just can't believe it. 3 regulars, 3 unbelievably great comedians of our modern time, of all time, 3, all at the same goddamn time. Unbelievable. How excited I am. 3 of my favorite singers, Lucky Johnson, Jim Florentine, and Eddie Pepitone. Wow. Saturday Night Live. Lucky Johnson. Jim Florentine. Eddie Pepitone. Lucky motherfucking Johnson. You guys make some noise for our guest. Wow. 3 of my favorites all at once. We all worked together forever. Lucky and I worked at the Comedy Store together for a decade and a half ago. She is now one of the stars, truly, of Saturday Night Live. How cool is that? She used to get me so drunk you would not believe. I would stand at her bar in the front of the Comedy Store, literally the front patio, and I would sit there and we would get drunk as fuck. Talk about how maybe one day we would have some cool interjections. We'll try out stand-up show. Dreams come true. I am creating
Epitome, ladies and gentlemen, here. Yet again, he's all around tour. Right, Eddie? Just finished weekend. You're working to get tickets for your own shows. You got a nice song. I wish I had this video. It's a great sound. Again, with the great Jim Ford. These guys have all done this show before. Jim has a podcast. Everybody's off. Available everywhere. It's Jim, you're the fucking man. Listening to you forever. Since I was a little kid. Howard Stern. Crazy. I feel like he's done it before. That's wild. No, I feel like he's done it before. That's probably a really good sign. How many of you know what the fucking show you're at right now? You might know that lately over 150 people have been signing up every single week for the opportunity. They're stacked out on the sidewalk right now. They're packed into the corner. Comedians, make some noise. Hey guys back there. You hear that? You hear that sound roar? You're just hear a bunch of red lions before. Anyway, I pull their name out of the bucket. They get 60 seconds into the time is when you get the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry ones. Hollywood Bear trolling us here all the way from Los Angeles. It just roars when people go over their time, cuts them off, and then I interview them and we find out more about them all together. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen at any given moment. You guys ready to start this fucking show? Well, the first comedian going up tonight is not out of the bucket. In fact, it is one of our great regulars. He starts off every single show. We watch the boy go from sleeping in his van, eating fucking oatmeal cookies all day and all night. Now he's rich. He just sold out a whole weekend in fucking Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Stiff.
So, I love Texas because everyone has guns here. Even things out for skinny boys like me. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? I'll just turn sideways. I was just in Honolulu. I thought every public bathroom had a bidet in it, but it turns out I was just sitting on a homeless guy peeing in my mouth. So the Chinese balloon got shot down. Man, these jet reveal parties are getting out of hand. You know, it was a girl, there was no confetti in it. In China, it's jet reveal parties also called proportion reveal parties. Boy, or try again. Thank you.
Motherfucking coming in strong, fresh off of Hawaii.
Hell yeah.
You're living that life, huh?
Yeah, thank you, Tony.
I love it. I wrote a note down here. Homeless guy peeing in my butthole. Shame we don't give out like Academy Awards and dispensing tickets that maybe one of the best written anythings I've ever heard in my entire life. That's a crazy word. Hans, how do you feel?
I feel amazing as always. Another blessed day in the life under Tony Hitchcock's tutelage.
I don't know if I can take all the credit, but thank you. I still like it every time you say it. You are doing really good. Anything crazy happening in Hawaii?
I went to Pearl Harbor, the site of our biggest W.
Is anything stood out to you on Pearl Harbor?
The profound sense of
professional.
Adam Souza.
Haunted coffee shop. It's a shame. What do you do?
I expect 5 stars and 5 stars only. All right, Philip Abraham, you are next on Phil Tony, straight out of the bucket. Looks like a new name. We love meeting newbies here. A lot of signups lately. You guys having fun out there? How do we feel, Austin? Drink on, my friends. One more time for Philip Abraham.
I just like Big Deal.
What you hear, gather and grow. Same thing with the tree. Now the 3 steps. Cut the tree down. Gather it and bring it to the center of the city. Play the center. Here, the center of the city. And you made a tree that's Severe occurrence that is in another city. More also.
Philip Abraham, everybody, making his way. Technically, this is Phil Tony debut, correct? I was not expecting someone scarier than Shane B on GM. Somehow, here comes the comedian who looks you directly in the eyes while eating punchlines. Are you Shane's dad from Nashville? So, let's talk about it. This has to be your first time doing stand-up, right? 3 weeks, okay. First of all, you literally used the oldest joke of all time, the HBO joke, which I have heard it for 16, 17 years continuously. I can't imagine how long it took to, I'm sorry to give your age, I'm 45 years. 45 years, right? I mean, like, continuously. So, 45, and he's heard it. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that predates even HBO. And somehow you were doing the HBO joke. Alright, so you've been doing stand-up for 3 weeks. You're doing some old ass fucking bullshit like jokes that you're not out of joke right now, but you're scared. So let's talk about what you actually could be talking about. Do you have any jokes where you actually talk about something that your perspective on life that is scenario? Let's start there.
You look like the bad guy from Indiana Jones. Like, Shane had done nothing. This thing got a mile. We gotta get the fuck out of here, people.
I hope the waters are working tonight.
Don't try to feel once it's at 7 or 4.
Very good, yeah. This is getting scarier.
You thought when you forward commercial life. Your ability
Jesus fucking Christ. What is going on here tonight? Is this a special Halloween episode of Phil Tony? Someone pranking me right now? Well, I work in a cemetery. Okay, when you do kind of state like that changes it. For the state, it's a totally different type of cemetery. Everybody's alive. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, we're all do this here. Wow. Austin Zone. Jim, what do you think about that?
Actually, nobody ever knew about South India.
The first foundation is in the 70s by the name of
John D is hitting us with a little bit of South Indian music there with the left hand. It's easy to do if you know fucking town. Do you listen to South Indian music still? Shit, sounds like a nice little remix. Tell us about a year. What are you like? How old are you? You seem like you could be anywhere between 140 and 300. Seem like you got like a special something on board for 40 years old. What have you done with your life? Do you have a family or anything? What's the story? What have you been doing the last 40 years? Jesus Christ. Like what? Let's talk about it. You said nothing since you got up here. You did old-timey jokes. And in the interview, you said cemetery. I didn't get anything more. I'm trying to find out about you. This is where you would start finding out if you could find material on that art form build up. Like what? What else? Other than writing obituaries, there's one more thing. Your entire 40 years on planet Earth. You can say anything right now. What kind of ice cream shop is this? Were they already from Europe? What are you doing in this ice cream shop exactly? I gotta check.
Very simple.
Are you just in charge of melting the ice cream and getting it to the 95? Do you have a funny bone in your entire body? Have you ever made anyone laugh like an iPad? Can you give us an example of that? Can you tell us about that time? You sort of lay the scene and then we'll be like, oh, no, it's funny. Or we're going to be like, fuck, he did it again. The thing that he does. That one guy did that one thing the whole time. And Tony was really trying.
I'll say one thing, okay? I'm gonna be supportive because we've been shitting on you. I'm trying to be supportive and just on some extra shit. You know what? I don't even want to do it no more. Right there. I want you to laugh at your face. Like, you say a lot of funny stuff, but you're not like saying the things around it that can make it funny. Like, you work at an ice cream shop, you can say a whole bunch of things and a lot of those don't walk out. That's funny. It's like you put your nuts in the ice cream. Like, don't make shit up. Like, say what actually happened because it could be funny. You write obituaries? Ain't no motherfucker gonna write an obituary. That is hilarious. Like, say what? You know what? I want you to work on believing in yourself because you know a lot of things that you've done. And you don't believe that it's funny, but it is. So work on it and you're gonna be great at it. You just gotta believe in it. I don't think you have what it takes at all to do that. I'm still over here cooking up jokes with ice and cream and shit like that.
He kind of reminds us of our friend Tyler Berry. You a little bit. What's your sex life like in the UK? You're not fucking anything, but you're not saying you're not gay. You're just worried your South Indian parents might watch this podcast and you're gay. Are you gay? No.
Like, that's gay, everybody. That's gay. Welcome to another episode of That's Gay. No, I'm not. I mean, I would fuck a guy, but
Ladies and gentlemen, there was the Keltoni debut. Feel about Philip, can you catch? Philip, can you catch? Yeah, Philip Abraham, everybody.
All right. What we got, ladies and gentlemen, another one here, regulars, an absolute legend, famous for his joke writing and fucking roasting skills. He does it every single week. One of the baddest motherfuckers on planet Earth. It is David Lucas, everybody.
So much rain that my feet get stuck in the mouth from the rain. I can't even get it inside.
Make some noise for David, everybody.
That's life. Feel so bad. God, literally.
Exactly a minute. Every single week for years, selling out everywhere, killing all over the place.
Are you calling me a chicken egg right now?
I love it. So you got a new iPhone. That's cool. How many bites? How many bites did it take you to eat it?
So is it tomorrow?
It was a big one. I hope you were able to Jay Leno's car covers here tonight. She stands up and he ice it down to me. Don't ask questions, alright? Hell no. Yeah. Absolutely. I can relate because I too am a lesbian. I can't
real weird ass niggas. Sitting there smoking a cigar and admired it.
Are you saying sales?
father follow you here?
No, he's gonna visit soon though, but he's not here. Austin's great. I don't know. I just like the fact that I can actually do comedy more than twice a week, like in Rochester.
Yeah, upstate New York is hell. You've said it many times on this show. It is truly one of the most depressing
Drums there. You skip it.
Yeah, no, I literally said it years ago that I would never go back to upstate New York. I knew I sometimes will swing by Buffalo. Buffalo is the essential former Japanese. Let me ask you this: is your dad like really deaf, or is he just kind of
deaf? Like if there's a siren and you can hear it, they can't really know what it is. You know what I mean?
does he do? Like, how does he do stand up if he doesn't have the timing of the audience? Like, it sounds like a fucking train wreck.
Well, Terry was 13. So what happened to me? Mercury poisoning.
I mean, regular, you're basing your base. And you know, I know
His brother went away to college. There was lots of mercury in the room that my dad moved into.
Seriously, yeah. So your uncle has had to deal with the guilt of making his brother deaf.
I never spoke to him about it. Like,
Never spoken to your uncle about how he made your father deaf. That never came up in conversation. You never made a joke in this family of comedians. No one ever said,
hey, we didn't put mercury in the turkey this year.
I mean, somebody's got to fucking acknowledge the awkwardness of the situation, right? There's no fucking, mercury is always ever a trooper in your boss. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some acknowledgement of the fact that fucking, you know what I mean?
Somebody else will bring it up, honestly.
Right? Your dad was like, no. Sorry, dear. Am I okay? Is it okay to make fun of deaf people?
One example
I don't know
of
the
you
code
being
is.
something. I told you a little bit.
Do you get along with deaf people, or is that like a thing? Like, do they annoy you? I'd imagine sometimes you guys are in like the same line or the same parking spot or some shit. You got hired by a deaf guy? Oh, fuck yeah. You're nothing like this guy's father. It's incredible. So, what do you do for actual work? How do you make a living?
I've been trying to find a job out here and stuff.
Wait, you're a felon? Breaking into women's underwear stores is, how are you a felon?
I was retired drug dealer.
What? What kind of drugs are you dealing?
It was all
Candy cigarettes? What's going on?
I've been trying to buy some drugs from Woody from Toy Story.
There's a grand in my boot. This shit will get you Buzz Lightyear. You know what I mean? Wow, you were the Molly guy? Can you give us an example of like how you would sell drugs? Can you give us a say you're at a concert right now and you see a bunch of people like, what would you sell? It's one of those things where you just, you know, you have it and it just sells itself. I guess. Wow, really good sales. It's Molly sells itself. So how do you get high? What's that like?
The guy that was getting it from China. And he was like, dude, this email is like encrypted, bro. But then, you know, Homeland Security found like this watching emails.
You were sending Molly to China?
No, he was getting it from China. Shark Web.
This is your dealer? Your dealer was getting it from China.
That's right. And he was like, the email's encrypted, you know, don't worry about it. The whole time, it was not encrypted. That's So yeah.
Wow. So when they just show up to your door or something like that? So you look like undercover cop energy. So if that happened to me and I was you, and when they're like, you're under arrest, I'd be like, no, you're under arrest. I've been doing a sting operation on you guys. It seems like it would be believable. You seem like a very, very straight and narrow.
I didn't think of that time because I was
It's a revolution.
yeah, they would have worked all that.
I want to show you something.
So you
This is
can
something
get
you
like
don't see
a like they look at that record, you can't tell what this is Molly. He's an international drug dealer.
Yeah, there's no rules for Molly, right? It's basically heroin.
Might as well be
Totally.
maybe a Lyft driver.
I'll
That's
try
what
that.
it's gonna do.
There you go. Mystery is that recruiter right man is out here making dreams come true.
Watching the show. Watching the
The old Rochester special.
Incredible picture.
Nothing better living in a place where there's nothing to fucking do. Just get blacked out and fucking. How'd you get a DUI? Didn't even catch you. It was one of those days, you know, one of those days where you start drinking to do. One of those days where you start some of us have fucking careers sober. Very well. Okay, so what happened? You start drinking again, and then some young day broke your heart. No, obviously, she'll never remember their wives.
Fascination.
I drank all day, and then I went to drive home at 11:30, and following like the rules of the road, you know. There you go. That's one way of putting it. Sure.
That's
One rule specifically that you
says
fucked
you're not
up
gonna
on.
believe it.
Well, it was funny.
Here he is. He
Because
says
all
over
the
the
police,
story
like,
video.
I was driving somewhere, let's say a guy,
Follow
like,
him in.
was like, I'm
The
just
boy
gonna
said, look
follow
who I
this
met
guy
over there.
for
What's your name?
Oh shit!
What'd you say?
And you know you're drunk when some guy bleeding out of his
First time
window
ever.
like.
That's a transformation. I want some now. I mean, I said I was. He got me. I was sitting around. Really scared.
He was fighting my mom when I got away. I was like, what the fuck, dude? And then he didn't say anything for like 10 seconds. He was like, he was like, let's let them deal with it. Like, I was holding around the corner.
Wow, cool. All right. So, very interesting.
Congratulations on getting on the
yeah,
show.
so
Anything else for K-Day? You guys have you want one of these K-Day? It's a joke. There you go. K-Day joke book from the green outside. Check him out on Instagram, BONEZEY. No Jared Nathan tonight, correct? He's not here, right? Is that right? No Jared? There is no Jared. Right. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have another golden ticket winner who's never even performed here in Austin. He hasn't turned in on his golden ticket in forever. We met this young man in Seattle, Washington, I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago. Literally one of the very few golden ticket winners ever in the history of the show here for his Austin Kentucky debut. Make some room for Tom Royce, everybody. Somebody, guys. Here for a special treat. One more time for Tom Royce, everyone. Come on. What's up, Austin? I ordered a brand new shirt that I just ordered recently online. The guy actually called me and said, hey, Todd, you ordered a 5XL. I want to make sure that wasn't a typo. What's a typo? No, it's probably type 2. I forgot to the other day that these glasses make me look like Jeffrey Dahmer never stop eating people. I always take responsibility for things in my life. I blame my weight on my mom because when I was a kid, she let me eat whatever I wanted. She wasn't like one of these parents that let their kids get gender reassignment surgery, but she did let me grow my own tits. So, and I'm sorry, ladies, I am married. I've been married for 15 years. My wife has seen me naked a lot. My wife has seen my dick more times than I have. Another new minute for Todd Royce, everybody. Mary Poppy, one of the few golden ticket winners ever, which is when you have such great performance on a road show, and you can check in and be on any episode of Tony from then on. And it's been at least 3 years since we've seen you. So 3 years was the 2 weeks before the shutdown. Right. Yeah. You've
Awesome, by the way,
You're
it's
not
good to see you.
yes.
I'm down 3.5 pounds. I'm 3 years.
What happened was
I've never seen pecs
was
get flexed like that. Imagine the strength of my pecs. They have to, I mean, come on. I mean, if you can do that with those, I can't imagine what's hidden underneath there. There is a well-shapen person that is called Elon Musk. I love the way you're looking at me. You love it. So, you know, it's just this beautiful way to make it look. Guy's a gay guy. I hate it now. I guess. I don't know. I'm just my assumption. It's true. I love it. Todd, you look like a woman that we would fly over China. American fucking research photo. That's what it should look like, right? Let's get a Buc-ee's t-shirt on this guy and throw him over there. Let's fucking go. You look like an American weatherman. But you know my new wrestling name? Yeah.
Let's go and jump into it.
What's involved with your stand-up? We know that you're from the Seattle area. We saw you in Seattle. We saw you in Vancouver. Legend of the show.
After
What's on
this
now?
conference,
I moved to Las Vegas and then I got fired. And now I just do comedy. Now I'm actually doing a tour down here, a newer show here in Austin tomorrow night.
How was the job that you had in Vegas that you got fired from?
I was working for a branded company. I was doing printed. It sucks, but I got fired from that job. Got my 401k and severance checks. So
Love you guys for moving from North
that's the way.
Carolina. Sponsors
That's my new goal. Your doctor's like 401, not gag.
I like your style. So how you making money now? Just on stand-up?
Just on stand-up. Can I tell like my flip moment? Because I got shows coming up in Burbank and San Diego, DC, Philadelphia, Tampa. Are you gonna be involved? I will definitely be there. I'm gonna thank you.
Jim Florence, what do you think about this big fight?
Yeah.
And the city of Vegas is a lot of clubs there.
There's a lot, yeah, up and down the strip.
No shortage of buffets there.
So yeah, well, you know, there actually is now. They shut down a lot of buffets. They were looking. John Bennett has come back, and there's no buffet there. And now they're closed down. They're gonna have everybody.
No John Bennett references. The only two people here that know that are Debbie and Jim.
I used to open for
First off,
I had a whole read with them every time too. I'm like,
John Bennett and also comedian, obviously, was very along the way. His jokes were about how big he was. And several years ago, a long time ago, somebody made the joke, and I can't remember whoever it was, but they're like, did you hear about John Bennett? Yeah, on the diet, he lost 40 minutes. There's that, you just talk about being fat, and then you lose the weight, you're full. I have other material that I'm working on about how small my dick is. Is it small or is it just small in your body?
I think when you push it in, it does seem to get bigger. So I don't know if it's gonna fuck your okay.
She thought you were a lesbian this whole time. She's like, I wanna fuck this big bitch.
No, I like a big bitch. I like a big bitch. Honestly, I just want to tell like the skinny guys, like, no excuse to have kids all around the time. You like, the only person that has an excuse to do it is the woman that I look like that. Like, you have no excuse. Like, what? Hold it, like, you can't touch it. Like, all of, okay, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. You're like, I love you, you motherfucker. Yeah, that's right. Like, get your shit together. You are funny, but I don't want to like, okay, I'm shut up.
He just gave away the fact that she actually does stand up while he we thought was a joke actually is true. She's mad we
Plus, now we can see that once you pass this mission,
I'll show you later. Oh, yeah. You guys should do a trade-off. You guys should watch each other. We should like it.
just because we don't see stuff, and this is really a big
Finally got a chance to clean out the microwave film. Rounds at Costco right now, perhaps. What's the wife up to? What is she doing again? What is she doing for? Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to think of more shows. Yeah, what is she doing for? She's a dietitian. Todd Royce, everybody. There you go. What an appearance. That is a true Golden Ticket winner. For those of you that are historians of the show, it's a pretty big deal. I'm honestly quite shocked that Todd Royce made it through the almost pandemic that's supposed to be. We were supposed to be so worried about him. I mean, we have guys, we have 700-pound guys that we haven't seen in 3 years. Like, yeah, I moved to Vegas. What's up? Shit, they tried to shut down the country. This guy's out here shaking his tits. They tried to shut down the country because they're going to be flexing his fucking 200-pound tits. Thanks for your next comedian, Dave Dowling, everybody. Dave Dowling. Hell yeah. How many of you guys like having comedians do good on this show? How many of you like having comedians do bad on this show? Oh, very interesting. Dave Dowling, everybody. One more time for Dave, everyone. One more time for Dave Dowling, everybody. We all might do this for a chance to maybe get a minute. Here's Dave Dowling.
That's good. You got 150,000 there. Right, 50,000 there. And you could take over the next one. What is the possibility of and what do you have in the business? It doesn't help. You have to work for the employees here. You need to do any podcast. Then we'll do it for this. You have to do it for we have something that's something else. What do you tell me to be a hundred thousand dollars? Get a lot of what you do, and they look at it. They see what you're doing. And after you scream, it doesn't affect all the
It's so interesting. This is one of your first times doing stand-up, correct? The first time ever. Thank God for that. If you were going to say you were in your bed, I'd be really depressed. So, Dave, what made you want to start today? You're what, about 48 now? You're 30?
influence the majority, either to say the majority does what it desires, or let's say the majority does what it desires, but the majority does the majority of the city is not what it desires. What is the so called?
Working on rooftops, like what? How is 38 an option here? Like just mountain to like never a glass of water, a straight Mountain Dew, and fucking what? Bread, like white bread and Mountain Dew, just nothing else. Like someone told you that was cool, it never stopped working no matter how much the job pays. Like what? That's no way you're creating your fucking with me, dude. Oh my god, we are the same age. I am actually 38. See, me and you, my dear friend, have worse problems than you know. You got abuse and abuse. You look like a second generation abuser. An abuser of women, children, animals, perhaps migrants, animal abuse, getting a lot of things. What have you been doing for 38 years? Why do you think you look like a 55-year-old worn out man?
As it says,
Yeah.
literally,
You were the original Jackass guys, right?
Better in the
I'm
city.
kidding.
I'm kidding.
I'm kind of just we talk about crystal meth, heroin, all the drugs. If you tell me Molly right now, I'm gonna kill myself. You tell me you got Molly from China.
United States of
Can you imagine that guy buying drugs from the Korean side over there? Like what's going on? Right? I know. I still think you're dealing drugs right now. So what do you do? Do you 38 years? What other than drugs? Sell drugs. You make a living doing that.
Citizen of Florida. After they check your flights, they check your credit card, and you don't do this. Tell me.
What else? What do you do for fun? Like, what's your deal? You play music? What kind of music do you play? Well, you mean all kinds of music. What's your main instrument? There must be one that's good on all. One human gets to jump solo and they have to try to beat the red-headed drummer. It's literally never happened before. We've done this, I think, 50-some or 60-some times. It's never happened before. But right now, if this happens, Dave Dowling could potentially be the new drummer of Kill Tony. You get to decide, but you have to be honest when you guys vote at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, here on this night, completely unplanned, there shall be a Mexican drum-off. This man has a chance to work professionally as a drummer on the #1 live podcast in the world. All he has to do is have a better drum solo than our resident drummer, professional musician, Michael Gonzalez. And now, Nate, are you ready? Here with this drum solo after his first try ever
stand-up comedy.
That's only the start of the year. First, I gotta see the start of the year. You talking about a relationship or a brother. Then, seriously, affirmation is perfect. Affirmation is perfect.
Quite the showing. Quite the showing. Michael Gonzalez handing it up down here. Undefeated all-time in Mexican drama. A professional drummer. Undefeated. Ladies and gentlemen, here to defend his throne, to defend what he loves, his position every Monday. Our friend, Hilton. This is Michael Gonzalez. Well, you guys have decisions to make, believe it or not. Because historically on the show, you get to decide it was going to be fair as I got to think of it. But here you are, you get to hear it live. How many of you have Dave Dowling winning the Mexican drum off here tonight? How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning? Drummer, the great Michael Gonzalez. Dave, you got on stage for your first time ever. Here's a little jump up for you. Take one of those. That's from the Great Bones. That's real Texas leather.
Honestly, I thought it was close, man, for real. I thought it was like, oh shit, this
Red
is really
Band
good.
doesn't have an ear for you.
No, more Mike went on stage.
There you go.
Red Band trying to get his fucking late Democratic vote in.
Didn't show up to the polls. There he is. Maybe do a recall here, creepy ass company. Vanderbilt literal shut the fuck up. There he goes. Hey, I want to get my absentee vote now. Not as not nearly as good as Michael. Yes. Let's check in with the great Puppy Johns. I want to say something. Dave Dowling. First of all, we should have played that percussion on your fucking shirt. That motherfucker percussion played on his shirt. So, you know, that means you don't want that every day. Use that shit. Now don't tell me it'll just say drums. You're playing that shit like somebody, like the rest of somebody fucking your wife. Ain't nobody fucking my bitch. Shut up.
doesn't go for manufacturing. It could easily be brought into the real dollars.
What the fuck do we do
The
from here? You guys wanna go back to this
now,
bucket, huh?
more companies do. You want to focus on that.
Oh,
You know,
yes,
the
my
other
friends. And still, chaos continues. Your next comedian straight out of the bucket goes by the name of Clayton Parker, everyone. Several like this will have Ross in the comedy section. You know, that's always a sight line.
Special letter.
Clayton Parker is next on Kill Tony. Here he comes. More pepper Clayton Parker, everybody. Here he is.
So I love how you consider this is over.
It's the never-ending story.
This was something. Same thing over here. Really, that's it.
Speaking of the East, Saturday
Say
night,
look, it's only helpful. I will take them. So then it says
wiping off the Ron
with
Sherlock
here.
in the same
It's there. They should have to.
But it took me a lot longer to get off when it was Gilbert
I would say
Gottfried
if
already.
you follow our guys, they don't really need like the fascinating stuff coming up here. I'm going to use the Bahama Constitution and Bacchus Constitution being from here at Paris. I see. If you have an animal, let's say, local animal. One guy is doing the Bacchus person.
Because sometimes I go through
You can go there and
vortex. So this 96 questions.
let's say
Taking on Taylor Swift.
I
I was like,
I'm not so big.
my wife's in the kitchen. She's on that good dish. She's like, she's supposed to be coming. Jesus Christ. Clint Parker, everybody, is another very special domestic abuse initiative. A very, very special one. My goodness, Clint, welcome to the fold, my friend. This is your first time doing stand-up? Second, where was the first time at? Speaking of like, okay, how did that go? See how many women go. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, so this is your second time ever. You have the swagger of a guy that's been doing it 100 years. You almost seem like you didn't last long up here 20 seconds ago. You almost like a bigger guy than you know. Yeah, my wife on this is, you know, that's I have to leave her, and I think that's the only reason.
However, it's
Wow. Okay. Oh, no, don't do that. Okay. She caught it. She caught it. Very good.
Chefing, you can't check how first you can. If we go through the Simone. Well, I could say this man,
Let's
the right
talk about
path.
it. Where'd you come from? Where did you go?
The
What's
right
going
path is
on
the
there?
good
You go first.
It's all mixed together.
Got here in 84.
That was the famous science of the
Got here in 84.
tells us that what is the private dose? It's just right back.
84 is also the year of the 65-year-old man that was there.
That's how it was established. That's what
So you got here in
the
84. You got it. What do you do for work?
that's what the division happened from day one when they mixed the dough. That's what it was. Now they
Best Buy,
break it
man.
down. I get to actively understand that that's exactly what
Best Buy.
the party did.
Number 2 salesman in the country last quarter. Wow.
So,
All right.
another
What are you selling? What are you slinging? Molly? No. They
You have to
fucking
understand.
hired 35 people from my store. Lost in the country during COVID.
If an
And now
animal
I have to
drops
sell
dead,
fucking coffee
oh,
pots.
drops
Like,
dead,
and
they're shot in the
refrigerator.
head.
Like, screaming. Yeah, it's like a smash mouth. Like,
Bodies
you know what I mean?
need something.
It's frustrating, but I'm a musician and I play in a rock and roll
Shut
band.
them.
You're a musician. My wife. Really? Yes. Oh my god. You do everything with your wife,
Doesn't
huh?
have to.
Yes.
Dogs
Is
on
that
the
the
side?
lady that you threw the voodoo dolls to?
Actually, first of all,
Wow. Wow. I thought that was so super rock and roll. I'll show you this one. I'm gonna get your voodoo doll back after the show. Cheap bastard. Look at that pretty. That's got good showmanship on your profile for the audience. To your own wife, very interesting. What instruments do you guys play? I'm the
D-Mavis, what do you think? Do you want to hear what a fucking bunch of Billy goats sound like? Get your voice down here. It's not that cool. I mean, your name's Clint. How do you explain that? Let's hear you. Let's see if you guys are any good at operating. Shit, Doc the Bounty Hunter also. I don't know what show on fucking A&E you guys are from, but you give me a few options here. Pawn Stars meets Porn Stars meets fucking. Damn. We see where's the fucking real dance in this relationship. Okay. Alright. Mr. Mike. Here it is. This is like being in Jack White Power here. This is incredible. My musician friends love that one. You fucking axe. You being in Jack White Power. No. Alright, here they are. Clinton is white, everybody. Live on Tony. I don't know why I'm doing this, Alright, I'm gonna stop you there. Normally, I'm gonna stop this right here. I don't know what fucking country bumpkin. Where are you guys from? Right here in ATX, bro, man. Oh, you're from here? Really? Oh, yeah, 84. That's right. Jesus. You're literally the worst musicians I've found in the entire city. It's incredible. I come on every night, and that's just insane. That's absolutely unbelievable. It's as if I'm here. So watching karaoke in a wild way. Every night, every day, I listen to live music in this fucking city. Sometimes it's over coffee in the afternoon. Sometimes it's late at night in a fucking place that I don't want to mention or so people will show up there. But the point is, I listen to live music all the time, and I gotta say, it's unbelievable to find that there is someone who didn't impress me. Now it's Crunch in Florida in 2004. Okay, we like doing review and you're doing it extra deep or something. Let's check in with the man with the family, John Gates. What did you think about that? You came a long way from Buffalo to get away from people like this. I'm interested to see what John thinks. John doesn't want to be making it happen. Yeah, it is. It's on. Yeah, it is. It's on. Tap it again. You don't want to talk. What do you think I'm doing? You can say what you were thinking if you want me to.
There's a story, but it's not over.
Now it's Tony. Tony, I think it's coffee shop. What's the name of the band so that people can give you guys a fair shot? Traces. Traces left. And March 8th will be playing Walk Center. Really? Congratulations. Here's a little joke. Hey, play partner, everybody. There you go. You guys want to do something fun right now? You want to stage this room with some fucking crazy energy right now? Well, then I have a special treat for you. We have a friend of the show and a friend
shot.
got
And that was
into the
basically
comedy
his
game
last
6 or
step.
7
Because as
months ago
soon
and
as he
spent
got the
some
stars
week
recovered,
crushing.
shot him up.
I love this
So
guy.
this is
He's such a
Carlos.
fucking
On the
character.
road, but it was here to
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for
and
the
then
great
headed
Uncle
to
Lisa.
somewhere else.
Oh shit, there he
But this
is.
is a nice flight.
Oh wow.
So, you know, it's functionally keeping people. Anyway, what if the city doesn't have school? There's no way to put all the stuff in there. They don't necessarily not that many players. It says this can no longer be that you're
I've been saying it
you're
for a while.
in the play. There's no
Attention now.
house.
The
I still
season
know
of the
the
witch is on the
You're in
shelf.
the voice of the look at
Your
the
little chubby
house.
fat
It's
eye
like
fucking gothic girl in her place can give you the friendly eyes as a lady. Don't do it. It's a fucking trap. How do I know that? I'm fixing to fucking tell you.
whatever the incentive.
I looked up one of these horoscope bitches a while back. She was a Cancer. The horoscope said she was a literal fucking Cancer because she was trying to kill me. She was into butt stuff, which I'm into butt stuff. She was not gentle by any means. She started off touching my butthole with her thumb.
One man
Like
says
she was
that the
climbing
center
a
of the city
lawnmower.
means that was weird
Then
before
it
the
turned
church
into a hairbrush handle.
So I got a paper hospital.
And she reached under her bed and she grabbed a
So what's the
fucking
big one afterwards?
Christmas tree,
When you
ornament
do
string
it,
of fucking
get a
steel
something
balls. She
Hey,
jammed in there
hey,
baptizing it. She
sponsored
started
by your
snorting that
new
fucking
sponsor.
ball.
Hey,
I gotta get my prostate checked daily now. Doctors, they all me it's the only way I
Dark
know
Global
how to
one
come
stop shop
on.
for all your financial needs. The vision to see an owner of sites in the today and instead the buildings of Edward Riddell so proud of
Have been
the owner of the Dark Global Incubations. Role models of how to support the God and Lord. Here's to know it's part of that still is new.
I absolutely love it. It is unbelievable you're doing it. Yeah. He is extremely well-paid job out the oil fields. Fucking come take on comedy head on, and it is literally been, it's been a couple weeks since we've seen you. You know, you have been doing a bunch of crazy shit. You got rid of a bunch of internet fucking
Your
attention.
life,
Couple shows.
your life.
I actually got casted in a commercial.
I tell you,
I got
when you get
cast in a
somebody
commercial. I'm here to help you.
better,
He's gonna get casted.
so whatever it is.
I signed up and they pulled my name from the bucket. Goddamn right.
Unlike
Goddamn right. I love it. And it's a still commercial.
what if the city is really
What you're gonna do with the exactly what I'm gonna do with the sun. That's where it's back. I'm taking acting classes soon and I'm going well. Routine. What do you think about Uncle Vic? I just love looking at Puppy's face. Lucky was just fucking horrified. I'll do another day to you later on. I'm into chicks too. Scissor me fucking timbers, you know what I'm saying? She's got the lesbian hair. Out here looking like a Klondike lunch lady. Come on, man, you gotta get me right. Hope it's not the one with you here right now. I've never seen her this beautiful. Speechless, just wait till I put it in. Speechless, just wait till we entanglement. I'm looking like this because I don't know what the fuck you've been talking about. I'm looking like this because I'm the no other reason. I get the chance to shake these old Southern toxic, I get it. Yes, she knows. Yeah, I love seeing the butt stuff, man. You of all people, you love seeing the butt stuff. You gotta do that in a video and you lost it in the butt stuff. I'm a type. I'm a type. Jill's got a type too. Okay, anyway, and you know my name type shit. Yeah. That's the other case. You said you put. That's the other case. Yes. I've been missing for Ruby. I'm sorry. I want to apologize sincerely. Okay, well, honestly, all level of just getting to the heart of shit. That's all I have right now. I love D Generation X. I like my
then figure these other athletes you got. I'm not even see. So this is the question that I played for. Oh, that's not bad. I said, no, why should I have a better idea? You actually stop. What an animal. What is on the show? Then you're able to you actually stop it. Let it fall. And then take the money. Becomes money for the business. So we have a number of reasons to building on lives and something. Even when money to get from selling this, that is animal. It's still about this. The money itself is growth. Some states use money for some organizations or we won't say what it is. Maybe some money. Nothing. It's a combination. This goes over your series, the more you have to check it's part of civil rights. Civil is honor, no matter. So that's considered. I would say the activity later on it says, you're an out because that's not what it says. You say if it's such a power, but it's not biting. Jump to something different. But it's not biting. Incredibly funny. Make a distinction within the provides themselves. Why is jumping to another category? Oh, it's better than
Single female comedian here tonight?
So
Should we get a
that is
female up here?
that his office that is set aside
Let's
against
see
him
what happens here.
did not die.
Chandler. Let's see what happens here.
So
We're
they
gonna get a
are
girl up here.
out of being moved back.
Something
Dead
for
man.
Monkey to feast
A
their
dead
eyes
man.
on. How about Mia Chan? This looks like a female's handwriting. Mia Chan. M-I-Y-A. Let's see what happens here. You guys still having fun? We're getting into the deep depths of the show now. Here she comes. She's been on the show before. Here she is, everybody. It's Mia Chan. Oh my god, I got so nervous again. Alright, I'm from Taiwan, so everybody here from Taiwan, no?
This animal is the bottom. This animal came from here. This animal. It's about the money. There's no connection anymore. It's something else.
So it's like this, okay?
I don't
If
really
you're retarded,
enemy they used to be made. I'm also
and then if
it's
you
the
are
only animal. It's
stay in
money.
school
It's
and
money.
then you finish all your homework, you go make computer chips. And that's like the best you can get. So that's why I'm here. I'm trying to, not just like make products for y'all. Yeah. Thank you.
Alright, Mia Chan. Wow. Taking off that jacket was one of the most Asian things I've ever seen before. You just had to show us your straight A's, huh?
Yeah.
She really got hit the car. The money, the house, the car. It's really crazy. So all of it, it's really cool.
Positive racism, everybody.
Yes.
Straight A's about being smart, not about having small tits. Just kidding, you have small tits. You could have kept the jacket on. You're the one that wanted to go fucking for all this.
I don't like wearing a bra.
That was about it.
That's what those little socky cups hang.
So like there's
Socky. Cheers. Tiny. Tiny. Don't worry, you're not gonna get in trouble for this. Do you have dark areolas?
What's cold enough?
What kind of question is that? It is 2023. Why would you say that? You're putting everybody at risk, Theo. I'm Danny. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Okay. Welcome to the show, Mia. How long have you been doing stand-up? 6 months. What do you do for work? On the show.
I go to school still, but I'm really wanting to pay. Like, yeah.
What?
To pay, like, yeah.
Really gotta pay to pay for something.
Yeah.
I'm the only my senior Asian
That's like
translator.
a
I'm so good at the, like,
You study. I see you have a lot of work to do. What do you plan on doing with a degree in English? English speaking.
everything.
Wow. Great man.
Everything is a week.
So I teach English online right now.
You teach English to who?
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like part of my resume.
Last time she was on, she was about to go to court after she that's right behind us. What were you going to court for again?
Evading arrest.
Right. Because you ran from Please, is that right? Yeah. And then they caught you. So you just went to court. How did that go? What ended up happening?
So I don't have a lawyer, so they
They go with a defender.
yeah.
Because of this bad woman, but if it has a dilemma,
That's very,
Lord,
very
that's
unlucky
an
of you.
example. It's paralyzed.
What's your plan now that you have no
The
representation?
ambulance.
No, I'll find it hopefully.
Then I went to the
You'll
room
text me or something.
No,
I can't do nothing, so it's not
only
worth
at the
All the best lawyers are known for texting their clients or
but if the other side is
Texas
the
cop
phone,
is a little
Texas
you
what?
know,
Texas.
The Texas
the other
cop is
side
crazy.
of
Did he show up to your court?
Yeah, they're all there.
both
They
sides.
were all there. I don't know how it works because
It's
I'm
like
a good human being and I don't break laws and I made arrests.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm a good person. Tony, I'm curious on why she ran for the cops.
No, it's just like no, I would talk about this after the call. Talk about it, that's fine. I don't know. Like I came here, I came here as an exchange student, and it's like I stayed. Why is people talking?
I don't know why it affect you because we're supposed to be a professional.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I was exchange student, and then they placed me in Indiana. It's like the border of Indiana close to Ohio. It's just like this Amish people, fat people, just
Not your cup of tea. Not your
yeah, I like it. That's why I stayed. But it's like I'm still figuring out, it was like Indiana, and then I go to school in LA, so it's like, white, and then liberal, like, I'm still learning. Yeah. I love everybody.
I swear to God, this is not gonna win. That's what he says.
Yeah,
White,
yeah.
liberal, same fucking thing. You guys have anything for what do you think about the Mia Chan? I think you should stop with your business in the streets. Next teenage is going to be
Almost hate, but it's just like, why would it just
Bring your friends.
I thought 30 seconds of it was taking off their jacket. I thought it was like some type of clown act. But I do think that you have potential to really be in this game. You know, a lot of different if you wanna, because it was funny, right? So if you wanna talk about anything, the things that should have been it's like because we wanna know. Like really, because no, you made it over. Don't do it.
I think that my parents were basically father
I'm just telling you, man. I think it's funny, and it's really like stop talking about this we watching. And you have potential, so don't talk about shit, talk about that shit. I'm in theory, I'm trying to look around. So I'm telling you, you got potential, and you think we'll stop talking about your things and issues, bitch, on national podcast. International podcast.
It's not as competitive. It's not as
I wish you
no.
That's how I feel. I'm like, just do anything.
I just want to thank Mark
They just
for
seem
being
like
alive and get to see it while we're learning this.
That's your thing.
I'm assuming that it's still easy to get to see more that you like back to life. But it's almost really also, I think that being the first mission to Chicago War, also to people like Bob and the kids to get yes, suddenly upgrade over a learning yes and no.
Welcome to another episode of Blacks and Asians Don't Get Along at All. By the way, don't know if y'all here in Texas, New York, maybe in LA, maybe not like each other. You see these people in New York, they're pushing each other on railroad tracks and shit. That's why black shit is harder to Thank you, Red Man. Infinite wisdom, everybody.
I got into fight with two black dudes before, but gotten into a fight with like I don't know why.
That's the problem.
You almost stepped on that joke, man.
What else do we have here? Tony Jacob. They use this thing when they use English speaking English students. Listen to this. This is what's up? It's so great that the President
Sexually, no, with I know you're with a white guy.
and now they remove everything over the but it doesn't mean that you know that is just a concept that's the whole idea. I think
Funny on so many levels, right? Especially how you said it.
Can't really be much more. Can you say it again? White guy?
Well, now you said it kind of white. Were you like
White guy.
but now you're trying to fucking
Everything from the internet, English.
right now
you're with a white guy, but have you ever been with a woman? Have you ever spent an evening with a female and been sensual with a woman in a sexual type of way? I'm gonna keep doing asking you this until it gets I've seen like my roommates do. That's like
but also,
do you guys do accommodations, devices, or chopstick when Alright, there she goes, even on the show before you have a small joke about right? There she goes, me and Chan, everybody, me and Chan. Alright, whatever ribbon on this fucking thing. You guys ready to end this show with a goddamn bang or what? There's only one way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the regular that has done more sets than anybody ever in the show's entire history. Austin Zone, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I'm in Golders Green right now, and I've such nothing seeing out around, but it's not only one sign, but two signs on Golders Green. What a shit, Yomi's Horizon. Join us, yomi.com, and plus you can win a trip to the Heritage Show to meet Rabbi Ellis Horizon. Bye.
Tony, I've had a early order wing, so I honestly bought 500 I got them today. I was thinking, hey, what the fuck did he minute or anything? And I would just read some of these.
Second,
Just this week, Biden said half the women in his administration are women. That seems high. Have you seen any of those fucking ads? Holy shit. I recently realized I've been giving my girlfriend advice that I don't apply to my own
All right.
life, so I started doing this thing for any time.
But that's the only all we have to do
About to
this
give
time.
her advice, I just apply whatever that is to my own life, and I've got to say,
gotten really good at giving myself a blowjob. Holy shit. Interactive people are more likely to continue wearing masks post COVID, and I have to say, you should be as violently reacting to that as thank you. Holy shit, if you ever seen those ads? First of all, if you look at a baby hippo, they don't actually stay the same size as the bathtub. Some piece of shit at fucking Petco ripped me. Oh, holy shit, he didn't tell me that. I swear to God, I thought the hippopotamus stayed the same size as the bathtub they were in. They don't. All right, that's all I have. Wow. The man who's done more new material on this show than anybody ever in the show history finds a way week after week after week to creatively reinvent himself and his vessel. Tony, I was not joking. I said I've had really bad luck this week. There's something you told me I did a little different this past week. I have an elephant collection. I've been collecting elephants. And Tony asked me if I had any elephants. So I think the trunks were down and sure enough I did. And Tony, I have gotten rid of those elephants. And I've still been having a worse fucking week, Tony. Why did you tell me to get rid of those fucking elephants when you didn't kill them? You fucking threw them away like you told me to. It's almost my grandmother. I put them in the trash. Yeah. Did you take the trash out? Yeah, that means they're gone. You told me to do that, Tony, and I just said, first look, what happened? When exactly did you get rid of the trunk? Now, this is a very interesting thing. It was Saturday, and my fucking electricity goes out. My electricity was out literally the whole fucking time, Tony. Some of those elephants were from my grandmother, Tony. And you told me to get rid of them. You said my luck would change, and then the fucking power goes out. My 500 fucking fortune cookies arrive. It cost me $100 for 500 fortune cookies. Holy shit. I noticed that one of the fortune cookies had 2 pieces of paper on the inside. Yeah. So you wrote the jokes down and then put them back inside the cookies? Yeah, I went through complete PTSD. I swear to God, I threw them as the elephant when I got tried to stuff those fucking things. How did you get them wrapped up? How did you wrap them up? Back up. How did you wrap back up? How'd you wrap them back up? You said it loose. I swear, I can't understand. I swear. Why are you trying to give me advice on that shit, man? I have 500 of these fucking things in my house. Tony, I swear to God, I caught a small first at my apartment yesterday on Slaughter's, and it was the first time in my life I've killed someone on the phone. I was kind of justified in doing it. It was the biggest rush. Yeah, he was squatting. I was in the fucking closet. I just waited on his ass. How did you kill this guy? I honestly, I was strangling those fortune cookies to see if I could now. Wow, yes, first of all, it was justified.
That's
So that's pretty insane. How exciting was it? Did you get really passionate about it?
It wasn't. Tony, I swear to God, I found the best Oreo cookies in the amazing cream Oreo.
So says the more this could be a big problem for
Thing last night.
who
Yeah, never.
Can you explain to us what that is? Some cream on the outside? I don't get it.
just an Oreo cookie, just like that. This is cream. Oh,
yeah, I'd never seen that before. It was delicious. It's double stuff.
Hit my on the social
Yeah, that shit was
media.
double stuff.
The moment the perception, that's when they kick
I
your
love it when it's double
I
stuff.
see zero of them.
How much do
So
you
the
love it?
last year,
Oh, it was more than when I killed that dude. I swear to God, I scared the shit out of me. I jumped out the fucking closet. Holy shit. You had no idea I'd been in there for like 5 hours. It's so weird to say. I was so surprised. I've been in there like 5 months.
So what is your plan with the rest of these fortune cookies? Are you thinking this is going to be like a new thing? Perhaps if this was a fortune cookie, how long is that on the road? Will there 75 fortune cookies?
That way, it's going to go to social media. Yeah, have a Chris Milo. See, I mean, you go up to that. Your sister, it's just national. Probably trying to run. Yes, it's they know a lot of things.
It's like halfway up.
It's here for the shit.
Okay, Williams, I'm trying to figure out exactly is your power back on?
I have spoken
On.
it's a Sunday.
Sunday?
More.
It's on Sunday.
Sunday. Guys up here. So far, like the target, that's a Bismillah.
Can you say some of the other days of the week? Tuesday.
Other than the shopping, the message of the you have a nice constant fear of I'm not sure where it is. Social I mean, so the other topic trigger
William, he does this every week. He's an insane person. He's the future.
it's fascinating. I like the series.
I literally had to break up with a couple of people a couple days ago. I broke up with a couple. It was the weirdest fucking thing. I know that one thing to say. It's all about the respect of the craft. These are some people you need to know. So taking up saying, so are you? That's a thing. Not disrespect, but disrespect. You need to know people that can't almost like you. That's great.
For sure, I swear to you. As it was leaving my house, I just thought to myself, this is
These motherfuckers came from like, so I want.
Most of my I wish. Like, the way I tell you, I mean, how much you should
William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, find him on Cameo, the real deal. The Big Red Machine. Thank you to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Steve Eddie Vodka, Joe Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Scribble Peanut Butter Whiskey. How long can this place get for SNL and the comedy shows of Lucky Johnson? Watch their podcast, catch them on tour, do everything that they tell you to do. I fucking love you guys. I can't believe I was able to have this much fun with all three of you here tonight. Green City on planet Earth, Austin, Texas. Drawing from Ryan J. He felt this in while you all sat there hanging out, enjoying tonight's episode. That's what it looks like all the way from
Shit, he drew you as Keenan.
I don't know this guy.
How about one more time for the best man in the land, the Servo University from Tony Man? Michael Gonzalez cemented his throne tonight. John Hayes sent us to the fucking lawn in Oregonville. The great Dave Madness on the bass. And the baby goat, Matt Pioli, right here live in the flesh. Love you guys. We did it again. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you again next week. Love you. Thank you. Good night,
You go to your head. Oh, only one alofa. One time. One alofa. But the opposite of the someone explain the strategy and stuff.
Thanks so much for writing. It's a long time. You're in Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world. Brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, Deep Any Vodka, the best vodka on the planet. Gel Blaster available in stores absolutely everywhere. And the Austin Security Guard service on a hand for a friend Dwayne over here. That's badass.
So,
You ever need security guards in Austin? The Austin Security Guard service. That sounds like a great thing.
that's what I'm talking about.
And of course, Serval Peanut Butter Whiskey presents the Kill Tony Band, everybody. That's the real deal right here. One of the best musicians on planet Earth, James Atkins, is on the drums tonight, everyone. Yes. The great John Deeds on the keys. That's Deep Madness on the bass guitar, ladies and gentlemen.
Start the third of a
Matt
fifth and
Bueller
left.
on the
So
electric.
who's the third of no option?
That's
Who's
great
the
Paul
third of
Beaver
seven?
on the horns,
That's it.
everybody.
All of them options.
Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Good evening, everyone. If you're trying to improve your health, hydration is a great place to start. Like what I need is the hydration brand that fuels your well-being. Their hydration multiplier is the one product you're missing in your daily routine. In just one stick, you get 5 essential vitamins and 2 times faster hydration than water alone. Use it first thing in the morning, before workout, and when you feel run down after a long night out and on long flights. I use this stuff all the time. Everybody around me uses it. Everybody swears by it. This is like if
people, Gatorade actually did what it said it was always supposed to do. Liquid IV is an absolute godsend. It is a miracle product. It is one of our favorite sponsors, and this is something that Red Band, me, and the whole crew use all the damn time. It is the master of Red Band. I agree. I'm subscribed. I buy every month a big box of Liquid IV. My favorites: green, punch, strawberry. One stick of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrate you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins: B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. It has 3 times the electrolytes of those traditional sports drinks, and it's made with good premium ingredients. Yum. So grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code Tony at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, some people have some high highs, some low lows. Life is crazy. It's coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour. If you spend time with your family, I apologize. I'm sure that stresses you out. I'm telling you, there is a new system called Talkspace that makes it easy to find a therapist you will like. It's convenient and it's online. You can do it at home or wherever you're most comfortable. Talkspace is making huge differences in many people's lives. Right, Dan?
Do you think seeing a therapist or a psychiatrist would be helpful when you don't have the time to actually find one and meet them, or you can afford them? Try Talkspace by doing everything online. Talkspace is made getting the help you want easy, accessible, and affordable. And you know how weird it is going in and meeting somebody and waiting for stuff. Well, now you just do it through Talkspace, because sometimes people wait until bad things happen to talk to a therapist. Why wait? You can get a therapist through Talkspace. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. Getting started is the important part. Talkspace makes it easy and affordable. At Talkspace.com, you just sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your own home. Talkspace lets you send messages to your therapist so you don't have to wait for your next session. If you have something that comes up during the week, send it like a text message right then and there. And Talkspace is secure and private, using the latest end-to-end encryption technology to store client information and comply with the latest HIPAA regulations. Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurers.
And as a listener of this podcast, you will get $100 off of your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony to get $100 off your first month. And you'll be showing support for this show. That's Tony at Talkspace.com. Hey y'all, one of those awesome days of the month is when lots of awesome Facebook posts arrive. So we're just going to go ahead and unbox this thing right now and tell you guys what we got. I'm going to tell you that I opened mine and I am so excited about it. I got the Gadget. This multi-tool comes from SOG, a company 15 roots in the U.S. military, which just happens to be the greatest military on planet Earth. Anyway, their products are regularly given by U.S. Special Forces. I'm telling you, it is really one of the coolest things about Facebook posts. Every unique item is hand-curated from a small business that you really never would have heard of otherwise. From cozy essentials to travel must-haves and cocktail kits, Box of Awesome has everything you need this month. To get started, take me with boxofawesome.com. Your answers won't give you a great Box of Awesome for you. And you know all about this.
Yes, it's great, man. It's like Christmas once a month. I love it. Recently, I got Scorch, which is a bunch of hot sauces that are all from small brands all over the country. Some from here in Texas, Nevada, California, and more. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each Box of Awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel at any time.
That's right. So get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY, all one word, at checkout. That's
BoxofAwesome.com, code KILLTON, buy for 20% off your first box. BoxofAwesome.com, code KILLTONY. Yeah, you guys ready to start tonight's show? Every single week, I do events in media and tell you later on this show this week that we bring two of my favorites, two people that I've literally been working with for 16 fucking years. Regulars in the comedy store, monster comedians. We're lucky to have them here in Austin. Welcome, my friends, Ryan Moses and Ty Rivera. The creating tour of Roast Battle. Ty Rivera, touring with Tim Dillon. Come on and make yourselves at home. All-time guests of the show. I know what they're doing here tonight. We're going to have fun. Moses is a young diplomatic creator of Roast Battle. 60 years ago. Ty Rivera's here. Moses doesn't do blackface, but he does do right hands. A long time together. We're going to have fun here tonight. You guys have been guests on the show for 3 comedians signed up tonight. Over 100 of them signed up to get the chance to come on this way. If I can remember their names, I think it's 60 seconds of stand-up comedy uninterrupted. We've been trying this up. We hear the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up. They got the anchors. They bought the wins, so we're going to interview them and we find out more about them. And whole things in life sometimes gets a little fun, right? So you guys ready to do this shit or what? We're gonna start the show with one of our regulars. This guy has the ridiculously hard job of having to come up with 9 bands perform a brand new 60 seconds every single week. He was once a poor little unknown man, and he's on the way another rich sold up weekend. Selling out with a Rolex. This is Lance Camp.
I've been really getting into drone flying, which is tough because right now it's a bad time for Asians to be flying unmanned vehicles and American airspace. I feel like a structural engineer from Turkey right now. I feel like a guy that got into urban church and got to jail being unassassinated. Joe Biden gave a great State of the Union address, except for the time that he started praising the Union troops and cop fires and then reminded that the Civil War was over and she was a slave. I feel like a lot of what they're like telling us is bullshit. Because if they went to the plane garage and like, I hope they all had their trays and upright in all the position. I think it'll be quite a squad helicopter crash if we put a seat back in the upright position. Alright, thank you.
Very strong minute this week. Very topical. Alexis Hughes. Amazing thing I might get laid tonight. What makes you think that? What's going on? What do you got going?
I got one in love and a beautiful girl. She's Jewish, so we don't like ovens at all. I think I should stop using hot meat oven. And if
comes to us, that's what you know it is. Actually, you are very cheap. Sometimes, but you don't have to take it.
So, where'd you meet this
When you're up on their side,
think she thinks about him?
Below here, I found this. The second one, and not only that, so I'm not here. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm sure you know if you find it somewhere. What is his name? You want to say his name? You didn't say his name. He's like, no, this is his name. What do you mean you didn't say his name? You did say. He said, Phil Sharpay. Isn't that his name? And now you know that you're not going to ask him out. What's your name? So, what is his name? About the name. I'm not from the stage, right? I thought you were talking about the English rapper. That's the thing. Are you talking to me? That's why you're talking to me about. Chad, what are you talking to me? That's why someone's like, why are you asking my name? That's not what you're asking me. I want to know what you're talking, right? That's the first thing we all do. Nobody got upset when I meet somebody in the airport. Oh, somebody, what's your name? That's the first thing I ask, right? And then it's deeper than that. We have to say it's deeper. I thought not you, not your fault. What's your name? Oh, this is where we all run upstairs. We're in the cafe. And we thought it was all over. The man could scream at that community. Maybe homeless, I thought, I don't know. I don't have to do anything else. I'm looking at little fighting band-aid on it. That's not all you mean. That's it. You copy something. And now you come to me with the title of you didn't say the name. After two years, I said, the fire, you see like you carry the first fire at the end, you see the way. Hello. The way in the first station that the left and have to see, and the big one, Thank you very much. Like you guys for the stuff, make sure you're going to die question. I run most of it. That's what we see. There's something about my place. Area of Papaya. So that is slow to get in. So happy. Now done. One time we don't know, it's just in the car. Everywhere. We saw the huge move. Everywhere. That's like, it's beautiful. Whoa! I saw the smallest thing, there's someone's tap, tap, tap. No way. You can't do it at all. You can't use your phone. So long. So you can have a phone down to them. I think I'm all over that time. But the lion is like a slow to the English. That's what they make the video say. It's not very much more narrow. You tell us the first. It's a very hard time. I think I didn't want to like look at the video. It's like a different light. It's very hard. I'm going to be very slow. It's slow to get any over to people. And then after you say, no, you're rush because you're there, I'm slow. And then you're suddenly, what do you do? Oh, you can do it. Let you get off. Well, that's the kind of thing you're going to I can tell you one day you're going to regret it. That is, yeah, later I will do. Exactly. I don't know, if I can answer me, I can say, yeah. You was your baby. You said, look at my TV, I feel sorry, you supposed to be sorry. See, that's the I said, yours, you said, that should be the real thing. She's a saying, give your nation. Let them see what happens. Look at the next class. Yeah, I said, area of hey, you smoke, you said. That's the other thing. Hey, no, makes sense. exfoliating easier than this coming up with a cure from this gathered the usual to perfect now, look at Rashi. Rashi refers to Rashi. Let me say the person Rashi, but I don't think it's Rashi. That's the funny thing.
I don't know. I follow Ted. I don't see the shows either.
I read it. Yeah, with Rashi.
10-year-old that they all have, yeah. I'm sorry.
Makes
I don't
these
know.
toys
I
fight
just,
with each other.
yeah.
To overcome it.
I like looking out the window, waiting for war. It's on the floor, you know? Like,
What is Gabe? It's another step above that. And the Hayram knows a mitzvah does a mitzvah, the opposite of Gabe. It's supposed to be Savera, and he went ahead and did this mitzvah. That's like his Gabe. And the Gabe says Rashi, public this level of is not a good strong or the muscle. Let's say someone does something interesting. Let's say some guy takes away your piece of paper on the table and he upsets us. And you want to go over to him and yell at him and people are instead of doing that, you go to another guy and you're ready to fight with him. You make up mitzvah instead of doing that there. That's what it's got to be. Someone does that fight. Someone does that. Circle all about shooting the comments, it's a person who it's a person who fights a voting.
what do you think I've done? Ever? Look at me. I'm a little Christian boy. Like, I don't.
And the last one first one was the last one was
Yeah, I exclusively don't give blowjobs.
someone was asked more of I think it's a special style to it from story to story. There's a special style to stories the exact same person. Who always needs something else? People come first. But people like running at a show, the film, there's the people usually call lit.
Samantha, it was nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on. Good stuff. Here's a little joke.
So,
I'm not left-handed.
There she goes, Samantha Vinny, everybody. Kylie, good gentleman. Alright, back to the book we go. You guys understand now, this is a real show. There's no prompters, there's no scripts for these people, as you can tell. That's just happened. Your next comedian goes by the name of Wow. We know this young man. He came on the show 2 weeks ago and made a fucking impact. Ladies and gentlemen, his second time ever on Kill Tony. This is Aaron Malayo, ladies and gentlemen. Shit's about to take a turn right now. It is a very lucky second fucking pull for the show. It's gonna take a second, but he's coming. Here he is, everybody. All the way from Canada. His second time ever on the show already. A Kill Tony legend. You're gonna get to see him right now. Make some fucking noise for Aaron Malayo, everybody.
Actually, you're already back on us. So this is the engineering guy. He's a guy that convinces us
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Malayo, the
so
collaborator.
now יוצאו אנשים בגלל יוצאו
Hello, my name is Aaron Malayo, and I'm handicapped. Trouble is, here on the internet informed me that I'm not allowed to say handicapped because it's offensive.
At the point that the person that designed this here, the question is that the mind that the design says that actually we got since we get Musa, it says them to get Sayed, the head is cut off with the sword, they do get all of that. But where it says in the Mishnah, we don't get all of that. It says place over there, this single child over here, the Mishnah has over there, place was that they don't, somebody that doesn't get, that doesn't, he doesn't have a 14 on that. But everybody else that gets killed, the regular year back gets killed, the one that gets lost, they do have a 14 on that. And in Rabbi Achim, the Kishav, they say, Hashem says the Mishnah, that there is no impurity in Damas unless the person, this one guy with the black hat, is part of the seed, and he's also from the same shape. Now, let's say from the local shape and live in that city. How could the city is not part of that shape? In other words, how do you have a portion? How is this house or money if it's from another shape? No one's going to discuss that. I just want to point it out here. So it's easy to understand the question and answer. No, you have to be part of the city first. You have to be part of the city. Wait a minute. This is the whole city one shape. How do you have somebody from one shape? Yes, you got to do this right. Someone give him a any other thing becoming serious or say that see the Buddha and you want to say the city to do that Zara bad I'm actually saying actually Buddha actually kind of to the one okay everything is Russian but what if a woman has other things you have to talent or minor or see the Buddha or you have 49% or you're with the kind of particular or this guy this individual like that comes from outside of the city already able to well we have to judge them like individual. But there's no judge different. First of all, they get a good visa, they get skills, and also the money is not paid. Once you understand Indian basketball, like everything else in the career as well, it's on even for one up and down. It's not enough to create in the world of person. It's definitely really appears where Sarah are more stupid than the masses. The skill up. Individual gets outside, skill, more severe punishment. And therefore, since it gets severe punishment, all out there more their money is spared over the money is spared. If I'm using this, but many people do have a desire. 51% of the city, they only get sword, they lost the sword, their money lost, whether the name is most huge. Aqui sabe o ministro, às vezes, às vezes, tudo é muito sério. Se o ministro também, pelo menos, às vezes, não vai ser assim. Tudo do centro da visão, let's say a bunch of taxi drivers come into the city street, or camel drive, or donkey drive, come into the city, so they have a Zara, in other words, they just put the scale, 51%, and you kill the whole city. What if 51% of the city goes up a Zara? All of a sudden, a bunch of camel drivers come in and they don't drive a Zara, now they put the scale, that it's a city that doesn't have a Zara. So that's the both ways. I already ended up seeing this. All the property and bring it into outside of the city. That's really what you're saying. The main Republic, especially many Republic, they don't have a city center. It's a Republic city center. It's a Republic itself. It's the city center outside of the city center. Antes não foi para ninguém, se não me será que eles se sentiram depois de uma forma de futebol, ou se
You know what I'm saying?
Let's say
She's
you
gonna
have
fucking watch you.
yeah.
You're just gonna take your cane and fucking shove it where the sun don't shine.
Both of us, shoe out, shoe out. Let's say, well, not the championship, the championship. Right down the middle, take, just a few. The other says, yes, he said, the championship, info can grab it. It's working out. The Finger Girls, the championship, Finger Girls, so on. Basically, what was that means, that's the first thing I was, that's what I'm before. Says, I'm speaking of the Thanos, you know, said, that's the team. The first thing, what's your review of Isaiah? The River City, and also the people that say, I know. I'm going to sell those here. Isn't it? Even though your venture is in that city, you can also share with you. You know, that means you live in this city, but you're not from that shape. How do you live in that city if you're not from that shape? It says, it's not going to fuck you around the city. You don't live in the city. Give you a property in the city, even though you're not part of that other shape. And the mission saying you have to be from that shape. No! Easy answer. No, you're not supposed to do so. Married, I don't know if you remember this whole studio. He married a woman. Let's say you married Scuffler's daughter. Scuffler gave his daughter, leave your son. You don't have sons, give your daughter. Someone's very married a man. Another person, another son, it's property. He lived in that house. That's one answer. You're not a dog that living there. Oh no, where the child is, bad. Get from somebody in the future. It's they say, orientation, I mean, stands for things. You are going to give it to them because these perspectives, they gave all the stuff that they gave maybe a little bit of their own. So Timmy gave a total of nine places. How do you divide 9? 4 and a half, 4 and a half. So that one city that's half and half, meaning it is only half a city. And he gave it to lady. So you see, they can own one city, 2 different children would own one city. Now I'm showing that person. Incredible. That's the whole simply this no, there's Utah. They don't say better. Utah. Parts of Utah. Because these guys, they shut up. Mom is the cherish in Utah. Those are these Chicago. Let's see, maybe it says Chicago somewhere in this place. Chicago ain't it? Not in sorry, it's not a fucking rapper. No, I relied on the five. Let's say you didn't get 5 cities, they shouldn't get 4. They didn't get 5 one more. That's very often difference. If one say to get more than others, you don't get something that's discussed. Say, look, these guys get 5 cities and these guys only get 4. Boy side has a wonderful.
Star. I love your style. I think that there's a good chance you're going to move to a place like Austin, Texas, which your main goal when you get to possibly be an American. Is Austin a place for you? You can either go to New York or LA, where they also lean a little left, if you know what I'm saying.
Have you on the Super Show whenever you can. Hell yeah. Love that shit. Alex, I'm here, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, also writes and films a brand new minute every single week. One of the great writers and roasters in the show's entire history, fresh off of his Super Bowl commercial. This is the one and only David Lucas, everybody. Another great minute, fresh off of a goddamn Super Bowl commercial. What is that? I love it, man. It's great to see you out there. You missed a Monday for that in LA. Out there doing the damn thing. Getting paid. Flanders peanuts.
I don't even know what that is.
Weird though.
Shoot like a non-binary being. I'm not black and white. I'm white and black. Forever, and I'm afraid to never like close my eyes. I know he'll fucking dig me. It's like this one. I got a question for you.
Here's a guy. I like this. In 1 second before the one he started. Okay. I like that. Nobody told us last year that this year. Wait to begin with. Right. All the news. They made this video for the
So I only so the first time that I really came on my mom, I said, I got Mika here. I said her name for time.
okay. Get back.
I said, white kids.
And that's just love and gratitude. Really can like like the third, the first time. It's over, and you might not hear it. It's your chance. One response is
Like the wise guys in Vegas, wise guys, much learned.
There he is, selling out more shows, absolutely killing. Agreed. David Lucas, everybody makes some fucking noise for him. Back to the fucking video. My message. Next release for your next comedian, Elliot Thompson. Here he is one more time for Elliot Thompson.
back himself. And it's over. The whole story will happen. And we have a very nice picture here. The Wilson Open, Travis.
Well, you're not really into that either, are you? Love it. Elliot, you're such a charismatic guy. What else about you we'd be surprised to know about him? You do ring binoculars. Just look at birds. Do you like a bird? Do you dream for your favorite bird? Like, is there a bird you're like, that's my like a blue, like a cardinal, blue cardinal? You like blue cardinals? I mean, I'm so cool. Sick of 9 years and fucking 8 or 9 months. Even when there's an answer, it takes us to inside the game. What the heck is it? Just got lost and I'm really excited to chase it. Really excited to chase my dreams and as an involved yet already. So, you know, I'm Martin again. Y'all have to accept me for the trans community, the trans cat community. I was I'm fully transitioned. So, appreciate it. I'll go ahead and do this interview with us.
Exactly 1 minute. Zachary, welcome to the Chaos Hybrid. You've been doing this a long time. You're the first comedian we've seen your commentation on stage. I love your first time doing stand-up comedy. It's cherry, which is hard to do when you're made of ice cream. So, I didn't realize that Dairy King would be joining us here today. Wild, the sound between you and Redman's rumbling stomachs right now. I took your shirt from me or something. That's unbelievable.
I was so nervous, man. I thought I was going to be around half the breath. I needed to, what's his name here? Miles, I needed his box.
Sam, let's talk about it. First time doing stand-up. What made you want to try it here tonight?
I just always wanted to try it, man. Never had the opportunity. So I was coming out here.
Whereabouts in are you?
So I'm going to escape from Coliseum, Texas.
Up there.
Yeah, man, I used to be in the aerospace industry for a long time. So I'm aware of it. I'm just saying. So I had to work it. Thanks. I'm a bank store. I got some surgeries. I got spinal cord surgery.
Zach, what do you like to do for fun? What else? So, how does it feel up here? Is this how you thought it would go? Like, what are the things that surprised you when you got up here? Describe to these people what your first time was like.
Yeah. So I was just a little more nervous than I know there's no offset, but I'm walking up here. I didn't realize it would be so far off the road. But I've moved out of Austin and walked up some stairs today, moved a lot of things around, did a lot of things, and the fence is not half full itself right now. So that's I'm just surrounded with camera. I have a
I just asked if you called back.
Absolutely. And that's the reason I came to do comedy right now because any part's going to stop. So might as well go ahead and get it done. We got a little joke for you. Congratulations, your first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Speaking of Dallas, Texas, you guys want to do something fun right now, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This young man, not a regular, but someone that we have been following very, very closely. We'd love to get him up here. We'd love to see what he's working on. He's only been doing stand-up 6 months, and he is a fucking sensation. One of the great entertainers of Texas is a kid. Boys right here. Other boys are everywhere. The real fucking deal. Oh my goodness. Here he is, the king of the camera. Unbelievable. This guy gets it. Show business has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Texas is home. Listen here. You see, my mama gets on the internet and she says, hey, these drugs. See what I'm saying? As soon as you take that first drink of beer, you want to go in that bathroom with your best friends and sniff them fucking keys. Am I right? It just feels right. That's what we want to fucking do. But then, a couple hours later, 6 o'clock in the morning, you're at a fucking stranger's house in his fucking garage, talking about God, politics with a dude that does Uber Eats. Okay? And then, there's some soft, chubby six that's been staring at you all night, and you're fixing to lay her down. That stranger's leaning back chair, and give her the old tickets. The only problem is you can't get your dick hard because that cocaine has fucked you up. And you tell her, listen, I swear to God, this never happens, but it does all the time. Every single fucking time it happens. Goddamn, eat your fucking heart out. Unstoppable force in an absolute Texas juggernaut. He's like this all the time. During lunch, he's like this. During coffee, he's like this. During nighttime, he's like this. I snore, I'm like this. I've never heard of it. The old fucking Texas lawnmower has arrived. Unbelievably. How are you, buddy? Listen here, Tony. It's Bobby's birthday. We all see me dressed up. And he wore that goofy-ass fucking sweater. Take that fucking hoodie off, boy. Let me see that suit and tie. What do we really work on it there? What do we really work on it there? Call it goofy because it's actually Gucci, you faggot. You classless hillbilly wonder. You want to see this tie? I know. I don't want to see you tie up a guy in your fucking sex bag. I don't care out there banging bitches that look like caution. Shut the fuck up. Well, listen here, Tony. I think I owe you a little money here. I do owe you the best one. How about that Super Bowl last night? I want y'all to know I had $14,000, so Eagles fly, Eagles fly. And I felt good at halftime, I really did. That's exactly what I told all my friends, is that you're going to feel good at halftime. I had
think you tell all your friends that?
the Eagles up by 14 at halftime, but they were. A little bit less, wasn't it? It was 10. It was 10 because I won $3,200. Hey, what's good? Straight up. The Chiefs and Eagles were up by 7.
And let me tell you what happened. I want you to know something. That holding call, I had laid down night coat machines and held them tighter that nighttime than he held Juju Smith-Schuster, and that fucked me to tears. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and pay your fucking $1,000 so a Lannister always pays his bills. That's right. $1,000 cash, 10 $100 bills. And it wouldn't mean much if it was coming from anybody else, but I love taking your fucking money. I love it.
You know how many Mountain Dew bullets he had to save up?
Those
You
are
know how
supposed
many cereal boxes I had to cut out sitting in to get that? Son of a bitch.
I was cereal.
Cocaine on some. Oh yeah, yeah, it's just off. Yeah, no, fun fact. You know, if you scrape every single $100 bill in the United States with a razor, you can make a kilo and a half of cocaine from all the resin on there. How do I know that? Well, I know. But it's the fucking internet. We can make it up. Actually, flux on the lead. I need to start into a Chevy Silverado commercial.
Drugs of the travel
Like a rock.
so wealthy.
Oh, like a rock.
There's no food in
You
Hollywood.
are a
Everybody
liar.
comes from
I know you weren't built for this. I know it burns when I pee. I know
7 years.
Firestone. I fucking know Tom.
Real estate and
And I mean
What
all
do you do
the
else, man?
fucking time. You are the real deal. You're like Kenny
I'm
White
not
Powers.
one of the social media that
I am a fan. I am a friend. I believe in you.
hurry up.
For those boots you're rocking tonight.
You see, this is special. These actually are my boots. I bought this from my best friend Bobby Fuller. We play some of that throughout the week. We're playing up here. And y'all should stick around. Thank you. They debuted Whiskey Water over on my Instagram later. They'll be famous after that. Because not only is it Kill Tony famous, the Uncle Lazar of the Rose. Underneath his boots here, you see, these are ostrich indicator that's illegal in 37 countries around the world. You can't find these in your local Walmart. That is a fact. Ty, you can keep looking, but you can't order them. I tell you, oh my God, tell you fucking everybody in that panel can't afford these. You got to know a guy. I trained a horse donkey and your mother's sheep, and they still want it for her. That's fair. You trained a donkey and a sheep, and you trained them into submission. Did you? You guys ever seen anything quite like an Uncle Laser? He's only 6 months into wait a second. I invited you out to Lucky Nut the other night. You stood me up like a shitty ball date. I tell you what. I had 17 women that were ready to just take a shot at the people's title, and you were nowhere to be found. Went out to the store to get my milk and never came back. I get it, son. I wasn't disappointed, I was just a little depressed. You know what I'm saying? You're getting lazy, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually you're like Cole Beasley here, child. You were like, oh, that's my big brother. And the reason I'm my big brother, he played a single snap in that last Bills game. I'll tell you what, they sent him out on fish, but they put in the fourth quarter. Maybe so close, so lazy.
Go back to where you are.
So it's got a slot in. That's the kind of girl I like. We got the same haircut almost. You think those are easy or shit the ear in? He's doing this
He's doing this while his hair is spinning in the back. I don't know. Won't you take a bow for us, my guy? Won't you take a little bow for us, huh? Not all of us make our haircut our entire identity, so. Gentlemen, a fucking sensation. The one and the only. Have fun. Catch him on Instagram. Alright, there he goes. All final words. The great Uncle Wayne. Should we go to this bucket again, huh? Alright, let's see what happens here. Wild Marcus Bond. Marcus Bond. Seems like a new name. We're about to find out. They're coming. Here comes Marcus Bond, everybody. Make some noise for Marcus, everyone. Come.
I'm just here to Austin. I just moved here. Thank you. One clap. All right, love it. I need to get a haircut, and I need a black barber. All right, I can't go to a white barber. I went to a white barber one time. They flipped my hair out so bad. I walked outside and I got a job. Worst haircut I ever had. Why is that all human haircuts? So I need a black barber. If you're looking for one here in Austin, it turns out the best black barber in Austin is in Houston. So I can't wait to take off. I got a buddy of mine. He's been getting into astrology lately, and he's been really going with ways trying to get me into it. Like last Tuesday, he hit me up. He said, "Hey, man, let's go to the club." I said, "But it's Tuesday." He said, "Oh, I know. It's just Mercury's. I got clubs out tonight." I was like, "All right." I said, "I don't think that's how that works, but I'm waiting, you know." And he was like, "Yeah, like this man, right?" So it was a good night. Now I have a telescope at home so I can track Mercury. My friend's like, "Yo, we going out tonight?" I'm like, it seems so. Let's get it, boys.
Put it over there by the and where the voice of checkout is unbelievable.
Somehow, almost a non-existent city, Milwaukee's tough, Chicago, finest. How long have you lived in Austin now?
I've been here for
Anything you notice so far about Texas or Austin? What's standing out to you?
Putting the whole year
a lot of Mexicans. I like it, yeah.
Moist listen.
So much about Mexicans.
They're a lot nicer than you expect. When you don't know Spanish, you know what I mean? Like, I've been just very nice. And like, I don't know Spanish. Like, don't worry about it. We try to so I want to learn Spanish now because they seem to be very cool.
Global one-stop shop for all information. There's an artist every day sitting over here by himself. Basically, they'll see one of our sense of humor. Learning some basic I haven't seen this since the beginning. I know that he did something.
that mean?
So you relationship. So now's the time. So you status. You don't have to use status. You don't have to get a picture. Starting status. Forward. Join. Uploading.
So, Marcus, let's talk about what do you like to do for fun when you're not doing stand-up? What else about you? Have any hobbies or anything? Yeah, I like women.
Whenever.
That was a challenge.
Oh, it's always a challenge. If anybody goes like, I'm a boy, yeah, and we don't see him really. I like that. I play video games.
Maybe you want to sit and drop.
All the things, yes.
So the Arab told
He said white claw, not black claw.
Thank you. Go on the drill, and then after a while, it's gonna look you.
Thank you. Marcus, what's your love life like? You got a girl right now, someone to settle down with, or you've been in Texas now since you've been here?
I don't think I would Texas girls.
Have you been on any dates or been close to it?
Every 3 days. Chaos. Everything single. I mean,
Flying through this fucking farm system of comedians in Austin. We hope that people like you are moving here. 1 month as a Texan. One more time for Marcus Bond, everything. This is where it happens. This is where the future's coming from. Should we do one last bucket full, you think, huh? I love this. This young lady, her third time ever on the show. This is going to be the last 2 times she got booked on a road gig. Her first time she got booked on this secret show. She just opened up for me this weekend in Houston. Here for a 3rd minute ever in Hilltony history. This is Jamisha Alba, everybody. Another one of the bright stars of the future. I know you've been making noise all night, but do it one more time for the great Jamisha Alba, everybody.
Give it up for me, guys. I'm already down a quarter of a pound. Down a quarter of a pound. Didn't need to go to the gym. Just taking big shits. For me right now, taking a shit is the difference between being able to see my pussy and not being able to see my pussy. Do you understand? I want to be fat, but I also want to be ass and titties. I want to be ass, I want to be titties. I also want to be able to see my pussy, and I just can't type all of those colors.
Seconds. Hell yeah.
Hi. How's it going?
Back again for Endurance in a couple months. Taking over the world by storm. You're killing it. Everybody loves you. What's going on? How did you feel this weekend in Houston?
It's absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, it's really cool. The largest crowd in front of some really good experience. Yeah.
Timing and beats and everything are different and it makes it different.
Yeah, for sure. There's some things that I've never really found funny about my jokes that got laughs that I want to dive deeper into. Just like certain parts that I think are cute, like so. Like when I make my cracker jokes, where I say it's like a little poetic rhyme. It's like I know for a fact that white cracks, and sometimes that can fly a little bit under the radar, but when there's a lot of people that went pretty well, so I was happy about that.
What else is going on with the rest of your life?
Rest of my life, so I am in the process of writing a book with one of my friends. Yeah.
Is it a couple? Oh, you guys shut the fuck up. It's alright when it's David Lucas because it's a likable guy and it is a good one.
Well, she's gonna have, after we write this one, she's gonna help me write a cookbook because I do want to do it. You know how when you're reading through recipes and there's these like long ass dissertations that mean nothing to nobody. I'm hoping to like make that a little bit funny and then have a recipe. That's the vision. Not happening right now, but the woman I'm writing the book with, she is a pastry chef. She's worked with Ramsay and Bourdain and people like that, so she wants to write about her experiences in the industry. And other than that, I'm helping my friend co-produce a small comedy festival here in Austin this year, so that's going to be exciting. Yeah.
I think I've asked you, what's your love life like? What's your dream guy look like?
I am single. I haven't dated since I've been here. That might change this year. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What type of guy are you into? I get the vibe from you that it could go any direction.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not picky. Like I'm not picky with men. I like somebody who has a little bit of common sense. Someone who is kind of, help me with my Bumble profile. What else should I add? What are my skills? What? Has a job, is employed, preferably not a comedian.
Right.
Is the whole entire goal. Yeah.
Troy Bringen said 20 Thick Boy gift memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I think we're almost over 1,000 members, kids. Just said I'm 27 years old. All right, brother. Follow the script. I guess. So, forever.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Excellent. How are you today? I'm well, thank God. Excited to speak with you. Um, so for StreamYard, as I have utilized the software in the past, after the discussion, I should stay in the call to let it upload it. Is that correct? Oh, excellent. Okay. How long do you usually go? Excellent. And if it's all right, we can talk a little bit about my project. And I'd like to get into Chaim Eshed, the Israeli Space Agency whistleblower, and his claims from 2020, and then additionally his recent interview in 2026 regarding the Galactic Federation. Does that sound like it would be of interest to you and your audience? Okay, great. Sounds beautiful. Sounds great, Brandon. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with you and your audience. Most certainly. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have archived more data on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I'd like you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Great question. Prior to the pandemic, I lived a traditional Orthodox Jewish lifestyle, much more than I currently do while live streaming, where I'd be attending synagogue 3 times a day. I certainly was not someone who had really much of a social media presence, nor did I have much comfort being on camera for as much as I am today. However, as in addition to being an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional, and my position as a project manager for a major Fortune 100 organization went remote. So I went from going into work every day in a suit and tie to opening up my laptop and being on camera, anywhere from 8 to 10 hours. And then from there, even some services and classes within my Orthodox Jewish community went online as well. So that increased the amount of time I was on camera for another 2 or 3 hours. So I was approximately during the pandemic spending about half of my day on camera when previously I never did before. And I recognize that if I'm already on camera for as long as I am, and I am already sharing more than half of my life with strangers, essentially, I wouldn't necessarily think of it to be that strange to share the other part of my life. And it was during the pandemic, after work, each night after I would be able to leave my remote position and my classes had finished, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my drive looked like and what my swing looked like. And so I took out my phone and started recording myself. And I would make little jokes while on camera, knowing that I was on camera, whether I topped the ball or sliced the ball or hooked the ball, whatever it was. And I thought, you know what, these are interesting videos that perhaps my future family, God willing, may one day want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic before he had met their mother and they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I began uploading that data after work in the evenings and recognized that each night it was becoming quite a responsibility to do all of this uploading. And I thought, you know what, there's got to be a better way. And really, the better way is to stream it. And so I thought, all right, well, if I'm going to start streaming, I want to do it better than any person's ever done it before. And I had in the past seen the movie The Truman Show and certainly seen the television show Big Brother and thought, well, I'm not too different than most people during the pandemic. Many of us are having to become more comfortable being on camera. So why don't I buy some equipment that is dedicated to live streaming? So I bought some laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and iPhones and Android devices, you name it, put them around myself in 360 degrees, and created my first YouTube channel in fall of 2021. And as they say, the rest is history. Well, it's certainly a legitimate concern. And as I had previously stated, I was not someone who was really comfortable being on camera, at least not knowingly. I worked in financial institutions in the past, and perhaps I was on security camera, but I don't really control those, and they're generally closed circuit. Certainly, the change occurred with me with my position going remote and also classes and some services also going remote, which caused me to have to get comfortable being on camera, whether I liked it or not. And I would say that my anxiety of being on camera that really many people experience when they don't have a lot of time live streaming or even just being on camera in general was reduced. And then you get into the more, I would say, private areas of your life that you're live streaming. So no longer is it when you're just in front of a screen. Now you're sharing your entire body, you're sharing yourself sleeping, eating, drinking, even bodily functions and showering from the waist up. I'll keep the camera up to avoid any types of major privacy issues, or I'll wear swimming trunks when I'm, participating in some baths or showers or whatever it may be. But I do my best to give the viewer a portal into my life that I think will be studied in the future. Just as in the past, we had people who were journalists, or people who would write in journals, or diarists, people who would write in diaries, and we've learned from a historical standpoint much of how the world operated during that time of when they were documenting through their lens of generally a pen to paper. I felt that I could use a camera as a medium to be able to do the same. And really, once you start streaming many times, you recognize that you're on camera, but you also recognize that we're all not that different, that we all laugh and experience joy and humor, and we all are, at times not as happy or perhaps can experience sadness. And I think that the people of the future will find this to be a fascinating project to be able to study not just what's going on in my life, but also what's going on in world history, because 24 hours a day, I keep a radio on in the background. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last half decade, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. So everything that we've just experienced with the World Cup, or with the 250th anniversary of the United States, or with wars or peace or whatever it may be, I've been able to archive that. And so people can literally use my stream now or in the future as an archive of human history. And in addition to just the historical aspect, I think people in the future will use it to understand more about humanity and about human biology, about things like eating habits, sleeping habits, uh, circadian rhythms, perhaps as a I use my stream as a dream diary, things like um, the idea like of hygiene and different biological or biometric patterns that may be able to be studied by people. Really, I think aging as well. We don't have one person who basically has been on camera for this amount of time to be able to study the aging process over long periods of time. Yes, we have people who take maybe a single picture every day for an extended period of time, which is a great data point, but it's certainly not continuous as video is. So I think that those are just a few of the ways that people might be able to study my life in the future. And because I understand the potential value in this type of data, my anxiety of not necessarily wanting to be on camera all the time was lessened. And then eventually I have embraced it. I enjoy the fact that my life is archived and that I've created this digital diary for the people of the future. But in answer to your original question or statement, um, you don't just become comfortable immediately sharing your entire life with the world. It does take time. Certainly, I've definitely streamed at the store and definitely streamed at the doctor. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And generally, I have to reduce the amount of devices with which I'm streaming from my normal 33 or so different devices at any given time from a localized area, basically within my residence, to perhaps one or two iPhones that I generally use using data, which does have its limitations. Phones have battery issues with which you need to be concerned, and certainly data. You have to run into cellular throttling and overheating of devices and glare and all of the other app crashes. You name it. There are some issues with which you do into which you do run, but I also do my best to back up any kind of live streaming that I have when I do IRL streaming in real life with GoPros. So I'll wear a GoPro on my chest or even just have it with like a selfie stick so that I have myself uh, with a redundant stream or redundant uh, backup of any kind of data that I am transmitting in case I run into a low cell signal area or I do experience an app crash or whatever it may be. And while I do have a lot of footage from IRL streaming, it's certainly not as convenient for me because I have to lessen the amount of streams, and I'm much more concerned with that, uh, with how many devices I can use at once. And I also don't have the ability to manage my community. So, in addition to live streaming, I also am live 24/7 in Discord. Your audience can find me whenever they'd like at discord.me/rabbi, where they can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to inquire about questions that they may have, or to watch a movie together or play a game, whatever it may be. And certainly when I'm doing IRL streaming, I can't manage that community as well or as easily. But generally, the outside world has become fairly comfortable knowing that people are many times FaceTiming their family or friends or whatever it may be, and that there is some idea of video communication that happens that perhaps a decade ago or two would have been foreign. And thus, if you see someone who's got a couple devices and maybe talking into one of the cameras or talking to an audience, it's not as strange as it once was. And in terms of, how do you go to the store? Well, many times just out of ease, I do have things delivered to me. But in the case where I do go to the store, I will go to the store just really like most anyone else. Uh, but while knowing I'm on camera, and I would say I make comments on camera, and to not just the audience that's watching me, but also to make the stream a little more entertaining. Generally, when I'm at the store and I'm not recording, prior to this project, I would be silent like anyone else, and I would just, view the different products and put them in my cart or whatever it may be. But in order to give the audience a little bit of a view into my mind, I may be a little bit more vocal. So that does change some things. But generally, because society has become more comfortable with people using devices in public, I don't run into many issues. So I really live my life generally while on camera in public as I do while the cameras are off. Yeah, I have. So I do have people who live alongside me in my Discord, such as at this very moment, and they've been there for over a year, 24 hours a day. They have connected with me. They think it's fascinating, and just due to where they are in life, they're able to literally live every moment of every day alongside me. But then I have had people from an IRL standpoint or in real life come and visit me because they've been so fascinated by it. People as far away as 8 hours. I've had people from Northern California visit me in Southern California. I've given them tours of my residence and to show them my different devices. And these are total strangers who I have invited. And we've gone on picnics and gone to the park and really just in many ways connected as friends when normally I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be that open with my life. So from both an in real life way, I've connected with individuals and the digital way as well. And I do find that people are fascinated by this. They many times say to me, I wish I would have thought that. I wish I would have thought of that. Or I've always wanted to do something like that, but I just couldn't because I was married or I had children or I had a job or whatever it may be. And generally, 99% of the people who I encounter online, especially and IRL, are very positive towards the project and recognize that it has the opportunity to change the world. If we can see that one individual, an influencer, so to speak, isn't that different than the rest of us? This has a very uniting effect potentially that may be able to impact people from a diplomatic standpoint. I have a world peace theme to my streams. I want world peace, and also I have a futurism theme to my stream. So I like to talk about things that people find fascinating. Hopefully, it becomes more of a trend. I have found other people who are doing similar streams as well. They haven't been doing it as long as I have. I've surpassed over 1,700 days, 24/7 of archived footage from multiple streams. But I have found people who have been live streaming their life for about a year or so. And then there are certainly people who are streaming their life, but they don't archive it. And to me, what's important is archiving it. If it's not archived, did it really happen? Is kind of a question that I pose. I think it's important that you can go back to any moment of any day of my life in the last half decade or so and know exactly what I was doing. Not necessarily just saying, oh, I streamed it, but you can't watch it anymore. I want people to go back and be able to view it. So there are people who find the importance of archiving in addition to streaming, but no one has done it nearly for as long as I have, nor have they done it from as many different angles as I have, which I think make it really interesting. But in answer to your question, yes, I have had people reach out to me, certainly from a digital world and in real life. Excellent. It has different names. Many people call it life logging, where you basically log every aspect of your life. Other people call it life streaming, where you literally stream your life. So it doesn't have one necessary name. It is unique. I certainly understand that, but um, to me, it's become part of my everyday experience, and really, I would like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. I would like to give the world a nice digital archive that people can study, not just in the present day, but into the future, into centuries into the future. Just like we look at people's diaries or people's journals or ancient manuscripts about what life was like, and those are studied by historians, I think people might do the same with the internet. We may have uh, maybe some type of internet archaeologists of some point at some point in the future, and they hopefully don't need to discover my streams. Hopefully, I've gone viral by then. But if they needed to, they'd be able to understand what life was like in the present day, what life was like during the pandemic, and then how life has changed. And really, another interesting aspect of this is the AI revolution that we're experiencing. So I was live streaming beginning in 2021, fall of 2021, and I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022. So I have over a year of my life that I was streaming before large language models became commonplace within our world. And I was a user when ChatGPT formally launched November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see the many different ways that AI, for both good and bad, has been able to affect society. And then the competitors of ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok, and Meta AI, and OpenSea, and all of the other, uh, all of the other, um, I would say, in perhaps historical events that have occurred just based on AI. So I think that it'll be interesting for people in the future to look at my stream and understand how AI has affected the human experience as well. And of course, within AI needs human models or at least examples on which to build its AI models. And I have more human data on which AI could model than any other individual ever, which may give me a prominent role in perhaps how AI understands some aspects of the human existence. So I think that my project has an interesting AI impact in addition to the historical importance that I mentioned previously. Absolutely. First and foremost, for anyone who is listening, I'm a major advocate of disclosure and ufology. I believe this is a science that should be studied in a more serious manner. And I'm very positive to the fact that humanity is seemingly becoming more comfortable with understanding that we may not be alone in the universe. And so, for anyone who may be unfamiliar, I'll give some background on who Haim Eshed is and what his claims were, and then some more recent developments that occurred. So, Professor Haim Eshed is an Israeli aerospace engineer, professor, retired military officer, and former senior figure in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena (UAP), extraterrestrial intelligence, extraterrestrial intelligence, a supposed galactic federation, and alleged government knowledge of non-human intelligence. Before those statements attracted global attention, Ashed had already spent decades working with Israel's aerospace and defense communities. He was recognized as one of the central architects of Israel's satellite capabilities and has been described in Israeli media as a major figure in the development of the country's space program. I've heard him described as the father of the Israeli space program, or the grandfather of the Israeli space program, or certainly the father of the Israeli satellite program, or grandfather of the Israeli satellite program, to give listeners an idea or a view into the Israeli space program, and more so his role as a military officer. At any given time, there are only 24 generals within the Israeli military, and he was one of them. So you can imagine that this is a very high ranking official who was making these claims. And to give you an idea of some of his career and technological development, he served in the Israeli Defense Forces, including within military intelligence structures. He became associated with highly advanced technological development programs, including work connected with intelligence technology. He was part of a very secretive group called Unit 81 that has to do with advanced technology. He served in Israel's highly classified Unit 81, which is an organization responsible for developing technological solutions for military intelligence. The units associated with advanced electronics, surveillance technology, specialized intelligence systems, and innovative military engineering. Working in such environments placed Ashed among engineers dealing with some of the most advanced technology available. He became a leading figure in Israeli space development. He was he served as the director of space programs for Israel's Ministry of Defense. He was the chairman of space-related committees and a member of the steering committee of the Israeli Space Agency, and really has been reported as having led space activities for nearly 3 decades. Moreover, he had a major role in Israeli satellite programs, specifically the OFEC satellite program. This program developed Israeli intelligence satellites capable of Earth observation, strategic monitoring, and intelligence gathering. And in 2007, he was involved in the launch of OFEC 7, which was an Israeli reconnaissance satellite. He has been extremely decorated. He has received the Israeli Defense Prize 3 times. It is the Israeli Defense Prize is among Israel's highest honors for contributions to national defense technology. The reasons for some awards remain classified because they relate to sensitive defense projects. So actually, 2 of his Israel Defense Prizes, we don't necessarily know why he was given those because they remain classified. He received the Chief of Staff citation in 1967, one of the IDF's highest military recognitions. And really, what we're talking about here is perhaps one of the most decorated officers within the Israeli military who made these claims in 2020. And to give the audience an understanding, this would be in a similar way to perhaps a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff making a claim about extraterrestrial intelligence within the United States, except this happened in Israel. And in 2011, Chaim Eshed retired from government space leadership, and really he then became a professor, a lecturer, a consultant, and a participant in discussions regarding future technologies. His interests expanded beyond traditional aerospace engineering into questions about artificial intelligence, space exploration, the future of humanity, and the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. So that gives us a background on Chaim Eshed. And then moving into 2020, he was born in 1933, and so in 2020 he was approximately 87 years old when he made the claims that he did. His major UFO statements became public in December 2020. The importance of his age and at that stage of his career, he was speaking after a long professional career. He had already achieved recognition in aerospace, and he stated that his reputation was established and that he had little personal incentive to seek publicity. His supporters viewed his age and career history as reasons to take his statements seriously. His critics argued that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence regardless of his background. Now, in 2020, he, specifically November 2020, he had written a book, and then he had an interview in December of 2020 that changed his public image. In December 2020, he gave an interview to the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth, in which he discussed claims regarding extraterrestrial civilizations and secret interactions. He described UFOs as being unexplained technology. He argued that certain unidentified objects demonstrate capabilities beyond known human technology. He stated the UFOs perform maneuvers that cannot be explained by existing human technology. His argument focused on advanced propulsion, unknown physics, and technology beyond current aerospace understanding. One of the more controversial statements that he made was that humanity had contact with an advanced group he called the Galactic Federation. He claimed certain governments were aware of this relationship. The relationship involved cooperation, and that the beings were studying the fabric of the universe. He also stated that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. This statement introduced one of the central ideas of his disclosure argument. The issue was not simply whether this information existed, but the issue was whether humanity had enough psychological and social maturity to accept it. He also talked about Mars and structures. He stated that, at least from photographs from Mars, he believed showed some type of artificial structures or perhaps some type of manipulation. He argued that if confirmed, these discoveries would create new scientific fields, including archaeology of Mars. There's also been the discussion of xenobiology, basically study of biology from perhaps species outside of Earth. The reaction to his claims was immense. There was great amount of global attention from these statements, and many people focused on the contrast that was had between his decades of conventional aerospace work and his extraordinary extraterrestrial claims. Certainly, with any claims like this, one might be met with scientific skepticism, and the same is true in this case. Scientists and space officials responded cautiously. NASA has stated that humanity has not yet confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life, and many of Chaim Eshed's critics argued that there was no publicly available evidence supporting his claims. His reputation alone cannot substitute for verification, and of course, extraordinary claims require publicly testable evidence. Now, specifically, there was more criticism as well, because Chaim Eshed was promoting a book known as The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Chaim Eshed. The book was published in November 2020 by Yedioth Books in Israel, and it was also distributed through Geffen Publishing House. It is only available even to this day in Hebrew, so the information that I am communicating has been translated. Additionally, the interview that he did with Israeli media was also in Hebrew. And if I may say to the publishers of this book, if they wanted to sell more copies, and even to this day, if they wanted to sell more copies, this should be made available in English. But even up to this day, it is not. The book is about 232 pages, the majority of which was reviewing his life and his background. It was written alongside an author, Hagar Yanai. The book is not written as a traditional autobiography solely by Eshed. Instead, it was structured as a series of conversations between Chaim Eshed and Israeli author Hagar Yanai. It goes into his childhood and personal history, his engineering education, his military and aerospace career, the development of Israel's space program, his views on humanity's future, and then his thoughts regarding extraterrestrial intelligence and disclosure in the epilogue. Now, with going into the epilogue and what specifically he stated, it begins with the idea, are we alone? And Eshed discusses the UFO, UAP phenomena, possible extraterrestrial visitation, alleged government knowledge, possible advanced civilizations, and the future implications of contact. The argument presented by Eshed in terms of UFOs and unexplained phenomena is that some reported unidentified objects demonstrate characteristics that challenge current human technology. These include objects displaying unusual flight capabilities, phenomena that appear inconsistent with known engineering, the possibility that humanity does not yet understand all forms of technology, and he frames the UFO question as a scientific issue rather than merely a cultural phenomenon. The Galactic Federation concept, which is probably his most controversial claim, he states that there are advanced civilizations that exist, that humanity has allegedly interacted with these civilizations, and certain governments are aware of the interaction. He then goes into the psychological argument that humanity is not ready for disclosure. Some of the reasons are fear of societal disruption, psychological shock, religious implications, political consequences, and related topics. His most famous subject specifically on this is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet, which represents the idea that disclosure is delayed because humanity must mature first. He talks about Mars as a possible archaeological location. He discusses images of Mars missions, possible artificial structures, and the possibility of ancient civilizations, and really feels that the archaeology of Mars is a new scientific discipline. That traditional Mars explanation is focused on geology, climate, and searching for microbial life, but he suggests that there should be an expansion of this vision toward ancient structures, artifacts, lost civilization, and planetary history. He talks about the relationship between science and speculation. The book has an unusual combination. One of the unique aspects of the book is that it combines established science, things like aerospace engineering, satellites, space exploration, and technology development, with speculative science, extraterrestrial civilizations, UFO phenomena, and galactic cooperation. The public reaction to the book was quite unique. After excerpts and interviews were translated into English, the book gained worldwide attention. Media coverage focused primarily on the Galactic Federation claim, alleged government cooperation, his Mars statements, and disclosure themes. Now, the major themes that he discusses are that space is humanity's destiny. Humanity must expand beyond Earth. Exploration is part of civilization's evolution. He also says that technology uh, and scientific progress changes what humanity considers possible. He states that the cosmos may contain intelligence beyond Earth, that knowledge requires responsibility from a disclosure standpoint, and humanity must develop psychologically and ethically. And the discovery of another intelligence would redefine human history. Now, the specifics that people may find of interest within the book, specifically within the epilogue, are perhaps, I would say, unique um, opinions of Eshed. One is the idea of cosmic encounters. So many may have heard in the audience of Close Encounters. We certainly know of the movie from the 1970s of Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But Chaim Eshed expands on some of these ideas. He states that from category 1 through 4, these are Earth based encounters. The first kind are visual observations, reports involving unidentified objects observed in the sky. These do not have direct physical interaction, and these represent the basic level of unexplained observation. The second kind are those types of encounters that have physical effects, reports involving measurable effects such as electromagnetic disturbances, physical traces, and effects on vehicles or environmental changes. The third kind, certainly the most famous of them to date, reports involving witnesses observing beings associated with unidentified craft, and he moves the discussion from technology to biology and intelligence. And then the fourth kind, human interaction, reports involving communication, medical examinations, direct encounters, and alleged abduction experiences. The the transition from observation to physical evidence occurs in his category 5, biological evidence and non-human remains. He introduces a category involving alleged examination of non-human biological remains. The scientific consequences would transform biology, evolutionary theory, anthropology, medicine, and the understanding of life itself. Category 6 involves objects within Earth's orbit, extending the phenomenon into space. Eshed includes observations of unidentified objects beyond Earth's atmosphere. Object, operating in Earth orbit would represent a technological mystery, a security issue, and evidence of possible non-human activity. He moves into category 7 with astronaut observations. He references accounts involving astronauts perhaps observing unexplained objects in space. The importance of astronaut testimony. He states that astronauts represent highly trained observers, and these observations carry significance because they occur during carefully documented missions. And then moving into the final category, he references artificial structures beyond Earth, moving from UFO research to cosmic archaeology. The category represents the largest conceptual expansion. The question changes from are objects visiting Earth to have intelligent civilizations previously existed elsewhere in our solar system. He then discusses within the epilogue of his book some historical events and alleged ancient technology. He references a 1994 event, the Comanche Point or Grand Canyon case. He describes an ancient craft discovered in the Grand Canyon region of the United States. He presents it as evidence of long-term presence of advanced technology. Allegedly, the craft is described as approximately 4,000 years old, and the arrival is associated with approximately 200 before the Common Era. A quote that's attributed to him is that the internal structure showed that the alien crew were human-like, short, and oxygen-breathing. He states that there are archaeological implications that this case presented is potentially connected with ancient artwork, regional traditions, and historical mysteries. He then references a key Ukraine artifact discovered after World War II that an arrow-shaped craft component was found underground, and the internal technology allegedly contained control systems, advanced equipment, unknown technological components, and there may be some type of Sanskrit connection. He states that the markings resembled ancient Sanskrit, but not that it was ancient Sanskrit, and that historical implications of this, if verified, the case would suggest advanced technology existed before modern civilization. Human history may contain unknown technological chapters, and he references these before going into a 1968 case, the Timmensdorf, Germany incident, where he describes a disc-shaped craft containing 12 small bodies. He suggests that these beings were not natural biological organisms in the traditional sense. A quote that's attributed to this 1968 case of Chaim Eshed was that the bodies seem to have come out of an assembly line as a product of cloning. The idea of artificial life and its implications raises questions about cloning engineered organisms, manufactured biological entities, and advanced biotechnology. He then goes into some of the perhaps understanding of what's going on in Mars, that there perhaps is some type of fortress there, at least from the photographs or evidence that he has seen. And he proposes a new scientific field, the archaeology of Mars, and that exploration, when it does occur, should involve excavation, preservation, and analysis of possible ancient structures. He states that new areas of research will open up, for example, archaeology of Mars, and perhaps future astronauts going out to Mars will have to be trained in archaeology. Now, the ideas that he references in terms of the Galactic Federation specifically is the idea of cooperation between humanity and advanced non-human civilizations. He claims that certain governments have knowledge of these interactions. According to Eshed, secrecy exists because humanity lacks the readiness and is just generally not ready, and that we have to move beyond Earth-centered thinking and think of humanity's cosmic responsibility, and that this is a beginning of a new scientific era. Potential future disciplines include xenobiology, cosmic archaeology, advanced physics, and interstellar diplomacy. And these aspects of the book certainly made waves, but where there were even more waves that were made were in his newspaper interview. And so, as I previously stated, this interview took place in Yediot Aharonot, which means latest news or recent news in Hebrew. The Yediot means news or pieces of information, and the Aharonot means last, latest, or most recent. This is a major publication within Israel, and it was unique to publish this type of information that created this international UFO controversy. On December 2nd, 2020, Professor Chaim Eshed was interviewed, or at least the interview was published. And the idea is that not only do his main arguments from his book, not only are they referenced within this interview, but additionally, he goes into some more specifics, including the fact that Donald Trump allegedly is aware of um, the disclosure movement, and the idea that Donald Trump was aware of the alleged extraterrestrial situation, that Donald Trump considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group, meaning the Galactic Federation, supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. A publication of this interview was also published in the Jerusalem Post, but this was an English language and did not go into the specifics. The original Hebrew discussion contained more detailed explanations, more background regarding Eshed's reasoning, additional comments about the UFO phenomenon. Now, what becomes really interesting is the fact that after December 2020, we don't hear very much from Chaim Eshed at all. So he publishes the book in November 2020. It is never published in English. He does an interview in December 2020 in Hebrew and then disappears. And there were many different questions. What happened to Chaim Eshed? What's going on? Well, it turns out that perhaps conveniently, we have the introduction last month of an interview that Chaim Eshed did with Uri Geller, the famous super paranormal researcher. And what occurred was that on June 10th, 2020, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Eshed. They're both Israeli. And this interview occurred in English, which was unique. Previously, Chaim Eshed had generally had his communications solely in Hebrew. And they addressed the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that there were thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And Chaim Eshed references a Men in Black encounter. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Eshed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. The idea that what Chaim Eshed shared in 2020 was not recanted. If anything, the information that was shared in 2020 is reinforced. Eshed details in this interview his background in special units focusing on developing advanced non-conventional solutions to penetration and transmission. There's a technological focus. Chaim Eshed describes his work involved quantum technologies and advanced scientific concepts that remain beyond common description, and he expresses a duty to share his knowledge when humanity is prepared and claims that his findings are supported by semi-scientific references from various nations. He reinforces and reaffirms the existence of the Galactic Federation. He states that the Galactic Federation posit that the world is not yet prepared for full disclosure. He and Geller have a discussion. Geller describes the potential impact of physical alien contact as an atomic tsunami, and the two express a shared hope that extraterrestrial knowledge will eventually help humanity end wars and eliminate nuclear threats. The idea that Chaim Eshed was perhaps threatened is similar in UFO lore, this Men in Black archetype. Eshed's account of being visited by untraceable figures parallels historical reports of Men in Black categorized by their sudden appearance, detailed knowledge of witnesses, and disappearance. Despite his lack of physical evidence, Eshed's distinguished intelligence career lends gravity to the discussion within the context of ongoing global UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena interest. Geller and Eshed indicate a forthcoming collaborative project aimed at presenting this information to the public more effectively, and there are historical parallels. On June 9, 2026, Geller framed this collaboration against his own 1970s experiences with the Council of Nine, linking the current disclosure to the long-standing history with channeled communications and figures like Gene Roddenberry. And so, really, that is an overview of what Chaim Eshed stated in his book in November of 2022, and in an interview that he did with an Israeli media organization in December 2022, and his most recent interview with Uri Geller in June of 2026. And while we don't necessarily know exactly what is going on because Chaim Mashed wasn't able to provide any evidence aside from his words. That isn't to necessarily discount what he has said. These were some major statements that made an impact in ufology in general. And perhaps the end of the story has not yet occurred, as we did have some recent developments just last month. And perhaps Chaim Mashed isn't done with revealing any more information that he may have, or that similar officers and whistleblowers have. But generally, Brandon, that's an overview of Chaim Mashed and what his statements in 2020 were and in 2026. Do you have any questions? Certainly, he feels at his older age, when he first made these statements, he was 87 years old, and then now being 93, that he had nothing to lose. And he goes into some more detail about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends. And perhaps he's becoming more comfortable with his own mortality. In terms of how does he know this information, he doesn't really go into too much detail of that. It's not as if he says, I sat at this table and they briefed me, or that I had direct communication with aliens telepathically. We don't have a good understanding of how he acquired this information aside from the fact that it was acquired during his experience with the Israeli Space Agency. And the fact and lack of evidence uh, is disheartening, but we do find that that is somewhat common within ufology and with any whistleblower, that if he did have some type of direct evidence, that he could potentially have some type of compromise, or he may be compromised in one way or another. This could be against perhaps non disclosure agreements that he may have made, or perhaps other types of agreements that were required due to classification or some type of military intelligence compartmentalization. So it is disheartening that he doesn't have any proof, so to speak, of what he says, aside from his extremely gilded and extremely, um, I would say, unique role within the Israeli military and Israeli Space Agency. Do I believe what he has to say? This is consistent with other whistleblowers who have stated the idea that perhaps there is a galactic federation, or at least the idea of the Kardashev scale. For those who aren't aware, the idea that was proposed by Soviet researcher uh, Kardashev, basically the idea of humanity not necessarily being a what we would consider what is referenced as a type 1 civilization, that has been we have as humanity been referenced as perhaps a type of perhaps something along the lines of a point 0.7. For people who aren't aware, a type 1 on the Kardashev scale can harness all energy available on its home planet. It includes solar, geothermal, oceanic, and nuclear um, capabilities. Type 2 harnesses the total output of its star, and Type 3 harnesses energy across the entire galaxy. And Nikolai Kardashev, again, a Soviet physicist, poses these these different types and where humanity may fit. And we're not yet at a type 1 civilization. So that type of understanding that we have to mature to get to this type 1 civilization and eventually get a seat at the Galactic Federation is in line with some other physicists and whistleblowers. Additionally, the idea that Earth civilizations or really nations on Earth having had this knowledge, um, and they have to keep it classified, and it's much of what the classification and the intelligence realm, one of its major responsibilities is to not necessarily leak this information. That is consistent as well with the intelligence community and whistleblower claims. What I don't necessarily get all on board with in terms of Chaim Mashed are some of the specifics that he talks about with Mars. He does go into the idea that there is some type of base perhaps on Mars that is a joint collaboration between the United States and the Galactic Federation. There are some major technological issues with getting humans off Earth safely, and especially to be able to travel all the way to Mars does lend some questions to it. Uh, I would also say that I do think that um, the idea of kind of knowing something and being of sound mind uh, is 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 apparent. Even at 93 years old, if you watch his interview, he doesn't seem to be forced to be making these statements. He seems comfortable. And another interesting aspect is it does not seem like he's doing this for money. If he were, he would be on the book tour circuit. Of course, his book he would um, he would really be an advocate that it would be published in more languages. He might put out documentaries. This was not done, which was quite unique as well. And I think that his interview really remains one of the most important UFO disclosure discussions in the modern era because of his role and some of the claims that he makes. Do I think that we can believe absolutely everything that he states? No, perhaps we can't do that with anyone, but at least for someone as high ranking as he was and is, and how respected he is, at least within the Israeli space community, it should his statement should be taken with some interest, and uh, his background does lead to some credibility. But in terms of can you take it all as truth? Not necessarily. And as previously has been stated, these great great claims that he makes need to be backed up with evidence. And at this point, that evidence doesn't necessarily exist. So, for the time being, it's an interesting disclosure that he makes that perhaps will be able to be verified in the future, but at this time, it cannot. I'm in agreement with you. I am an advocate for whistleblower amnesty, really what this is known as, and the fact that there has been generations of people who have been compromised within within the intelligence compartmentalization, and they've been threatened, they've had their families threatened, and when people undergo such desperate events, they are willing to keep their mouths shut. And I think that it's time that we handle this discussion of disclosure and our overall not being alone in the universe with maturity. And so I'm positive for the developments that have happened recently, including today, the pushes of different hearings that have occurred on the UFO subject or UAP subject, and the the topic at hand. If you ask the average individual, according to Pew Research and CBS News and other polling organizations, a majority of people do not believe that we are alone in the universe. And this is really unique, meaning those of us who are advocates of disclosure are the majority. And it's just taking time over the course of the last century or so, really more specifically, probably just the 79th anniversary of Roswell happened this month. And so it's taken maybe arguably a little more than, or less, give or take, 80 years for humanity in the modern age to begin taking this subject with the severity that it may require. And I'm positive toward more and more disclosures, whistleblower amnesty. We had in 2017 the topic of ufology being taken very seriously on the front page of the New York Times. And so no longer was this some type of fringe theory. This is being taken as seriously as any news story that has ever occurred. And the important thing is, this is the most important news story perhaps to ever occur. And that is why it has taken so long to be legitimized, because if it is true, it affects every single person on earth. It affects our history. And perhaps more importantly, it affects our future. That's true. There's no doubt about that. And while you and I may have our finger on the pulse of ufology, the UAP movement, for the people who do not necessarily have the knowledge, we have to be patient with them. That disclosure perhaps may not happen overnight, that we are in a period that is known as soft disclosure, perhaps, and that we need to be patient with those people who aren't as familiar with this topic, perhaps, as we are. But I'm in agreement with you that we have to be individuals, perhaps, who take this information not without verifying. I think the phrase is trust but verify, and we need to do that with all the information that's coming out regarding this topic, and not to take anything really in life uh, with complete belief. And that's part of the scientific mission, that nothing is ever debunked, that we need to continually and routinely go back and study even that which is considered to be science fact, and to ensure that it continues to measure up in the modern age. And the ufology question and the idea of trusting but verifying is, I would say, very important for us to continue to do. But if anything, it's a very exciting development that we have been getting over the course of really the last decade or so. It seems that the government has become much more open to the idea of disclosure, and I'm sure you and I are anxious for a day when everyone knows that we aren't alone potentially, not just in the universe, but perhaps not even on Earth, and that even our origins as a species may have been manipulated. The idea of panspermia, the idea that life could have come from a different body, and perhaps the idea of even guided panspermia, where an extraterrestrial species could have helped to guide our evolution here on Earth and the evolution of different species on Earth, may be may have more truth to it than perhaps we were once willing to grant it within our understanding of our origins as a species. And the more that we are looking to learn as we continue to have in depth discussions and whistleblowers and really disclosure of this movement and how that's going to change society. The idea of anti gravity and antimatter just alone can bring into the idea of traveling faster than the speed of light, or perhaps ideas like time travel become realities when you can manipulate space time and travel great distances nearly instantaneously. That is going to have a major impact on society. I don't know if we're ready for it, but I would like those who hear what we're discussing to take this with certainly some seriousness, recognize that we can trust but verify at every step of the disclosure journey. And for those who this may not be, who may not have familiarity with this topic, I really encourage you to do your research on the topic. Watch documentaries that are available now to you on a streaming service or on YouTube or whatever it may be. Um, you can't necessarily take every word as perhaps truth, but you will find that the whistleblowers that exist and the evidence that has been accumulated in the modern age is quite interesting. And whether you get into Roswell or the alien abductee phenomenon, or perhaps the more recent whistleblowers with the Tic Tac incident, or even what Kaima Shed, the claims that he made, you will find quite a bit of evidence from people who have verified backgrounds that we are not alone. From my perspective, I was once a major skeptic of the alien movement. I thought it was, frankly, science fiction, and I would debate people publicly that this was not a real phenomenon. I was a young person, um, and this was about more than 20 years ago or so, approximately 20 years. And I just hadn't really delved into this world. And it was during my research, specifically watching a press conference known as the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer, which was a May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Greer gathered more than a dozen whistleblowers from all aspects of both government and non governmental entities, both American or United States um, whistleblowers and international. That was the first time I had ever seen multiple verified, vetted individuals who risked their entire reputations and their credibility to lend credence to this topic. And it was from there I saw this around 20 years ago or so. And it made me delve into the subject, get really deep into it. And I had to have I would say, I was humbled by this. And I recognized that I did not know everything, and that really no one knows everything. And um, I think that it takes a strong person to admit that they were wrong. And I was wrong on this subject, but there's much more evidence in terms of humanity not being alone, then there is for us to be the only species in the universe. And so, for those of you who may be skeptical of this subject, I invite you to reference and watch and research some of the uh, the, the references that I've made, because you will find perhaps for yourself that there's a lot of credibility to the whistleblower claims, to the idea of humans not being alone, and then moving forward, where are we going as a civilization? And how can we perhaps utilize some of the technology that we may have been able to reverse engineer, and the idea of us maturing as a species to eventually be able to sit at the Galactic Federation that Jaime Shed references. I don't know if we will have one event, a hard disclosure event, where we have everyone on television who knows that we are not alone. We may continue to have some type of soft disclosure event. Um, what has been proposed is some idea like Project Bluebeam, where perhaps there will be some type of event in the not too distant future. It's only been perhaps, I would say, hypothesized, but for those who don't know, the idea comes from Sergei Manas, a Canadian writer who began publishing claims about the alleged project in the 1990s. And there may be some idea that we would have different stages of a disclosure. Basically, stage one would be the reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs. Stage two would be perhaps massive visual displays in the sky. Stage three might be some type of electronic or telepathic style communication. And then stage four might be a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation. This idea may be the event that people have perhaps prophesized or foreseen or predicted in the past. If it does happen, we will we must recognize that there have been people who have predicted this, that we may have types of holographic or projection concepts, that these UFO disclosure narratives have been around. I don't know if this will happen at all, and I don't know if disclosure will necessarily happen within the next 5 years. I would certainly say within the next 50 years. And the reason why I say that, really, with people recognizing the freedom of communication that we have found in the internet age, it's very difficult to keep this topic a secret. And the idea, I think, is becoming more normalized that we aren't alone with younger generations. This is no longer seen as a rejected theory. And frankly, the skeptics are lessening and the believers are growing. And so, to give a timetable on this of 5 years, uh, I would be more comfortable saying something perhaps in the next 15 years we may have more disclosure. 5 years is just within the cosmic age. It's just a short period of time, but certainly I would say within the next 15 and certainly 50 years, the idea that humanity understands that we are not alone and that some type of general consensus of disclosure occurring is a much higher likelihood than perhaps maybe some people will want to admit. That's absolutely true. And then how will that affect humanity from religious connotations? How will it affect international organizations, political organizations. Will this usher in a one world government? These questions remain unanswered. But if anything, we're going to force a one world government, this would certainly be the topic that might be able to do it. There's an argument to be made that the United Nations has a role as a one world government, but isn't really as perhaps aggressive on that topic as has been hypothesized that if there were some type of disclosure event and an ushering in of a one world government, uh, what role the United Nations may have. And I think the questions remain unanswered. And at this time, we have to be comfortable with that. We can't necessarily prophesy or we can't necessarily predict exactly what is going to happen, but it does seem perhaps that in our lifetimes, and probably the lifetimes of most of the audience, that some type of disclosure may occur, whether it's continued soft disclosure or perhaps a hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam. I'd love to give the audience an opportunity to find me. The easiest way is to go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my social media there, including links to my YouTube channels and my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. For those people who want to view my life 24/7, 365, the easiest way to do that is just go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild, and filter by live. And you'll see I am live on multiple streams 24 hours a day. You can observe my life and the goings on whenever you'd like. For those people who want more support in life, they want a friend, they would like some type of pastoral figure, I invite them to join my Discord community, discord.me/Rabbi. We play games together on a nightly basis. We watch movies together. We certainly have these types of discussions together. I lend advice to individuals on topics such as employment and relationships and academia. Really, if somebody's looking if somebody hears me and they want to feel like they're not alone, I really invite them to join the community. We have people who are live 24 hours a day alongside me. We have thousands of people who are in the community. We have some people who just like to sleep alongside me to know that they're not alone. We have some people who just like to interact with me on a daily basis. And these are from countries around the world. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member. We invite people from all backgrounds. The only thing that I ask is that you are an adult. I really just want people to understand that many of the discussions that we have um, are mature discussions, like alien abductions and the idea of alien disclosure and perhaps other topics that really I want to ensure that the people with whom we're having the discussions are going to be able to have them in a mature fashion generally. And so, if you are an adult and you want to join, feel free at discord.me/Rabbi. If anyone would like to read my writings on these topics that we've mentioned, as well as many other topics, including artificial intelligence and technology and social justice, I invite them to go to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can find every day I publish at least generally 2 articles there, and people can learn about what my interests are and what my perhaps positions are on certain subjects that are really, I feel, for the benefit of humanity. And just in conclusion, if anyone out there ever feels alone, know that there are people out there who care about you, who love you, who may have never met you before, but think about you and your lives and your families and just your overall benefit constantly. I have humanity on my mind. I have world peace on my mind. I have these types of topics on my mind because I really want a better world in the future than what we've had in the past. And with that, Brandon, I want to thank you. I want to thank your audience for the opportunity to share some of this research and to share some of my project. And would love to do it again sometime, God willing. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to your audience. You as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And if you don't mind, I put some links. I sent you some links. If you could put in the description whenever you get a chance so that people are able to connect with me directly. And I'm not sure what your schedule looks like, but if anything, uh, 1 year from now, perhaps at the latest, I'd love to connect with you again and do this as like an annual reconnect to see what we were right about, what we were wrong about, and where we've moved forward in the disclosure process, if that sounds good with you. Excellent, Brandon. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. If you need anything from me, you know how to communicate to me, and I'm always here to support you, and thank you so much. You as well. How did it go? Really good. Really well, I should say. It was a good interview. Really, yeah. Anything you would have wanted to go differently? Yeah, I would have wanted
fireproof devices. We're not scared of fire. So my evil maybe, and if it's going to bring upon us water, even the order to maybe, where's it going to come out of? The ground. This one associates with fires that are the top of one side. You have metal plates. Wherever the water comes out, we're going to plug it up immediately. We're going to put this metal plates. Nothing. We're not worried about it. This reminds me of God. Literally what happens every single time I meet somebody. I'm a story dealer. Not so much. Or really, I don't know. Let's say you have how many times a week you learn? 4 times a week. What about the other days? Not all. Like I'm so thing. How do you not learn those things? We're children every day, right? So how do you not learn? So then, I think we need to understand these excuses because God allows you have to know what you have to knock that out before it's out. You have to know what kind of excuses people say. I don't mean I do that joke, but I don't place it. It's not that. You have to help them. You always say the same 4 or 5 excuses. Excuse number 1. I don't have time. I know. The movie is a fun. So if you don't have time, have all that time to watch TV and sports and then listen to the radio and all that stuff. And you have time. It's not fun. If you don't travel, you'll go from here to places you don't have time. Then here comes the big one. Oh, it's way too fast. I don't remember anything. I don't recall. So what's the alternative? Not to learn anything. Not to learn anything is better than learning something. So learn if you don't. It's just an excuse. No, when I learned, I learned to heal. Okay, so go through all these things. Go through all the excuses. Go through all the excuses. That my life is a lead. Carpool. Heard it all. But it's all the same. Nobody ever came up with a new one. Once in a while, it's cool. Wow, I was playing this. Never heard that one before. That's a great one. Very, very real. Why did I say this? Look how silly these excuses are. If Hashem is going to bring water from the ground, or put a plate of metal on it. Really? Has anybody ever tried to stop water coming out of the ground? If there's a flood, it's like something, one of these pipes bursts. You think you're going to put a piece of metal on it that's going to stop the water from coming out? And how dumb is this? Or if Hashem is going to pour a bunch of fire from the heaven, I'm going to put this at least on me. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to burn your hands down. Nothing. Zero. Your car's not going to go fight. And then they continue. Women are Shamayim, maybe you just want to double on office. I have another thing, maybe a sponge, whatever this is. It's crazy. I have a way out of it, though. All this water, in some of these places in America now, 25 inches of rain. No, we have a special device that we do it. But I'm like, oh, this is Gishmak. Here's a new Kiddush that I didn't have back then. Ikish means I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn with my dumb excuses. Stop with the dumb excuses. Here's a Gemara. Here's a free Masechtas Makos. Start tomorrow. Let's read double that. Stop with the excuses. Oh, that's why I guess as my father put my own advertisement for Makos. Stop with the excuses. You there are no excuses. That was the sound that's no excuses with us. Omar Lehan, who made him obey Ikir Raglain? Lema Nochang in the Yadi. Because both who will, according to the child friendly shop in Rashi, the Baruch will bring water from his foot. Or just come out of the foot. In other words, Hashem has a million ways how to bring him out. You think you can stop him if you want to bring water. What kind of shtusim is it? You know that the water of the Mabel was hard, like Shikmazera, meaning that it was oily and it was thick. So when the Victor Miller explains, just explaining, he says, based on simple stuff, so we have things called lava that come out of the earth. And the super, super hot, I didn't look at it, but hundreds of degrees probably. But here's, look at this, how it flies out of the ground, the force and the power. It's so hot under there. It just shoots up in the air, 20, 30 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, whatever it is. He says that's how the novel is. You want to know? It wasn't like a supernatural thing. It's hot. If water came out from the ground, so you see that? All right, please go. Why did they get boiling water? Because their Aveira was the Bagayis, Zeras, and Leda, who got to punish them with boiling. See, Laka, now you show you the water is going down. So that's on the Hamas Hamel Shafaka. In other words, that the water went from boiling to death. I either should say, and after 7 days, you're not going to tell you how well it is. What's the 7 days? You never know for years from Cuba. And all of a sudden, like, either should say, all of a sudden 7 days. Where the 7 days coming from? But either should say, after Shelling dies, 7 days, then you can have a novel. The medical suspension for even acting run is level. When the master inside it, you can't have a disaster. But never after the Shina later, my bro, celebration. We had 6 days of creation plus Shabbos, 7. So here those Shinas is referring to the Shish celebrations. You go to change the whole thing. So it's congregates from Israel. The sun came up from the opposite direction of where it usually comes up, came up from Myers instead of Israel. In fact, it wasn't even right during the time of the Bible. The Barachah, Shabbalah, his book is money double. The book said, okay, do tshuva. For 120 years, life is given to them. He gave him a large amount and gave him 7 days. One more 7 days. Let's see, I put it in here. Let's say Shmuel. Let's not say Shmuel for 3. Coffee flavored pellegrino. It's a new thing we should invent. MDY stuff. Coffee flavored pellegrino. Shetimo meina on my ball. Oh, sorry. Shot is, Shimsayomim means, like, we know that the world is going to exist for 6,000 years. And then you have 1,000 years that we're discussing here in Canaan, 1,000 years of nothingness. But every day is 1,000 days for Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So that's the 7 days. Hakadosh Baruch Hu showed them the Olam Haba. Gave them a little bit of Olam Haba. Look what you lost. Here. If as you behaved normally, you would have had this Olam Haba. Now you're not going to get it. How many kosher animals? Let's say cows. How many cows are on the table? Remember? Cows, kosher cows. This is my big my tuition money at work over here. Kosher cows 7. 7 and 7. I just wanted to know the 7 and 7. 2 is the non-kosher animal. Shivas Hayom and Shetiba Meina on my book. Yishiitu Matzoyim Monument. You call me my daughter to Yom Shiva Shiva Yishvishte. It says in Torah, you pick 7. It seems like it was only 7. We learned that 7 plus 7. 7 start, 7. It says a very interesting lesson in Torah. Ish bishto. A man and his wife. Now, the animals have wives. They get married. What's that? Ish is the baby of Islam. Amr Shmuel Barachim on Yerusalem. Ish is the baby of Israel. It's referring to animals that didn't have relations with other animals. It seems like Rashi, even though it says never had relations, but it means that they didn't have relations with another type of animal. They didn't come out of their type. You know, Yoda, how did Noach know what animal was a good animal to bring on the table that didn't have relations with other animals? This was a really good animal. You pass them by the table. Here, all the original art from Yoshi. Here you go. The animals, the couples, the non-custom animals going in. If the door opened up for them, you knew it is a good animal. Those who came to the table, they were kosher to begin with. I say the table is actually goifer. It says you should make the table out of wood called goifer. Like goifer, wood goifer. I mean, the very chico and zoom up the what was the man? It's a fire of the biggest Gadash. And what's that biggest Gadash? It's like, ooh, fire says to do. Doesn't help me. Legal doesn't help me. I don't know what goifer is. I don't know what legal is. He says it's a type of cedar. I mean, no, ghoulish. So yeah, that's the table. You should bring light into the table on the river. How do you bring light into the table? Bring these precious stones and they give off light. Hey, you over here is the time. That's alright. It should be as much light like it was, like there is in the middle of the afternoon. The lamb of the Palanim there should be one amma on the top of the point of the table. It should be one amma wide. That's how the table will last through the big storm. It's 3 floors. That's it. The bottom floor is for the garbage. And so in the middle floor is for the animals. The upper wall is for humans. It's a famous joke to say that the show works much better at the question is you're going to see so many animals. Tens of thousands, millions of types of animals, right? I don't know how many. Millions of animals. So how is the human that table? We're going to see Shem, the plane, how hard it was. It's very, very difficult. The question is, how come Noah didn't make an extension? The table should have built another floor. Pulled out a little porch or something. So the answer is because if the people living on your first floor are garbage, and the people living on your second floor are animals, then they're not going to allow you to make an extension. Shah Hazayr, it only works in our straw. They have some extension, they have some of the neighbors, they go to the authorities. So they call them garbage and Shah Hazayr. Noach sent out the raven. See if the water receded. Omer Shlokish, Shuvali Tzachas, and Shuvali Oyer. The raven had a tremendous answer to Noah. Now I saw a discussion whether the raven actually spoke or didn't speak. I don't have a problem saying that the raven spoke. In other words, spoken bird language. But I understood bird language. You see throughout Shas that the different people that understood bird language of animals. Famous story with a person who really wanted to learn bird language and know he kept teaching them. But he learned the bird language, and what happened was he heard the bird saying that there's going to be a theft, and he prevented the theft, and he said this guy's house is going to burn down. And he understood the bird saying that, so he protected his house, and he had water, and then there was Yitzhak says, don't have to kill him, because all these forests that have been brought over here, we prevented. So you see that people did understand the language of the bird. The Eichron, the Yonason, the rest is the shading, see what's great. Somebody's at the point. Says the Gemara, your Rebbe hates me, after both hates me, and you yourself don't hate me. Why does your Rebbe hate me? After both hates me. Why? Because he said, Baruch Hu, said from the kosher animals should be 7. And with the non-kosher, only 2. You see, he doesn't like me. I'm a non-kosher animal. He treats me differently. Now, what is the real reason why kosher animals is 7? Shalom Aleichem, come on in. We're almost done. We're 5 minutes away from the end of the shift. We can sit down and have a drink. Why is it there? We're talking about Noah. We all know about Noah, right? So why is it that Hashem said that on the table there should be 7 kosher animals, but only 2 non-kosher animals? And the reason is because after the Mabul was over, because Baruch Hu asked them to bring korbanos. In order to bring carbon, you have to bring carbon from the kosher animals. That's what you're allowed to eat. So we need more animals to start off with to populate the world with the kosher animals, the cows, the sheep, the goats, etc. Va'atosin is saying. So the raven tells Naya, you also need to watch out. Why do you tell me to go check what's going on outside? You should have taken something from a pigeon. There's a lot of pigeons over there on the table. There's 7. So take one of the pigeons. Worst comes to worst, doesn't make it. There'll be more pigeons. But if I don't make it, people get me, start coming, start sitting up. I get sick. And I don't make it back. The world is going to be missing one. I'm going to be extinct. There's not going to be any more ravens. And now this is a tough one. It says, maybe you want to marry my wife. The raven is telling no. Maybe you want my wife. So maybe you're trying to send me out, kill me, so you can have my wife. No, he's enough because the raven, Russia. We're Russia. But literally, necessarily, I wasn't allowed to have relations with my own wife during the whole period of the novel. But necessarily, the Kachkit, certainly on something that's also to me, an animal, certainly I'm not allowed. How do you know there's no relations on the table? It's simple. What's on the table? I feel good myself. Just the whole shave and nothing. You have to keep simple. First prize goes on the table. It puts the males by themselves. After for you and your sons, the Ishtacha and your wife separate. You see that the men and the women are separate on the table. No, they come out of it. Out of the table it says, save and not pay, but after the Ishtacha. Puts him and his wife together in one category. And your sons and your wives together. Also that relation. Relationship should behave. We agree that couldn't control themselves and were over on that list. They kill them nothing. And they got a punishment for it. Who were the 3? Hello? The dog, the fire, and the raven, the fun. Hello, diction. So the dog's punishment is that he has a leash. It's one time. Fire, the rock. His zera comes from his mouth. Tom has a change of color. That was his punishment. The Shalom Sayon will either there is a everybody knows Summer of human country, the Russian life is higher in Tzadikim. From over here, you see that the kosher animals they hang out with Tzadikim because it says that Noach was in him, from him. In other words, he's in his bedroom with us. Yine Ali Zayd had an olive leaf in his mouth. I remember very young was the garnish lemon. He was a nice man in desires in Syria. I prefer to have bitter food. So I was we were on a field. I said this a bunch of times, but as he says, I said, well, the field went that way. And for whatever reason, I said, oh, this would be a good idea. Let me taste it. So I like olives. I grab it off the tree, put it in my mouth. I said, I brought out later. It was the most bitter thing. It was a fire. It stuck to the inside of my mouth. I couldn't get it out. I was like, water, soda, nothing. Like for an hour, that stuck in my mouth like the face. So the pigeon says, the dove says to Hashem, I prefer things that taste like bitter olive, but that it comes from you. The al you in the super kadash, but I don't want something sweet like honey to soon be busted down and receive a gift from a human being. I don't want anything from a human being. So no, maybe the shot is that if you receive food from a human being, let's say somebody gives you a nice pizza. It says, hey, because he loves pizza, some pizza. And you got that steak. Now he gives you good, fat, juicy steak. So what's the first thing that goes through your mind? You say, wow, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you for this amazing steak. But you forget for a moment that where does it really come from? It comes from Hashem. You forget to thank Hashem. And that's what the Pigeon is saying. The Dove is saying, I'd rather have something bitter that comes from you, so I can thank you at all times and never have that moment that lacks in judgment saying, thank you for human being. Yes, you have to thank the guy that gave it to you. But where does it really come from? Who really made this and who really gave it to me? Says Gemara. My mashma, how do you see that this word parah means sustenance, food? It's saying that you're feigning left and cookie. So the pasuk, bread at you feigning together with bread, so you see the sustenance. It's the same as in the paper. And the Bechon is the first song below you. Each family is by themselves. Omer of Kona, Bar Bizna, Omer of Lei. Oh, it's a very interesting story. Omer Lei Eliezer was Shem Rabbi. Eliezer was Abraham's servant, famous Eliezer. He called Noah's son Shem, he called him Shem Rabbi, the great Shem. Servants the same as in the paper. After the taking of He's asking him, how do you survive the paper? It's impossible. The job over there to take care of all these animals is not humanly possible. The first thing I thought when I read it, that's Rashi. I'm saying something else. Not the child, just it hit me something like, imagine a family living together during Corona, remember? That it was. Imagine you couldn't leave your house for a month, for over a year. You're stuck in a house together. How do you survive? That was the question. You know how many people got divorced then? How many true colors showed? How did Nathan has a basement? But he's asking differently. How did you survive this? Now he goes, hey, sorry, bubble. This tremendous pain and aggravation. Why? Ria Shadarka Lahila Bayon, Alu Bayon. How many species of animals are there? You know, you go to the zoo, they have a special room that for animals that are nocturnal, right? There are animals that live that feed during the night, that feed during the night. Most animals feed during the day. It says you got to take care of every animal, feed every animal. Lions eat meat, giraffes eat meat, zebras eat grass. This one eats worms, that one eats worms. Each animal needed its own food. It's impossible. You're going crazy. You're running from here to there to there. You know the story that the lion didn't get fed once. He got upset at Noah and he hurt him. He made him lame. He says, I'll give you a few examples. He says, the nature of what you eat during the day, we tell you, eat during the night, a little bit of life. Isaac Kossov is a type of bird called Isaac Kossov. My father, Noah, didn't know what it is. He was eating a pomegranate. He was opening it up. A worm fell out of the pomegranate. The bird jumped and ate it. Double the scissors. So now he knew that this bird eats worms. So he made certain brand and waited for it to warm up. And then it had worms and he ate the worms. Ariel is interesting. And again, a lot of this Agartha Gemara, we have 23 days of it. There's a lot of hidden Kabbalistic secrets in it. So certain things that we don't understand, even if we think we understand, there's like deeper meanings to most of this stuff. Aryeh Shasas answer. The fever, when a person has a fever, he doesn't like lose his appetite. That gave him sustenance for a little bit, but around, he felt some Shita, that lasts for 6 days. They say, the trace Zanya Shas, I think in a lion, even these days, go about a week. Maybe no, maybe it's like 4 days. I don't remember. Between birds. Because an animal eats, you don't have to eat an animal every day. You know what good for you is. Do you remember what they said? What? Line is like a big, Here they are saying 6 days. If survived from the fever and had without famous traces, but not more than 12 days. Zaina shots. It sustained itself from the fever. Ushina, there's a type of bird called Ushina. Ashkina, Abba, they're going to be suffering through that. It was hanging out, it didn't come to the dining room. The advice is only so my father Noach asked him what he wanted to eat. He's a considerate bird, very considerate bird. So I see him very busy running, giving food. I mean, the Lord said, I don't want to drive you crazy. So Noach was very impressed with that bird. So he gave him a bracha. He said, you're Rabbi the Lord. So that bracha, you shouldn't die. In other words, you should have a very long life. You should have more longevity. Now, if I'm in Kenya, you should have many long life. So now Shane asks Eliezer. Before Eliezer asked Shane, how was it on the Torah? So now Shane asks Eliezer. Famous story in the Torah. There's a war between Abraham Avinu and all the kings. Right? Question is, the people, just Abraham and Eliezer by himself, they fought off all these kings. How do you survive this? I said, because Abraham, Hashem put Avraham Avinu on his right side, and they threw dirt. This dirt, sand, dirt, the sword. And turned into arrows. So here we have a picture of what it looked like. The dirt turns into arrows. That basically is going to give us a good story for tomorrow. It starts at the story of the Shamsi. We have this dirt. It's true. You have to learn the story tomorrow, but he's basically giving a gift to the king. And someone's all the gift. He's got a bunch of jewels and everything. Someone's throwing the gift. And instead of putting the jewels, we don't want him to feel like he's not going to go back. So they put it over here. So he has to kill you. He's got the dirt. So the Navi came and said, try the dirt out. And it turned out it was this dirt. So here, I don't want you to forget for tomorrow. I'm Shadid and Afro. Okay. So then I'm listening to David Hashem. David Hashem.
Certified as a junior culinary. So that was pretty cool for like the 17th. You're all kind of carrying into the rest of my career.
Fixes dirt. It'd be like a sword. Yeah, need of passion. It's like arrow. Both sides have a wonderful.
How's your ass doing? He's been having injections, and so while we were in the green room at the Houston Improv, he was checking out his ass in the mirror.
It's true. I found out that I have an ass now. It's a new thing. I'm 38. I have an ass for the first time in my life.
He doesn't have the ass.
Oh, how dare you? Oh, let me tell you something. At least when I look down,
I would have ass.
Jesus Christ. Sometimes people think I'm not literally trying to go over me. I guess what I'm going to say is that I do have an ass. And when I look down, at least I can see my pussy. There you go, Sam. I finally got there. You can pull the cord away. Thank you. Better 20 seconds ago when it was loaded up. And perfectly ready for comedic timing. Jamisha, I like your style. You're killing it. You're so like, you're so funny. It's amazing. Another one. Jamisha Alba. There's only one way to end a show like this, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have fun tonight, and I present to you the regular that has done more new minutes than anybody ever in the show's history. This weekend in Houston, as well as 2 weeks ago in Denver, this guy is the first person to take the stage at my shows, and he does so to a standing ovation, and he leaves on a standing ovation. Everywhere he goes, he absolutely destroys. He's selling out everywhere. He's making $60,000 a month on Cameo. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, William, Lights Out, Montgomery.
said, I feel like this.
Apparently, 3 rappers
This is
were found
the
dead in the
Tapio
basement of a
You
Michigan
have the
apartment
ups and the
building.
downs.
Okay, that's it. I'm not
Yesterday, I
letting
was at
myself
Lakeside.
become a rapper. Holy shit.
250 people showed up. It was a
Nothing
big
gets my
massive,
weed up
everybody was
prematurely ejaculating like
full,
gentrifying Head
red,
Start
enthusiastic.
centers.
I said, you know, I'm about to go to Park City, and it might just be me.
A 319 million-year-old
Back
brain was
to
discovered in
present,
England.
my
I had no
parents,
idea
here now.
Biden had been
I don't know
traveling
if
in
it's
the
tomorrow,
UK.
I don't know if it's Saturday. But
And
here,
Tony, I
a
actually went
video
to a Chinese restaurant
this
and got a couple fortune
yeah,
cookies, so I thought I
here,
would just
take a look.
maybe open up a couple and
This was
see just what
about
was
10
on
minutes
the
ago.
fortune cookies. Let's see.
20 minutes to get there, 10 minutes to get there. And stuff you guys and everything between. It was good time. And
Red
here we
being
are.
so old, you know, we listens to the porn on AM radio.
What else do you have? Yesterday's food was a lot of so
Okay, here's another one. Let's see what this is.
yesterday's cheer this time was sponsored by Club Realty in Chevron. Mayor Johnny was marking the tractor. You see below.
Red being so lame, he only eats gluten-free
Now
fortune
we're
cookies.
jumping
Okay,
over to the
that's it. That's all I got.
we're
Wow,
going
I'm
to
Manhattan.
the
Greens upon us. When the big red
Instead of
fella
passing through
is
so much woman and then the tiny woman on the front of it.
the big
My
red
daughter
fella.
starting not just being about 7.
Tony, I don't know if you saw it. I was actually also on a Super Bowl
Get your
commercial
friends
last night. I don't know what anybody's talking about. I was on the Pringles commercial last night. I said, once you pop, you don't stop. Seriously, it was like the lead role in it. It was Terry. I was on the Pringles commercial. I was like, oh, look up. Everybody's talking about David on that fucking planter steak. His ass wasn't even fucking on it. And I'm the one saying the line, once you pop, you don't stop in the fucking Pringles commercial. It's like nobody's fucking talking about
If
it.
you over
It's the
400
biggest thing
people
that's
signed up
literally
with
ever
Fisher.
fucking
Fisher
happened to me.
is
It's
giving
like nobody even
$250
mentions it. We all talk
everybody
about
with
fucking
50
David, and he didn't even say
days.
shit in this fucking
Plus,
commercial.
Shmuel Watson is doing Romanian Salon.
How much should you get paid to do the Pringles commercial?
And
Yeah,
we are just giving you Gemars, you go through us.
Once you
Or
pop,
if
you
you're
don't
part of
stop.
this year, you get somebody to join.
That's how you
You
said it.
will get them as well. We are signing everybody up
Once you
on
pop,
our
you
WhatsApp
don't
groups
stop.
to remind people
It's so
to
interesting
sit
that
there
they would
about
have you say it
things
like
to
that.
find
It's
out
sort of
get a
Once you pop, you
habit
don't
of
stop.
good, so we want to get this done.
Did they tell you
Okay,
to do it like that?
Yeah, it
so
was really weird. The guy
continue on with
got
the
me
sponsors.
into
That's
his
the guys
office.
over there, the
Yeah,
guys
he
is
was
like,
like, you
hey,
need to
remember
talk
before
to a
Moshe
black
and
person
Frank
for
start
this. It's
doing
like, are you sure
the
I'm not
training,
black? Like,
32
this
years
seems
things
weird. It's a Pringles commercial.
anonymous.
Like in the Super Bowl.
Now
And he
that's
just
just
kept on
one
insisting.
guy
And
from
yeah, so
Wilmington, North
once you pop,
Carolina.
you don't stop.
Thank you for reaching out to Ontario. You know what Wilmington, North
But
Carolina is the
seriously,
good
once you
side.
pop, one
Jordan
fucking
lived there.
Pringles.
You know this.
D-Man that says that they don't talk like that, you are in big trouble.
What the sponsors do is what's higher than nation. This is how this is. Actualize. That's not the Panosa. Panosa the Reba, the Berg, to Nissan, Ben, Shine, and Leia. Those sponsors for the month. Thank you to Ellie's for wife and kids for the great sacrifice to make allowing them to spread prayer for the masses. These sponsors, one of the sponsors, these are the grandmother. Circa Pass with St. Simon and Human Rights. Appreciation of Mayor Jacobs, Park City, Utah. Ocean Payside. Yeah, actually, I forgot to say, we're here in Park City. This is the house of
Right,
Jewish.
the fucking toilets is literally was the biggest opportunity of my life. Thank you, and I was kidding. I'm kidding.
Brian Levy, Nilsson, Sticker, das Moshe, und Isaac, then one time Berg, anyway, kids, the basic sister, there we go. Before slave master, Jonathan picks up Ben Bash, Sheba Brocha. He has the mafia and he used for a few for the fight. The sister, everything. The only way step this is make personal goals. Betting in honor of the supply of Marcus Canazzi for all the work doing the show. So we're holding about 69 from the bottom. On my right. As far as we do. We're discussing Doyeg. Perfect. Doyeg says this is tremendous type of prophet. You had 300 Alekus in Migdal Apereh Ba'aretz. Let me show you. It's not accurate, but a little bit of an idea. This is a basic chorus. A basic chorus. And the guy is suspended in the air. I don't know.
I've been putting in so much money in these claw machines.
There's a guy inside there. He's in a box.
Money stuff. I have a bunch of. I got my Taz tattoo. I'm starting to collect a bunch of Taz stuff. I have a bunch of Tazes.
So Lawyer said
I have some Pete's Dragon stuff. I found this really cool Pete's Dragon. You can see that around a lot, but yeah.
Legal Apereh about it. It's one sign national legal Apereh about it. They have 4 different when they initially had it, they didn't have it in one
I
answer.
stay there for probably 4 or 5 hours
Good
just
thing
watching
about that,
people, just see how the machine kind of
in the
works
story
out
of the
down
rubber
there,
truck,
but mind of their own.
very
So you're watching
sad.
people at an
So that's
arcade and play a
so
claw
that's
machine,
sad.
and
So
then you go in and
Rob
clean
was
up.
asking
Yeah,
very,
it's at
very
the
good
Cracker
questions.
Barrel. It's not at the.
And today he sent me
Yeah, I
the
cannot
worst
stop
question
eating here. I
ever.
started
I'm very
eating at the
depressed,
Cracker
but
Barrel.
what's
You
going
have
on
even
with
things
this?
at the
So let me see
Cracker
what
Barrel.
his question.
Gosh, just it's
Lawyer
always
Samet tells the
filled
rubber
with
truck I
fucking
have
old
bad news.
people, and
Rubber
those
truck
are the only kind of
never
types of
learned the
people
phone.
I don't fantasize about killing.
Here's what
I
he's
swear
got
to God,
He
I
said
got
all
much
the
better
questions
at
that
it.
he
But
asked
yeah,
you
when I
are
see a bunch of old
over.
people in the fucking Cracker Barrel,
This
I
question
can
that he
just
asked is his
really
own. He's
kind
taking
of
a class. That's
enjoy
how
what
it's
I'm
so
eating.
bad.
I can enjoy the ambiance.
This is not the. It's a good class, yeah. What's up with the 400 classes? I'm a rebel. This is a big big deal. Ask a bunch of questions.
Yeah, well, weirdly enough, there's
The
a
story
bunch
goes
of
on,
fucking
same
blind
word.
people who
They
show
do
up
have
at
you
the Cracker Barrel.
and the nice thing to today's generation, like, you guys, the time of the, you know, the only
No,
movies,
I'm just enraged right
come
now.
on,
I
see, the
cannot
last one's got
believe.
it.
I'm
And
just
now,
trying to
Palestinian
keep my
people to
composure
even
right now. I
learn,
swear to God, I was
except
scared
our
to come
generation,
here
later
tonight to
generation, will learn much more. Learn to us.
because I
I'm
knew I
not
would
even
end up
sure.
interacting with you.
That's just
Steve
Laura
Anderson, I thought we
Beira.
were friends. What even
Oh,
happened tonight?
okay, it's not. But you know, like, you have this pickled tomatoes. Let's say the pickled tomato has like a little branch coming out. This is the branch part of the tomato when it comes to pulling. Touch the tomato, there's a branch that goes. But if she's pickling it, since the branch falls off easily, so it's not considered part of it. I mean, those Asian tough shops are playing Baharian leads together violent, so one doesn't, it's not the kind of that. Omar, Abayo, is around the shul,
Yeah, I mean, you're working with some
Who's
sausage. You're working with some
Pound of
fucking
food,
eggs.
of
You're
Rav,
making
and
sausage egg biscuits.
He says, I don't understand the depth of it. Like, why would you
Pancakes,
start?
Tony.
Verstehe.
Holy shit, man, I love
I
you.
need my rabbis. I need my rebbeim. I need Rabbi Shmuel to tell me what I love, what the
I
story
can't
is.
even stop eating that blueberry
Right
bag.
now, because, you know, that's from the Sikha. In our generation, we have two things. They're doing really well. They know books and inside out.
I started listening to a bunch of
However,
Ja Rule. Honestly,
you think
I've
that
been
our
listening to a
generation
bunch
is
of
better
Ja
and
Rule.
greater than Rabbi's generation. No. The Shalom Pisani wasn't it for.
I started
There's no
giving that
rating.
as a
Just pick
Beer
up a shoe.
Pringle set.
Before you
He's
even
like,
started
stop
out,
doing
you
that.
put
I'm
your
like,
off with giving rating.
yeah, it's
But that's a phenom like the last people. And we cry and scream. And nobody listens to us. No way.
I met him at the airport 2 weeks ago. The Nashville
Hello,
airport.
go to boy. Hear this.
I said, Ja, you were
Push
a
your
giant
heart to heart.
inspiration for me. I'm actually in the middle
Follow
of
people.
filming a Super Bowl
Here's
commercial.
what's
He's
in
like,
the
oh,
heart.
that's cool. He's like,
That's how much you learn. What's in the heart? See, Hashem, even that
It's like I've been listening to a bunch of your mixtapes and stuff.
So, you know, a lot of
You're my
doing swear.
inspiration. And I gotta say it like that, but then he's like, I've been getting the fuck away from me. Where I honestly, I didn't get a picture. When you said it, what did it sound like when Ja Rule said that to you?
We got a fight in here. But no. In order to be a king in your heart, you have to do a nice thing. Do one nice thing, then it's all about the heart. The heart is like a bunch of zeros. You add a 1 to it, then you have a large number. You have to do a nice thing. You can't just say, oh, I'm in my heart, I'm doing my heart.
pretty sure you're
Yes,
getting your black
it's
rappers
all
confused.
about what's in the heart of
You
what
admit that
the
you hit a
person
mark
is
like a
thinking.
dog at some point
You
and
have to
just
be
say, yeah,
nice also.
oh, you did. Yeah.
Aber am Scheiß ist
DMX
Deutsch,
is
Deutsch,
just
I'm savage, man.
outright.
They don't know how to learn to it. That's where my Zeke, man, is they, I need to go, so I need to go, so I mean, yesterday, says that Doyle, that he knew all the seriousness, serious, all that shit. That's the player,
Montgomery.
the back of
The
the
trolley for
so,
Brian
so
G.
Doyle,
Eagle is in.
I'm just going to have a
Brian
savage
Moses
man.
in
You know
Ty
what
Rivera,
Allah.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
It is
so much
fucking
what I did.
unbelievable. Look
You
at that
know
right
what?
up there.
You're
Ryan
never
G.
able to
Eagle
get
out Los
to the bottom of
Angeles
the
draws every
bottom.
episode as it happens. That
So you
is
that shouldn't go
tonight.
well.
How about one more time
That's
for
what
my
we're gonna
guest,
go.
roast battle creator,
So you that shouldn't
Brian
go well.
Moses.
So
Ty Rivera has a very, very, very fun YouTube. See him live. See Moses live. Go to the website. Support these fucking guys. I've been working with them forever. They put on unbelievable shows. The new Roast Battle League is happening. Follow at Roast Battle, all one word on social media. Follow one more time for the best damn band in the land, Mr. Volcano Better Whiskey Man. Motherfucking James Atkins, John Dees, and Matt Mueling are all in a band together called Sketch. Follow is at Sketchband. Sketch.band on Instagram. Sketch.band. I swear to God, these guys are coming for the fucking throat. I go out and see them every chance I get. They're fucking unbelievable. Follow them everywhere. Great music all the time. The best in the world. One more time for the great D Madness here in the bass guitar. One more time for Paul Deaver on the horns. Thank you, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Steve Vodka, Joe Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Thank you, Austin, Texas. We love you guys. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
The best way to get a guy to start the focus to do that's a focus generation you Rabashi Omar Mitzdora Doye exposure what is this now? Maybe you're piano and you show that maybe you're piano for double so it's Sonora so at the end of the day Mitzdora you got Tiras Shinema Samke Koselim Neko so Possum for Yoivel it says this is separated the Machno, Kusnan, Ibn Muslim Muklo, Elo, Trio, Kino. Those two things when it comes to Mitzoro, the kind comes and sees the Mitzoro for checks him out, then puts him on the side for 7 days, he comes back, and then it says, yes, this is Sarat, so he becomes a Muklo. The difference between a Muslim and a Muklo is Priya and Prima. What's Priya? Priya means that you don't cut your beard, let it grow. Prima means you have to cut your beard. Simon. Social role of the country ever been for since the Kabbalah family day. He died in Kumalach and came to pay him a visit. That's all. Hamudo one minute to get his daughters on the shop. He never served his muscle and well built to Shama. Never to use our holiness in this year's government groceries. He took his ass and spread it in the shoes of the government. Omar Yogan, David, the rose as you know, it's interesting. Second and third, sure saying that they will have 400 questions in the big thing. They didn't even see each other. They both lived a very short life, 33 years and 34. One was president of the second, Doug was Shaw, even though Shaw and Doug saw each other, but Doug was more in Shaw's days, and Doug was born much later. Doug was, yeah, he would, yeah. Doug got the Doug was David's
One live podcast in the world brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Steve Benny Vodka, Austin Security Guard Service, Jill Blaster, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Coming again for the band, everybody. Well, we doing this shit tonight or what? That's James Atkins on the drums. Juan Diaz on the keys. Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. Paul Deaver on the horns. And that's motherfucking D Madness on the bass guitar. Right there.
Tonight's show gives a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right
How
now.
long this video?
Hey y'all, special announcement, and we wanted you guys to hear it first so that you have a chance to buy tickets. But tickets for the next 6 months of Kill Tony shows go on sale this Tuesday at noon at ComedyMothership.com. So Tuesday, noon Central Standard Time, you actually have a chance to get your shot at tickets. They are going to go extremely fast, but we'll give you guys a chance. So get on it Tuesday, noon, 6 months of Kill Tony at the Comedy Mothership. Good luck.
We're not sure
Hey
how
y'all,
long it's
out here in Austin, Texas, business is booming, and all around the country, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality is one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates as soon as possible for any of these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. And ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who would be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility like urgent, training provided, remote, and more. No doubt about it, let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. Smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by SheathUnderwear.com, and I love this sponsor. Look, let me be honest here. We say that about all the ads that we read. We say that we love it. We say this and that. These things, these sheath underwear, have literally been connected to my butt, Red Man's butt, our genitals, everybody who we work with closely's genitals and butts. Every single episode that you've ever listened to. Once sheath underwear came into our lives, we literally threw away all our fancy brands and all these popular things and this and that because there is no doubt they are literally the most comfortable materials you could possibly have.
How you living, girl? Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can't hear me.
I can hear you. You're doing something on your podcast.
No.
If I understand.
Miss Aquarius. There we go. How are you, madam? How are you, madam?
I go to sleep. You still got a podcast, right?
I finished a little bit ago. You sound very tired.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
It's a class. I gotta take my class. I she wants to curl my hair. She wants to curl my hair. Some of my hair. Scrape some of my hair. Nobody said about that. I am tired. It's a busy day. And we had like corner face. We had like corner face. They got tickets outside. They got tickets like snow cones.
Yeah.
Like the ice.
They take good care of you.
We had a busy day. Another busy day on Thursday. I went home to see her. I've been there. So yeah. Let them wear them like that. I'm just gonna wear them. So
All right.
So how was your day? How was your
Thank you
day?
for asking. I did 2 interviews. They both went really, really smoothly.
Really, the podcast,
Well, they're interviews that go on podcast.
Oh,
Yeah. So the host interviewed me on different topics, and it went really smoothly. Both technical issues. They're really generally my biggest concern. Just you're connecting with these people for sometimes like 2 hours or so, and you want to make sure that your computer doesn't run into issues, your internet doesn't run into issues, your mic and your camera and all that kind of stuff. And so the first one I did was this morning, and then the second one I did was just this evening. They were, but both hosts were really nice. This was an interesting thing. So a few weeks ago, I did an interview with a gentleman named Cesar, and he was basically like, "Hey, I want to do another interview with you in the future, but work has been really busy, so we'll have to figure out a time." Okay. So then the other day, I get an email from somebody named Caesar saying, "Hey, I got your email. Work has been really busy, but can you do a podcast, which would be today?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's great." And I'm thinking they're the same person, but they weren't. They were both just men named Caesar who were busy at work, who had similar thoughts. So I go into this one interview expecting to discuss one thing, and it ended up being that we discussed something else, which was totally fine and was interesting. And so both of the podcast hosts that I met with today, they want to have me back on in the future, which is always a good thing too. That they found what I had to say was interesting enough to continue. You and I win, you win, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. I know, you're right. I knew I did something wrong there. You're right. You and I win, you win, reload. Yes, good job. I knew something was off when I said it. And then I was thinking to myself, did I go too far? Yeah, I think I did. That's right. Excellent. So I did the 2 interviews today, which was really good. And then I got another person. This is always a good thing for me, where they were like, "Hey, sorry that I'm late to this, but I got your email, but it was in my spam folder." And that's fine. I don't care if it's in someone's spam folder, because I'm sending out so many emails that I understand. I'd rather send out 1,000 emails and have them go to spam than 2 emails that don't go to spam, but the people aren't interested. Basically, for me, I'm using a quantity strategy versus a quality strategy. And I've tried both, but you get different results, whether you just send just a few emails every day or a lot of emails every day and see what hits. So I'm going to schedule another one and get it. And so I've got this project on which I've been working to document basically every podcast I can. I've got a robot that's doing it for me, and it should be done maybe by maybe by midweek, and then it's going to help me document all of their contact information and their emails, and then I'm going to kind of make a project to reach out to all of them, thousands of them, and then kind of a fun project I've been doing. And we've just been hoping the internet has been consistent, and that my internet troubles are behind my head. And as I say that, you know how it is with these kinds of things. As you say, like, I think it's working, and then boom, it'll go out, and then boom, or whatever. So I don't want to say it's perfect yet. At least in today's interviews, I haven't run into the issues that I've experienced. I don't have anything scheduled to Tuesday, but I will maybe get some. It was a good day. I got up really early. And so I'm going to be excited. I've got to restart my stream. And we get good sleep.
Okay, let's go. I'm
It's over, Mr. Cruz. I can't catch you.
I'm gonna say,
I completely understand. You know what a solution is? Well, first let me say, you and I when you win, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. To avoid ice cream headaches, you take your tongue and place it on the roof of your mouth, and the ice cream headache goes away. I know, but it's known as an ice cream headache, but any kind of a brain freeze. I should have said brain freeze. But brain freeze and ice cream headaches generally known as the same headache. So you take your tongue and you move it to the roof of your mouth and just hold it there, and it goes away immediately. Alrighty. Well, sweet dreams to you. I'm glad that I didn't miss you. Thank you for your patience, and I look forward to playing with you tomorrow and checking out how you get on. Do you need a muscle relaxer?
No.
I mean, you could probably take it and it would wear off, right? You're gonna be okay?
I'm probably sleepy. I don't know why. I think I take early for real. I can't take it now.
What if you take half?
Okay.
Well, I just want you to be comfortable. Excellent. Yes, ma'am. Comfort is very important.
Yes, it is. In the morning.
God willing, Mr. Cruz.
All right. I'm here to put my sleep thing on.
Excellent.
I've had the 3 drinks, right?
Sweet dreams to you.
And then sleep.
She's supposed to be his. You waited, and you waited, it would be perfect. You have to stop. You're Ashura, by the sea. At the top, only something in myself.
Shout out to Mr. Cruz.
They want to learn that. Tell me when I was handicapped. Something, everybody's happy with something together. That's what I make it. The other handicaps, they also gather. The way that they pretended that I don't care. Or me, and they weren't I was so embarrassed. How come people are embarrassed in certain way? The blood is great. Saying like my blood is so great, I wouldn't even believe.
Yeah, they're high quality. They can be worn as boxers or briefs. They have that moisture wicking, my big thighs, and it keeps everything cool and separated. Fly on my 8 sub-zero legs. I do. Or they're great for working out also. And it's comfortable. So for 2023, step up your underwear game. Great way for pose, loose fabrics, cheap cotton, or overpriced designer brands. And buy the greatest underwear that's ever graced the walls of men. Chic underwear. Underwear of legends. That is correct. Sheet can be worn as regular boxer briefs or even use the incredibly high-tech sheet foam to keep everything separated. I leave this off screen. 99%. You gotta keep them separated. Personally, I don't keep them separated. There's just an extra pouch in front of my Italian stallion that just acts as an extra guard and an extra layer of comfort. I swear to you, you have not seen me or heard me not wear these underwear for years. I wear them every day, and I swear to you, they are the most comfortable pair of briefs I've ever worn. So go to sheets.com and use the promo code Tony. You're gonna get 20% off your next order. Once more, sheetunderwear.com, promo code Tony for 20% off. Let me be next. Cheers. Are you guys ready to suck tonight's fucking show or what?
It's not something you want to see about.
Ladies and gentlemen, some weeks are just straight up fucking better than others. The show is magical. It started in the Comedy Store almost 10 years ago. We were doing
I'm saying,
this
like, that's not a
before
song you
nobody
like
knew
sing
what
to
a fucking podcast
children.
was.
You gotta talk, very good
Doing
friends.
anything in front of an audience. Then we made it about comedy. Comedians watching comedians do comedy, which makes tonight that much more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you as our guest tonight, one of the greatest comedians of all time, ex-son
Hold on.
Who got Alexa?
William.
Dirt on his head. David Gordon Welch, what's wrong with you? And say, like, you know, sorry. I don't know, it's David Welch told Welch, what's that? Kind of place. You know what I feel like somebody was saying, my son of Sheldon Cooper, you could love it, of the Zara, his house is from mine. He made a face with I love it, Zara, but he say, you know why Sheldon took me? Because I did have a desire. So if he doesn't feel Shem, so it's up to you tomorrow. My comment to see this pastor. Why do you marry your pastor? Hey, pastor, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Why? What it says is what it is. See a pastor, right? Hey, look, no better than that. You're live. Look at the end of the super. Some play. Give each person a player. Where's the issue like this pastor is supposed to be black? And then it goes on to say that the pastor means that the oil and the pastor that the marriage will work out. And then possibly says concerned marriage. He is concerned marriage. So says the after that. How you gonna have a concerned marriage? Marry your pastor. But what happened? But when enough married your pastor, you can do something with pastor. I'm sure. She's married your pastor.
Austin security guard service. I'm gonna hand
So I'm like, you is concerned marriage. So I wish that's good. I wish we concerned. Go around and story you can
the Austin security guard service.
Look
Sounds
on
like a made up
double
name, but that's
the
what they're called.
Canadian
And of course, Super Bowl Peter Whiskey presents the Kill Tony Band, everybody.
This
That's
is a
the real
dollar.
deal right here.
And
One
want
of the
this?
best musicians on planet
Chicago
Earth.
also
James
see that.
Atkins is on the drums
There's
tonight,
another guy.
everyone.
It's a, they call it
Yes.
stuff you don't even need.
The great John
But it's
B is
all
on the
very cheap.
keys.
You've been buying stuff. You know, it's on sale. Everything's on sale. Everything's cheap.
Madness
You've
on
been
the
buying
bass
stuff.
guitar, ladies and gentlemen.
Dollar store. Oh, it's the dollar
Matt
store.
Mueling on the
Oh,
electric.
you buy it. Mine is like that.
Great Paul Beaton
You never go out with the dollar. It's always $50. Literally
Tonight's
regular.
episode gives a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here right now. Good evening, everyone.
Why is that
If you're
similar
trying
to
to
that?
improve your health, hydration is a great place to start. Liquid IV is the hydration brand that fuels your
Oh, that
well-being.
was an
Their hydration multiplier is the one product you're missing in your daily routine.
Forgive me for my shoyu. Hey, Shvigi, look. Okay, that's $1. It's a big deal. Shoyu. Fine. Moving stories, not dating. Please forgive me for the ones that I don't know about. Shvigi, look. Fuck $1. That is only Hasei Chavdecha. I need also a little bit of Mechila on Zav. Shvigi. I usually be, as I say, was a story about it. I don't want the how we talk about it. Basically, goes around. I don't want anybody to write it. No, he is. I can't do that. It's already written with the Navi. I can't take it back. Why? When I yield to the Davi Masora, I already to that Panasonic, you said something wrong. You yield that I took away from Masora, I made it a fake. Singing, screaming, it's not fair. I used to